This week, and I'm standing in the heart of Dubai's old commerce center. You've got the gold souk and the spice markets just behind me over there. But we're not here for sightseeing. We're not here to see the world's tallest building or the beautiful Palm Islands. We're certainly not buying gold or property, not in this economy. The reason why we're here is because right around the corner in Abu Dhabi, the capital of capital, is where Breakpoint 2025 is bringing together the futuristic global international financial system and the ancient spice and gold trade all in the same city. And fine, we are going to do a little bit of sightseeing, but the real reason obviously is to do 3 full days of live streaming from Solana Breakpoint, where we're going to be talking to the leaders of the Solana ecosystem and the global virtual assets industry. So how did the UAE become the capital of capital? Well, in truth, it all started right here in Dubai, and there's a few factors that all mesh together to create the reality that we see here on the ground today, which is that the traditional commerce we saw earlier can coexist side by side with this ultra modernity. The UAE is just a hop, skip and a jump away from Europe. We're about a 3-hour flight from most of the top Mediterranean and Aegean holiday destinations, and it's about 5 hours by plane to most of the Asian business hubs. Just like the Solana ecosystem, there's no shortage of construction and builders here, and as any property broker worth their salt will tell you, it all starts with location. But location's only one part of the equation, and that's where clever regulation comes in through the ADGM in Abu Dhabi and the VARA here in Dubai. Now, the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority was the world's first tailor-made, literally custom-built regulator designed for crypto, or digital assets as they call them most places, virtual assets as they're called here. And the third reason is access. Access to both capital and to talent. Now, the builders and the innovators, they want to relocate here, partly because of the low taxes, yes, and we'll get to that in a moment, but largely to do with access to funding and access to talent. So that's a great recipe for growth, and it all comes hand in hand here. Easily accessible from anywhere in the world, collaborative and specialized regulation, and most importantly, amazing access to capital formation. So it's no wonder then that Solana, as the home of internet capital markets, is hosting Breakpoint right here in the capital of capital, where institutions, builders, and regulators are all coming together. And that is exactly why we, as Solana Floor, are covering everything that's happening in the Solana ecosystem from the epicenter of action at Breakpoint. Join myself, Jack Dunham, our senior journalist Finn Miller, and of course Mr. Thomas Bahamas for 3 days of live streaming. Get involved for all the alpha, ask your questions. Gentlemen, we are live from day 3 of Breakpoint 2025 here in Abu Dhabi, the UAE. This is the capital of capital, where the trillion-dollar asset managers are here, the DeFi OGs are here, the Solana degens are here, the DATCos are here, the ETF issuers are here. Everyone is here on the ground in the capital of capital. I'm super excited to be here. We're doing a 3-day-long live stream. 3 days, that's absolutely crazy. So much has already been announced, and I'm sure so much is going to be announced today. We have an action-packed live stream for you, over 6 hours. So if you're here, if you've been here for the last couple of days, thank you very much. Stay with us. Like the stream, share it with anyone who's having a bit of FOMO for not making it to the UAE. Now, I want to add to that we were told yesterday by Toli, by Raj, and by Mary on the main stage right behind us, that next year, Abu Dhabi 2026, pardon me, Breakpoint 2026 is going to be happening in London. Yes. Little bit biased, super exciting for me. A little bit biased because I was born there, so it's sort of a homecoming. A lot of crypto companies, a lot of entrepreneurs have left the UK in recent years, so it's going to be super exciting. A few people have mentioned the security element of London. I assure you, it is just as safe as any metropolitan city. Don't walk around with your lanyards, obviously, and all the crypto merch. That might be silly. Don't walk around the center of London with your phone in your hand. You'll be completely fine. It's a very fun place to be. I'm super excited that Breakpoint 2026 is going to be in London. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited too. Excited to go out there, and I mean, one of many announcements that we're going to be seeing here, right? Day 3, big day. The size of the day is going to be massive, right?
It's going to be absolutely massive.
Yes.
I'm joined, of course, by Thomas Bahamas, who came here all the way from California.
Yes.
How long was your journey? 28 hours or so?
28 hours. Getting ready to fly back tomorrow. Not looking forward to the flight, but looking forward to being here.
What a long journey. Thank you for joining us, Thomas Bahamas. Now, it is your first Breakpoint. You've been in the Solana ecosystem for a very, very long time. Longer than myself, even, I think. But first Breakpoint, it's the biggest Breakpoint so far. What do you think? Have there been any sort of moments where you thought, this is out of the world, this is insane, what is going on here?
Yeah, I mean, everything has been so much fun. First of all, just like seeing people that I've been talking to for years, walking right by Toli, shaking hands with Kyle Samadi. I feel like all that, it's like what you dream of when you think of Breakpoint. So I'm very excited about that. I mean, I've obviously never been to Abu Dhabi before, and I have been loving it here. I don't know about you, but like last night we were at dinner, and all of a sudden there was just a massive drone show. It just popped up out of nowhere. It was promoting the Avatar movie. Like
it wasn't even a crypto.
Nothing to do with crypto.
Event.
I was kind of hoping to see the bonk, whole thing again, but it was just for an Avatar movie, and it was just right overlooking the beautiful water.
Wild.
It's fantastic. I've never seen a drone show before.
It's absolutely wild. I know Met had their side event. I think they had a bit of a drone show as well.
Yeah.
But the theme this year seems to be, or the joke at least, the running joke is that it's Bald Point, right?
Yeah.
After Met. And just outside the conference grounds, if you take a left along the waterfront, you're going to see this humongous, what is it? It's a statue almost, right? A little monument that they put into the water of this bald diver with his goggles on. Super, super fun. So I think Ball Point is definitely the theme of this year. Now, I want to ask the audience as well, if you're having a little bit of FOMO, we're going to be talking with a bunch of guests today. We already spoke to a whole very, very long list of guests yesterday. Drop your questions in the comments. Some of these topics are quite contentious. We're going to get some hot takes, some spicy takes from our guests today. If you have any questions for them, drop them in the chat. We will do our best to raise them with our guests. Thomas, shall we go through some of the major announcements from yesterday and from day one?
Yes,
I think
absolutely.
We should. Yeah.
Let's start out with maybe the $5 trillion one.
$5 trillion.
Trillion.
$5 trillion. That you had $5 trillion. I think it's the biggest number that we've spoken about. I mean, aside from the speculation about $68 trillion potentially coming on chain one day, which is an absurd number, $5 trillion asset manager. Cue it. State Street and Galaxy Digital announced their partnership. It's a sweep. But again, I can't get over $5 trillion. It's humongous.
Me either. We had Thomas on the show.
We had Thomas on the show from Galaxy. He's head of tokenization, I believe, right?
Yeah.
What did he explain to us?
Well, he explained a lot about what they're doing, but my takeaway, he's bringing that full $5 trillion on chain. Not right away.
He did say
eventually.
That, didn't he?
He said he's bringing it all on chain.
You asked him how much of that $5 trillion AUM is going to come on chain, and he said, what? Eventually, all of it.
All of it.
That's so bullish. That's extremely bullish.
With a straight face, like just all of it.
Not a drop of irony. Now, before we came here, while we were doing our research, we were under the impression that Franklin Templeton, who we also spoke to, Mike Reed was with us yesterday. We thought they would be the biggest asset manager that we'd be talking to. $1.6 trillion AUM, humongous numbers. And then we got blindsided, obviously, by this sweep update from Galaxy and the guys over at State Street. What else did we have? Jupiter announced RainFi on day one, their acquisition of RainFi rather, and the droplet users are set to receive Jupe rewards in early 2026. The crowd erupted, the crowd went wild. I think a lot of people are waiting for those airdrop rewards.
Yeah, and they seem excited about this, so it's a good thing.
It was a high energy moment, wasn't it?
People are happy.
People are very happy. In other token news, pump funds, pump buybacks have exceeded $205 million. That's 13.5% of circulating supply, which means they've surpassed Radium to become the top Solana protocol for buybacks within 5 months. Also super bullish for anyone that's involved in the pump ecosystem. Yeah,
and we got Mike Dudas coming on a little bit later today, right? So
Mike Dudas,
he's a big pump promoter. Right? So early investor of it, kind of evangelizes it, talks about it a lot. So I'm excited to hear where it's going. Right? They had a big year.
They had a huge year. I mean, earlier on in the year, $205 million. There was a discussion about the $700 million or so in revenue that they made, whether or not this was sort of an extractive activity. You know, I think that debate got relatively settled. They're doing what they can to innovate, which is great. Do you think we can ask Mike Dudas some spicy questions? Do you think the community has some spicy questions?
I don't see why not. You know, I think he's taken him before. He seems like a great guy.
He loves answering spicy. If you have any hot take requests from Mike Dudas himself, then just drop them in the chat. We will do our best to raise them with him, of course. But we have a whole list of guests that we're talking to. We spoke yesterday to Bitwise's CIO, Matt Hogan, who's a massive Solana bull. He talks a lot about why Solana is going to the moon, both fundamentally and in terms of price one day. Now, they are, of course, the issuers, Bitwise, of BSOL, which was the most successful crypto ETF, but the most successful ETF launched ever in 2025 across all assets. So that's super bullish. They are leading again with $4.5 million in inflows yesterday, I believe, which brings the total AUM of all Solana ETFs to $950 million, just under $1 billion.
Almost $1 billion.
In less than a year. That's insane.
It's big. It's big news.
It's big news.
Yeah.
We like ETFs. We are a big fan of ETFs. Of course, one of the discussions here this year is you've had DATCOs, you've now got ETFs, you've got trillion-dollar asset managers. Are we losing touch with that sort of DeFi OG, degen energy that the Solana ecosystem is known for? I can assure you that if you spend 10 minutes walking around here, that degen energy is very, very much alive. So don't worry about it. What else do we have? Keel. You're going to be talking to Keel later. Capital allocators.
Coming on. Yeah, it looks like they're looking to deploy $500 million to attract RWAs on Solana.
$2.5 billion capital allocator. Now, this is huge news. These guys are the core team from Keel. Came from Sky, which was formerly MakerDAO, one of the biggest DAOs, one of the biggest organizations in the Ethereum ecosystem. These guys are DeFi OGs. They know what they're talking about. And now they're bringing that expertise, that core DeFi energy to the Solana ecosystem. And they're going to be doing stablecoin innovation. We like stablecoin innovation because we've been talking about USDC and USDT dominance for quite a while now. Another one of these sort of contentious discussions so far in the year has been to what extent we believe that $450 million of revenue generated by Circle was sort of extracted from the Solana ecosystem. A bit of a hot topic, bit of a touchy topic. We're going to be talking with all of that juicy stuff with Kian, one of the core contributors over at Keel later in the day. So there's more.
There's more.
There's a lot
more. What, you want to talk about what Max said?
We're going to run out of time. Of course, we have to talk about what Max said. Max Resnick, what did he say?
So he was talking with Matt Hogan, right?
It was. They were on stage together debating.
So Matt said, we're not ready to bring everything on chain. There's $68 trillion. Not today. Max looked back at him and said, no. We are ready today for that.
68 trillion. I mean, how have we gone from the NFT chain, the meme coin chain, the chain that goes down, the VC chain, the centralized chain, SAM chain, to now talking about trillions of dollars, not just that, but $68 trillion of value coming on chain. Extremely bullish. Having said that, again, we had Bitwise CIO Matt Hogan, and he defended his argument. He said, listen, I don't know what would happen realistically if $68 trillion was to come on chain overnight. We probably don't want that to happen. It's probably not going to happen. But it's good to know that the infrastructure is there and that the institutions think that the infrastructure is there as well. Let's move on with some of the other news. Sanctum. This is an exciting one. We had Eno, Chief Vibes Officer at Sanctum, joining us yesterday, on day one in the evening.
A lot of energy. He helped close us out with a bang.
His tagline, I love this tagline, Korean Jesus cocaine energy, something along those lines. We love Eno. Shout out to Eno and Sanctum.
It
checks out, doesn't it? He brings the energy, and we love Eno. In other news, Eno, for personal news from him before we get back to Sanctum, he's just done emceeing 12 Solana conferences this year. Absolute Solana legend. So shout out to Eno as well. Now, Sanctum is going to launch a mobile app set to launch next year,
mobile
right?
Mobile app, custody, 10%, I think 10% yield on your SOL directly. So bullish. I like everything they're doing at Sanctum. They made staking so easy. Everyone's bringing an LST on chain. Now you can stake a lot easier with their mobile app, right? So
we love the rewards. We love the apps. There was another project that announced an app. I'm sure we're gonna get to it, I'm sure, in the updates. But let's move over to yesterday's updates. These were largely from day one. Fire Dancer is now on Solana mainnet, and this is huge. Because they've been in development for 3 years or so now, I think.
It's been a long time, at least 2 years.
At least 2 years, potentially 3. The timeline is unclear for me because it's been so long, and you forget everything after 3 months in crypto. People have been talking about why we're not bullish enough on Fire Dancer. It is finally here. They're successfully producing 50,000 blocks. And Toli himself said that we should pull one out for the beta tag, meaning Solana, I guess we're officially out of beta now?
Out of beta. We're in alpha.
We're in alpha. we are the alpha, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here for the first time on Solana Floor. Hex Trust is going to issue and custody WXRP, that's wrapped XRP, and they're bringing a one-to-one backed wrapped version of XRP to the Solana ecosystem. There was a bit of tension between Solana and XRP, wasn't there?
Yeah. It seemed like the communities were at each other's throat for a second. What is Western Union decided to launch their stablecoin on Solana, where XRP, like that was their thing.
They
released a stablecoin, and they were the Western Union guys. We came in and got it.
Yeah, whoops. That was a bit of a salty exchange actually for a pause. It seems that we're friends again.
Yeah.
The XRP army hopefully stop hating on Solana.
Yeah.
Solana degens, the manlets hopefully stop hating on the XRP army. So all seems to be fixed.
Yeah.
In other news, this is great news. We love PayFi, Huma Finance, an obligate partner to expand access to trade finance liquidity. And of course, Huma provides the stablecoin liquidity that fuels that system.
Yeah.
We love the feathers. We love Huma. Shout out to Erbil and the great team building PayFi innovations over there. Now, outside of Breakpoint, some huge announcements. JP Morgan, they were also making announcements here yesterday with us.
Yeah.
JP Morgan has arranged a US commercial paper issuance for Galaxy. Galaxy Digital making moves with all the trillion-dollar giants, with all the biggest banks in the world, it seems.
Yeah.
And this is the first debt issuance executed on a public blockchain. So it's great to see because JP Morgan, as you may or may not know, were responsible for the first on-chain transfer of tokenized T-bills between the Singaporean government and the Japanese government. I believe that is the correct two governments there. So it's super exciting to see that, Jamie Dimon was for a long time hating on crypto, hating on things like Solana. He called it a scam. He said it's not real. And now JP Morgan, the biggest, most important bank in the world, they're issuing things on-chain as well.
They went from closing down bank accounts in the US that interacted with any sort of crypto exchange to now this, right? So this is a big change.
Complete 180.
Yeah.
I think it sort of validates the thesis of why we're here, and it goes to it talks really to the heart of this issue that we've been asking many people: have we lost touch with the core ethos of crypto by allowing these TradFi giants to be here? I think overall the mood here is no, right? The mood is we can have both. We can be super degen. We can have 100x leverage meme coin trading and 10x leverage tokenized equity trading, as we'll talk about with Remora Markets and George Harrop slightly later in the day as well. And at the same time, we can have these TradFi giants, the trillion-dollar asset managers, the world's biggest banks, the JV Diamonds of the world can come on chain as well. So I think we're doing pretty good. I think overall the mood is extremely bullish. This is maybe more interesting for you and I than for most of the sort of tech-first builders. But YouTube launched an option for US creators to receive payouts in PYUSD.
Yeah.
PayPal making moves again.
Yep. Going after streamers, providing them a better option. I like it.
Absolutely. Keeping your funds on chain. Now, Solana spot ETFs. I think we're going to keep going back to spot ETFs over the coming months because it's just absolutely humongous news. They've now recorded 10 consecutive net days of inflows, totaling $11 million in single day yesterday, meaning Bitwise's BSOL ETF has once again the most inflows, and that's $4.4 million. We had a great convo, of course, with Bitwise's CIO, Matt Hogan, yesterday. What else? Today, should we run through today's agenda?
Yeah,
so many people are coming on. We're going to start with one of everyone's. I think safe to say, Austin Federa is a favorite among so many different groups, right? The DeFi degens love him, the builders love him.
OG Solana.
Solana Foundation loves him.
He was the comms for all of Solana.
Yep.
For the good and the bad.
Yep.
He made it through and handled everything fantastic.
Got blamed for a lot of things that went wrong. So I think now that he's founded 00, leading the charge over there. Maybe he's being blamed for a different set of reasons.
For all of the internet.
All of the internet. Anything that goes wrong is Austin Federa's fault. Can the devs do something? We're going to be chatting with him. If you have any questions, drop them in the chat. Share the link. I'm sure you know someone who's very interested in what 00 is doing for the Solana ecosystem. Rebuilding the internet for high-performance distributed systems, I think, is a very it's a wordy tagline, right? Rebuilding the internet for high-performance distributed systems, essentially redesigning the physical infrastructure of the world such that blockchain can function more effectively. I think that's a good way of putting it. But we're going to ask him for a tagline, sort of a reduction. Right?
It's a lot to swallow, right? And they do a lot. It's very technical.
They do.
So it'll be interesting to see.
So I'm curious how he explains it to, let's say, his own grandmother. Someone that's significantly older than us, doesn't really think long and hard about this high-performance distributed systems.
Which he spent, 4 years plus dealing with that directly. So it seems like a cool problem to go after next.
Absolutely. What else do we have? We have George Harrop joining us.
Hot takes. He's coming in with some hot takes.
We love George's hot takes. I'm going to ask him about what he thinks of Breakpoint 2026 being in London. As an Australian man who's lived all over the world, he's got some hot takes. So I'm super excited to ask him about London and all the brevs out there. And then these two things really tie in. We're going to talk to Anas, the flash trade guru. Remora Markets and Flash Trade recently had an announcement. What was that announcement?
Oh yeah, they're bringing perps on chain for tokenized stocks. So you want to trade Tesla, you want to go get some leverage, you can go to Flash Trade and trade that on Solana.
10x long,
Yeah.
Tesla, Nvidia, Circle,
well.
MicroStrategy, and S&P 500.
Yeah.
5 so far.
Massive.
I'm sure there's going to be a lot. We spoke with Warbucks yesterday as well.
Yeah.
And he said, I don't know if we were supposed to say this. I don't know if he was supposed to say this actually.
Definitely not.
Right. He might have leaked this, but I'll re-leak it for you guys. He said that a majority of these tokenized stock issuers have the word stock in their core marketing packages. That sort of limits them to on-chain stocks. But Remora Markets doesn't have that, so maybe there's going to be some new equities, some new stonks coming on chain. We'll find out.
Yeah.
We will do our best to bring it all up and see if George drops the alpha for us.
Yeah.
After that, we have Pith.
Yes.
Pith's joining us.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting that we're going to be talking to one of Solana's sort of core plumbing providers.
Yeah.
Very, very excited. We're going to be joined by Abe Helium. We spoke to him a couple days ago. They have some huge news expanding into Brazil.
Yeah.
Abe will tell us all about it. Earlier in the year, of course, we covered this in print and in video. They had a partnership with Telefonica, I believe, which is one of the biggest telecom providers in Mexico.
Yeah.
Huge market, South America.
They seemed very successful there, and now they're going further down south, going into another market.
They
so
are,
exciting.
but I'm curious to see to what extent it's profitable before you get to that massive scale.
Yeah.
Deepen's hard, right?
It's very hard.
Talk to people like Emmett Hollier, and he mentions that Deepen is difficult because, okay, you build the hardware, you build the software, but then you have to actually get it all around the world. That's difficult. It's not like one person taking a flight. You've got huge amounts of physical hardware that you have to ship around the world. So I'm curious to see how Helium thinks about that. We're also going to talk later in the day to Hive Mapper, which likely deal with similar issues, similar limitations, similar scale problems. Ariel is going to be joining us. But before that, we're going to be talking to Dan Albert about validators. He, of course, is from the Solana Foundation. So he and Austin know all about validators and Solana's infrastructure. Declining validator count was one of these contentious issues.
That
we've been
doesn't seem
covering.
like everyone's too worried about it. You know, it's
Not
like
really.
going for a little bit more of like quality versus the quantity of them. But we'll see.
Right.
You know, he's
Quality.
probably got more data. He's more into it, right? So exciting to hear more about that.
I do think so. And then Muli.
Yes.
Muli Sagid. We're
Yeah,
going to talk about
Satora's coming on.
Satora. Also
security.
critical for Solana's security, right?
Yeah.
You've been doing some research on that.
Exactly.
What are we going to talk to Muli about? I think most people don't really think too much about Solana security, right? They just think someone does all of the cleaning up and the securing of the network, and we don't really have to think about it, but it is important. So what are we going to ask him?
Yeah, well, we've got a lot that we want to dive into, but I think the overall theme is like what goes into the security, like what do we not see and what do we not know about that he does know, right? Like what recommendations can he give us from what he's seen? What are the dangerous transactions that you could be signing? What's going on behind the scenes, right? That's what I really want.
What's going on behind the scenes? I feel like we're so focused on price, we're so focused on crypto Twitter and the drama that happens there, and do we like the VCs? Do we not like the VCs? Do we like a project's rebrand? Do we not like it? That we forget that behind the scenes, a lot of very, very smart people working very hard, tirelessly to secure the network. So that's going to be an interesting conversation. Excited to listen to that afterwards. Actually, I won't be part of that conversation, but Mike Dudas, 6-Man Ventures. Also sort of a hot take factory sometimes, isn't he?
Yeah, he was tweeting out some hot takes just the other day, so excited to get into them.
Very, very excited to talk about all that. It seems we are being joined by Austin Federa, the man, the myth, the legend from Solana Foundation, formerly now leading charge at 00. I should move this merch out of the way. We're surrounded by merch. People have been giving us merch. I don't want to give you too much more FOMO if you're watching this back at home, but there's an immense amount of merch. People love Solana conferences for the merch.
Going in the middle.
Austin Federa, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
I'm very good. We're very excited. I was just saying, we're moving the merch out the way. We're sort of swamped in here.
I should have brought you some more.
Do you have merch as well?
We blew through all of it in the first day and a half.
What a heartbreaking
I knew you would have.
situation.
I've seen some of your merch and it's awesome.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I think you have to bring good merch to a Solana conference, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been around for a long, long time. We're going to dive into 00. We're going to dive into Solana. We're going to dive into some of the announcements that you made on stage, because there's some number go up type announcements that people at home love. We're going to create some FOMO. But what kind of merch did we miss out on?
Oh, we had shirts, stickers. We had little fingerboards, like little mini skateboards.
Skateboards.
Love those.
There might be
I love
there
those.
might be a few of those left. You can
Okay.
check.
Okay.
Those
we're
are
lucky.
awesome.
If we
Yeah.
ask nice questions to Austin Fredo, we might get some hand skateboards. So that's really good.
There you go.
What else do we have? We have the hardware wallet from Solflare that they gave us.
Yeah, those are fun.
Those are really, really, really
Yeah.
fun. Super excited to actually start using that. We have some screen protectors for the Seeker. And these
I got a whole Seeker as merch.
You won?
Did you get one?
A
You
Seeker?
spin and win?
No, just one of
You
those Solana
have
mobile guys. Like, here, you want a Seeker? It's like,
Well,
yeah, I'll take a second. This is great.
You
That's
fly a
fantastic.
lot. This is a privacy screen, so people can't see what you're doing on your Seeker. So that's for
Nice. Love
you. Okay. Now, we are all huge fans of what you've been doing for years and years and years, obviously at the Solana Foundation, but I get the impression that people were sort of blaming you for everything for a while. Anything that went wrong, it's like, Austin, fix it. And
It
now
was an
you're-
honor to be the problem.
It was. Now you've sort of stepped away from that, but you've taken on a much bigger problem, which is fixing the entire internet, rebuilding the entire internet. So then, do
Yeah.
people email you when AWS goes down? They're like, Austin, fix this.
Yeah, well, the good news is when AWS comes down, they can't tweet at me.
Yeah.
It's all in emails, or are they still coming after you?
No, it's good. I think the meme of blaming me for everything, the history of this is actually hilarious. And so this was post FTX,
Okay.
and there were a bunch of projects, mostly NFT projects that really had no product market fit. They were ambitious IP endeavors that really had nothing else under the hood.
We were all there. We were
all there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there might be some children watching.
Yeah.
So, they come to Solana Foundation and be like, you got to bail us out. And we are like, first off, what does that even mean? They're like, buy our NFTs, give us a bunch of money. And I was the person willing to say no.
Oh, so you
And
were
so-
you were the one that had to.
I
had
was
to
the person that
respond
was
to
like,
those.
look, like, guys, like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, we have to make sure Solana can get through this, market structures can get through this, DeFi can keep going. Like, it's sink or swim. Like, you launched
Yeah.
a token, right? People don't think of NFTs as tokens, but that's what the T literally stands for in NFT.
Yeah.
And so there were a cabal, let's say, of NFT whales and projects that started a campaign to get me fired.
Is that
Solana Foundation.
really what they were
Absolutely,
doing? Oh, my
yes.
God.
There's a whole Telegram chat and Discord where they were kind of coming up with like new ways to attack me and try to get me fired because they thought they
Miserable.
could bully someone else at the foundation, and they wouldn't have been able to. Foundation's like very secure in what it does into giving grants. But it got to the point where it was just like so obvious
Yeah.
that I think it was Super Team India came up with this originally. There was like this meme about like we're just gonna blame Austin for literally everything because he's getting blamed for this stuff that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
that's
man.
the origin of that.
That's
I
a
did
wild
not
story.
know that.
Yeah.
That sounds kind of like traumatizing a little bit.
Yeah.
It was
That many
great.
People were coming after.
No,
you.
it was great.
Yeah.
I mean, it's anyone in this industry for a long enough time, you gotta develop some thick skin.
You know, and actually to kind of talk about that, I feel like that's kind of like a lot of Solana's history. Like anything that like a lot of like the ETH community
Mhm.
was coming after Solana for, or like big things, we kind of flipped around and took it. Like
Sure.
the Solana manlets, you
Yeah.
know, like blame Austin for everything. You kind of turn that into a meme and a joke, and you run with it.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like that's been like actually like a really big strength of Solana.
Yeah, it's kind of this classic thing of if someone's attacking you for something that isn't real or isn't true,
Yeah.
all you have to do is like get them to go to the end conclusion.
Yeah.
Right? It's like you see this all the time in any type of like disingenuous movement is they get to a place where it's like anyone, even if they start out with a shred of truth,
Yeah.
like, yeah, Solana is more centralized than Ethereum, the
Yeah.
L1. Not than the L2s, but then the L1, certainly.
Yeah.
But you get this other trade-off for it, and you can have this nuanced conversation about how different projects are trying to do different things. But these are people who are like, there's 60 Solana validators. And we're like, wait a minute. Like, there's not 60. There's
Yeah.
like 1,000. You
Yeah.
know? And so, yeah, this was the fun part about running comms and marketing on Solana before the strategy side of things was you just, you can lean into it. You can bring people up to a place where you've given them enough running room to trip themselves.
Yeah, yeah, and you guys did a really good job on that. I feel like there was like so much like FUD from the ETH community on Solana for so long.
And
There's
then
sometimes
Justin
still is.
Bonds is here.
Oh,
Like
is he
at
really?
Breakpoint,
Oh,
talking
no
about how
way.
much he loves Solana and loves the new governance structure, the Solana
no way.
Constitution that they announced yesterday.
I mean, how many negative Solana tweets does that guy have? I mean, it's got to be in the
Right.
thousands,
But
right?
to his credit, he's completely come around. He reevaluates his positions. Like he
Yeah.
does what any good researcher in criticism should be.
Yeah.
You take new information into account, change your mind.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Talk about changing your mind. It seems you have not changed your mind as far as not sort of operating within the rules that are set for you? Because I read rumor has it when you were 15, you installed Mac OS on a Dell laptop and caused a bit of a meltdown in Apple HQ, and now you've decided I don't like the way the internet's working. I'm gonna break it, fix it.
Yeah.
So how do you go from destroying Apple's sort of confidence in their own security systems and their own abilities to secure their systems to thinking I'm going to take on a much bigger, more global challenge? How does that work?
Yeah, the idea that Solana needs to go faster than the public internet allows it to go is actually not a new one. I was talking with Toli about this back in 2022 when we started to work on the Fire Dancer project. And in that process, there was just all these bad ideas, like what if we just bought every validator like a 10 gigabit connection? How does that scale? We still have the public internet problem. Also, the bare metal providers are quite good at what they do in the local area. It's really when you talk about crossing oceans and continents, the public internet really falls down.
Right.
The public internet's pretty good in New York or Amsterdam or something like that, especially when you're talking about data center campuses. But Solana's a global network. And so, Wall Street does not run on the public internet. Apple does not run on the public internet.
As you found out.
Yes, right. Yeah. But all the cloud providers, all these high performance systems, Google, etc., they build their own private networks. And so the goal and the task of 00 was, could we design an architecture that allows for a network like Solana to move faster than the public internet, but not have it be reliant on any one vendor, any one type of lock-in system.
Okay.
So 00 itself, we don't run any of the fiber for the network. We have 15 network contributors that all run and manage their own fiber connections and contributions to the 00 network. This is very similar to Solana, right? The foundation does not run any validators. It's all this community of individuals and businesses and now Wall Street firms that run Solana validators. And that's what makes the network secure and trustless and safe. And we've taken that same approach to building 00. The piece of this that people, I think, don't understand is how fragile and how centralized the public internet actually is. So if there's something that happens like, some sort of network incident, right? This happened a few months ago where a bunch of validators in Tokyo started having really high skip rates. And no one really knew what was going on. Well, what turns out what actually happened is one of the cables that runs between Tokyo and the United States, there was an underwater landslide and the cable got damaged.
Or it was the Russians.
Or, well, yeah, sure. The line between an underwater landslide and Russia is very thin these days.
Yeah.
These things happen. Yeah. The problem is that observability doesn't exist when running a Solana validator. It's not like you can just call up the cable, it's not even you. It's like you are in a data center. That data center has a contract with an ISP. That ISP then has a contract with someone else. That someone else has a cable that runs from, point A to point B. You have no visibility into any of that as a validator sitting in a data center in Tokyo. And so the nice thing about the 00 network is all the data is actually on chain. So all the telemetry, all the ISIS data, all the routing information, all the link utilization data is actually published to the 00 ledger. And so as a validator operator, you can go in and you can say, what path is my data taking over the 00 network? How healthy are all of these links? And we alert people to when there's a problem with something, we automatically route around it. But they have full insight and full transparency to say, oh man, maybe there's something weird going on with the 00 network. I'm going to voluntarily disconnect my validator and just go back to using the public internet. This is sort of the thing about Cloudflare is an incredible tool. It's an incredible technology. They've built an unbelievable company. Yeah. I own a bunch of Cloudflare stock. It's a very good company. But when a problem happens with Cloudflare, people using it don't have the ability to turn it off.
Right.
They don't have this idea to say, I'm talking over the 00 network. I'm getting much faster performance than I can over the public internet. I think something maybe is going on with 00. Let me flop back to the public internet. That idea of multi-homing, having two different options, doesn't exist in the traditional infrastructure world at all. And so that's one of the main things with 00 is it's a much more transparent way to get higher performance in the public internet.
And does this sort of tie into what you were announcing on stage yesterday, where I think there's a new incentive system or an increased incentive system for validators to expand geographically? Is that also part of this?
Yeah. So, a bunch of our investors and supporters have committed into a stake pool, which is just a classic Solana stake pool program. But the way we delegate out to validators is not for APY. It's not for maximum yield. It's not for anything like that. It's to support it's going to be to support the geographic expansion of Solana. And so what do we mean by this? So right now we have fiber into somewhere like Sao Paulo in Brazil. It's very hard to run validators there for a bunch of reasons, but one of the main ones is the internet connectivity between South America and Europe doesn't go straight across. It actually goes up to Miami, over up to New York, and then over to usually London, and then down into Frankfurt. And so that pathway is actually quite long. And when the data is moving back to the validator, it goes the same direction. Those public internet pipes in South America are not great. So they get kind of crowded. And so you literally have too much latency to profitably be able to run a validator. You have really high skip rate. And so what do? We bring in fast fiber to these different markets, which now makes it economically viable. And then, and we've worked with the Solana Foundation to design this program, we can put basically a stake bounty in this particular region. And we can say anyone who comes in and runs a validator in this region, there's going to be basically a pool of SOL that gets delegated to those validators, assuming they're not sandwiching or doing something negative for the overall health of the Solana network. And we can do this in target areas in the world. So, for example, we're bringing new fiber connectivity down, or we're not, our contributors are, into South Africa. And so there'll be sort of some incentive for folks to run more stake there. The UAE is another example. So a lot of people want to run validators here. The public internet infrastructure here is quite weak, and the private fiber lines are some of the most expensive in the world. And so our contributors that are saying, hey, we're going to go out and make it possible to run Solana validators in the UAE, that stake helps make that a more profitable endeavor for the validators that are opting to move here.
How does that work? So, all right, you're not rerouting, you're not laying new wire direct from Brazil to the EU. You're just
not yet.
You're making the current, like where the current lines are, replacing them with faster fiber, and you're not necessarily doing that yourself. Other people.
So our totally. So maybe maybe this is worth going through in kind of like a lower level detail. So there are public internet links, and then oftentimes these are the same cable system.
Yeah.
But the public internet is not optimized for performance or speed. It's optimized for cost.
Okay.
And so what that means is your data is always routed over the cheapest path to get to a certain place.
So one wire.
Yes.
With multiple wires inside, they'll
Yes.
pick the cheapest route.
And even so, that the multiple wires inside, each of them may have 100 different like channels of data moving across them. Each one of those channels might be 400 gigabits per second.
Yeah.
The amount of data we can push through fiber is crazy.
Yeah.
The problem though is unless you have reserved guaranteed capacity on like a wavelength of light, you're dealing with all the normal congestion you'd normally have. And so what that means is these links that the public internet providers run, they run it at like 90 to 95% capacity.
Okay.
So anything goes wrong and they're dropping packets or they're routing you in a different place.
Yeah.
And so not only is the 00 network guaranteed bandwidth and guaranteed latency, we don't run the thing over capacity. So it's able to handle burstable capacity. A great example of this is the 1010 flash crash.
Yes.
That we all know and love.
We'll be talking a lot about that. So
I'm sure.
Yeah.
So when that happened, you actually saw just the crypto market crash affect the entire public internet in Europe.
Oh, no way.
Jitter went up, packet loss went up, latency went up all across Europe. And Europe has some of the best internet infrastructure in the world. The 00 network saw, orders of magnitude less impact from that. And so validators on the 00 network, they didn't see anything. The skip rate everywhere else went up.
Crazy.
And so it's you can sort of think about it as like in trading, which is really like, my co-founders and most of the team, they come from the trading background.
Like high frequency traders?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you look at like, P50 versus P90 versus P99 distribution. So what is the 50% average of latency on 00 versus the public internet?
Yeah.
00 is maybe 10% faster. It's not that much faster for the most part. If you look at the P99, we're like 5x faster sometimes.
Oh, really?
And those tails, the long tail, the edge cases are where you make or lose all of your money in trading.
So it's oh man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And it's crazy how similar a lot of that is to like how Solana functions.
Sure.
Like we see like max bandwidth, you see like max transactions hit at certain points, and there's bottlenecks.
Crazy spikes. It's exactly. It's like when the Trump coin launched.
Yeah.
You saw the steady state of Solana go from like a few thousand TPS to like 8,000 TPS.
Yeah.
And that ramp up, if you were able to land transactions as a user, as a market maker, as an algorithmic trader, whatever you were doing, you all of your ability to make money was in a very short period of time. And if you couldn't compete at that moment, you were out of the money. You missed out on the whole thing.
Yeah, I have to admit that particular part of your description, now it makes sense to me why we say high performance distributed systems
Yes.
rather than just blockchains, because there's many different types of blockchains. And now that you're focusing on that, long tail, high performance element of what people do, what people need to do, now it makes a lot of sense. One of the questions we had for you was, it is a mouthful. How would you reduce it to just a single word, or 2-3 words? How would you shill it to somebody's grandmother? Rebuilding the internet sounds great, but I guess the question would be, with the internet works, I can go on Google, I can do my search, and the page loads. And
Sure.
Now it makes sense that it's high performance and distributed systems, and
Yes.
the mouthful now falls into place. So
Yeah.
that makes absolute sense.
If anyone's got some great ideas, let me know. One of the things we talked about is building a new internet, or a performance first internet.
Yes, I like that.
Or an internet optimized for blockchain.
Yep. Speaking of that, you shared some milestones as well.
Yes.
There's some very impressive milestones, and I think what made me sort of giggle actually a little bit is, between the time that you made the slides and
Yes.
getting on stage, the number has gone up even more.
Yeah.
We love a good number go up story in crypto land. So have the numbers gone up even more since then? And talk to me about how important these milestones are for you at 00.
Well, we'll get into the milestones, but the good news is anyone can check it, because again, we publish all of the data about this on chain, and that's where the dashboard is actually sourced.
Yep.
So 00.xyz/dashboard, you can see every fiber link in real time, look at its utilization, look at what adoption of the network looks like. We have about 40% of Solana by stake, 50% of Solana by physical servers running on the 00 network today. We have 3.4 terabits per second of capacity, which is 3,400 gigabits per second of
Crazy.
capacity.
That's insane.
The average Solana validator has between 1 and 10 gigabits per second of maximum throughput they have available to them.
And when you say 40%, I feel like a couple of months ago that was at 30. Am I remember that correctly?
Yeah, so we actually launched October 2nd. So on our testnet, we had about 10 to 15% on testnet. That was just sort of in a testing phase. But yeah, we had a very fast adoption curve now that we launched a mainnet beta.
Has
Well
there been a
done.
faster adoption curve? I mean, that's an incredible story.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we started doing recently is onboarding RPC providers too.
Right.
And so you sort of think about it as again, using very trading language, you have venues to trade, you need to connect.
Yeah.
And so in one way, a venue is like Coinbase, Binance, NYSE. Another venue is like the Solflare validator, the Jupiter validator, Helios's validator. These are all effectively trading venues, because each slot is a moment you can trade. And so when, there's a leader schedule from you guys run a validator?
Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
so-
not us, but
Well,
parent company runs a validator.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
absolutely, yeah.
So when that validator is building a block or building 4 blocks, there's 1.6 seconds where it is the trading venue. And everyone who wants to trade on Solana is rushing to that venue.
Right.
Then that moves to another place, then that moves to another place. And so the more venues we have connected into 00, the better experience is for traders. And so we had to get the venues first, which are the validators, and then we get the RPCs onboarded. And that's where you start to see profitability going up.
Interesting.
Because the difference between, you might say, 5, 10, 100 milliseconds. What's 100 milliseconds? Well, it's 25% of a Solana block.
Yeah.
But if you miss that, if you don't get your transaction to that leader in time, you may have to wait for leader rotation, which means you're now delayed 60 milliseconds for the leader rotation to switch, plus another 400 milliseconds for a block. And by that, time, that's half a second. And the market may have moved, and the economic opportunity you're trying to capture may be gone.
I find this fascinating because, correct me if I'm wrong here, but from a non-technical perspective, from where I'm looking at it, it seems that the job is still far from being done. You've got amazing teams like Jito working on BAM. You've got Raiku coming out with ahead of time block auctions. So it seems that there's
Harmonic getting into the business.
exactly.
Yeah.
So it seems that there's the problems are being approached from so many different angles, and does that give you confidence that we have some sort of unity, I guess, in the Solana ecosystem developer community moving in the right direction, or are all of these teams? Well, I'm sure there's tribalism there as well, competition, but are all these teams sort of focusing on their own aspect of similar sets of problems? How do you view that?
So
I don't mean to stoke the fire.
No. So I love how unaligned Solana is.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is going back to 2021. We have vehement debates constantly about what the right way to do something is. We have teams aggressively competing with each other. I think the fudding has gone maybe a little too far. Maybe there's a little bit too much publicly calling out.
Right.
But you should be building. If you don't think Jito's implementation is great, you should be building a competitor. And if if someone like Temporal felt that they were not allowed to go build Harmonic, that would be a huge problem in Solana.
Yeah.
Like that's the moment where things would get bearish for me, because I said what we want, and I love Jito, they're an incredible team, but I want someone to feel the freedom to compete with them.
Right.
Just like I want someone to feel the freedom to compete with Double Zero. And the one through line for all of these though is that the only thing that is a non-negotiable is speed. You look at this in the traditional market. Every market that introduces a speed bump, liquidity gets drained away from it.
Yeah.
Why is Solana such a powerful and important trading venue? Because it's high performance. Why has Hyperliquid and Lighter maybe pulled a little bit of volume away in some places? Because they're fast.
Yeah.
Right? And speed really means you can respond to a market more quickly. And this is why I'm very bullish on multiple concurrent leaders over the long term. And that needs, I mean, the internet capital markets thesis doesn't exist without multiple concurrent leaders.
Yep.
And we think Double Zero is just a better internet to swap in for internet and internet capital markets.
And it's like no matter what solution ends up winning or what's the best one, having a better internet is a broad solution for
Absolutely.
that. Like all of them should be using yours in order to get faster.
Yeah,
right?
it does.
Like that should be
Exactly. Whether you think Jito's got the best implementation, Harmonic's got the best implementation, some new company we've never heard of before that's been building in the background has the best implementation, running on the fastest rails possible and using technology that's not available in the public internet will make all of those implementations more performant.
Yeah.
And we're neutral in this, right? We're when I set out to build Double Zero with my co-founders, one of the things we were very strict about is we want to operate on a very low level and not have many opinions about what gets built on top of it. Now, I have some opinions on like what the right way to do like Rotor and Voter and Alpenglow might be, but I don't have an opinion on should Voter and Rotor be used or should it be some other system. It's like if you're going to do signature aggregation, just multicast all the signatures. It's a way faster distribution method. But I'm not going to go and argue that's the right way for Solana to rebuild consensus.
Yeah.
It's really about providing all of these tools for protocol developers and people smarter than myself to come out and say, hey, we can use this in this new and innovative way.
Yeah, it's like you took the IBRL motto like to its fullest extent.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I want to go back to something you said earlier because it sort of triggered me a bit. You mentioned validators in the UAE. People are expanding geographically. We spoke with Soulmate's CEO. One of the sort of recurring themes at the moment has been DATs.
Yeah.
I know you have some opinions, strong or not, it remains to be seen. But the ongoing discussion about whether or not DATCOs pose significant systemic risk to the Solana ecosystem, people seem to be quite opinionated on it. It's a very divisive conversation. We've been asking to most people to care about DATCOs, and his response, Marco's, was that sure, some will fail, some will be acquired, there'll be mergers, natural sort of consolidation / shakeout S-curve that you would expect to see in that area. However, the DATCOs like Soulmate that are actually deploying Sol actively across the Solana ecosystem, using it in Solana DeFi rather than just staking it and leaving it, will likely not be part of that equation of significant systemic risk to the Solana ecosystem. Some people think it's all cooked. Where do you stand on that spectrum of DATCO risk assessment?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're any riskier than the exchange run validators, right? Like, I actually don't think that we should think of, in some ways, like Forward's validator or one of these big DAT validators has more alignment than like the Binance validator or the Coinbase validator.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like the only thing that a Solana DAT has is its Solana stake. That's literally the point of the treasury vehicle, is it doesn't really have much else. An exchange is a broad base of business interests and incentives. And, as we saw with the collapse of FTX, like Solana had underinvested in exchange relationships. Mm-hmm. And so when something bad happened, these exchanges were like, oh, we don't know anyone at Solana. Like, I guess we're going to delist this asset until we figure out what's going on.
Right.
And that was like a very harmful reaction. It's not like if we enter a bear market and Solana starts dropping, like the DAT is still fundamentally holding that asset. It doesn't have an incentive to offload in that same way or something like that.
But so, it is entirely possible. One of the arguments against that is, hey, look, if the price crashes for macro reasons that are entirely out of everyone's control, and MNAVs get further compressed, they might be forced to sell if they've taken on too much debt. That creates a bit of a debt spiral, and then we're looking at systemic risk. So I
don't see how that's any different than any other large institutional holding, though. Like if that's the argument, then you should be worried about, any large liquid fund that takes a position in the asset.
Right, and then we start capping how much SOL people know.
Yeah,
We don't wanna
and
do
then
that,
and then
right.
suddenly we enter a very interesting form of communism.
Right.
Right. And
Which I know
so-
you have strong opinions on.
Yeah.
You and I have discussed that in the past, so
Yes.
we don't want that.
No, and so that's kind of that's the approach here. Is like I think there are good DATs and bad DATs, just like there are good validators and there are bad validators.
Talk to me about those bad DATs. What makes them less optimal?
Sure. So I think a failure case would be if there becomes no one gets fired for buying IBM staking provider, right? Where if every DAT in the world is just said we're going to use Austin Co as our infrastructure provider, and all the DATs end up running on the same infrastructure provider, that becomes a consolidation risk, right? Then it's one company holds all the keys to all these validators, and even if they're a very good, honest actor, if they get hacked or something, there could be interruptions that happen from that. And so I think that's maybe the right way to think about a risk profile, but that's got nothing to do with the DAT. The biggest issue with DATs are that they often have SOC 2 requirements for validators, and that simply limits the number of validators that are possible. My kind of maybe contrarian take on that, though, is I think we are... whether you like it or not, right? I'm not saying this is a good thing, but we are starting to exit the period where a hobbyist validator is going to be a commercially viable option.
Right. Ooh. We're talking to layer 33 later.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. So I want to touch on that a little bit because we like the idea of democratizing access to,
sure,
being able to run one. And I think Toli posted something just yesterday and Layer 33 commented under it saying, why does it cost 500 plus SOL to run a validator? It should not. We want people to be able to do it with much smaller amounts. Is that the direction that we're generally moving in? Is that net positive?
So here's the problem. Anything you do to make it easier to run a block, so let's just clarify something. You can run a validator for zero cost. That's 100% true. You can't run a block builder for zero cost. So every RPC in the world running on Solana is validating the chain constantly. Right. And so you can run a validator for, $300 a month in a bare metal provider. Yeah. That's actually not the problem. The problem is if you want to be a block builder.
Sure.
So if you want to be a block builder, what they're really complaining about is the vote costs, right? And vote costs are done this way because votes are transactions in Solana today. In Alpenglow, it looks like they're going to really reduce the vote costs pretty significantly. Which will help with that because it's about, I think it's 1 SOL an epoch, about maybe 1.5 SOL an epoch in vote fees nowadays, which can be reduced more, but running a validator is actually very different than running a block producer. And this is sort of like this little bit of a fallacy on Ethereum where it's if you have 32 ETH, you can run a block producer. Technically true, but how often does that validator get to build a block? I think it's once every 2 weeks is the average number. And so that's a pretty long withdrawal period. Yeah. If you are hanging on the fact that, look, I can get a transaction in through my validator when it's my moment to be able to assert my, economic whatever to exit a thing if I don't trust the rest of the Ethereum network. Well, waiting 2 weeks is that makes Eastern European banking look efficient, right? So those are sort of some of the issues we sort of run into conceptually there. There's a lot of kind of mid-curve takes, I think, on this, that if you really push them to their logical conclusion, people are just complaining they're not making more money. And there's a lot of ways to solve the validator economics on Solana to make it easier for the break-even standpoint. I don't think the vote costs are inherently that problem. One of the biggest debates we're sort of having in crypto right now, and it's not a Solana specific thing, is when a validator is building a block, are they a king for a day dictator that gets to choose absolutely everything from the content of the block to the ordering of the transactions in the block? They could build an empty block if they want, or what they're doing is they're being asked to verify a set of rules enshrined by the protocol and basically verify correctness. Are they dictator or are they doing hot dog, not hot dog, right? And that's kind of that's the question. And that is a huge debate that's much bigger than Solana at the moment.
Very interesting framing of that debate. I think we could sit here and talk about it all day possibly. And, for better or worse, I have to, before we get to our final question, which is, but we are going to end on a bullish note, I promise you. Another one of these mid-curve takes, I think that you called it a mid-curve take is buybacks or some
Yeah.
forms of buybacks. You've been quite
I hate
vocal.
buybacks.
You hate buybacks. Okay.
I hate buybacks.
Give us the rundown.
How much time do we have?
We not a lot, but like
Okay.
a lot of people love buybacks.
Well, too bad. It's going to take a while. So,
okay, strap in, folks.
so issuing a token is effectively a debt instrument,
Okay.
right? So when you give a token out into the world, there's an implicit experience there of you're going to run a Solana validator. Here's a bunch of tokens that either you've purchased or you've been granted or you've obtained in some way, and I don't have the money to pay you $500 a month to run a Solana validator back in like 2019 or something like that, but I can give you these tokens, and if you're a believer in the network and you think we can make something impressive and valuable, there's a thesis there. But that's effectively me issuing debt.
Right.
And so the problem with buybacks is they're not actually changing the underlying economics of the token unit. So if I'm going out and I'm saying, oh, my protocol took in $5 million of revenue, I'm going to go on the open market and I'm going to buy $5 million of my token. Well, what have I done there? I've swapped revenue that came in through protocol revenue to buy a bunch of tokens that are now held by my team. What do I do with those? Okay, well, it's like, well, I can use them for grants, I can use them for whatever, but at the end of the day, every token you take in is sell pressure you again send out. Unless you're burning those tokens, it's a completely circular economic system that's just fairly capitally inefficient.
Okay.
It's not solving the problem.
It's not solving the problem. What it's
Yeah.
doing is it's creating short-term hopium around like, oh, well, like they're buying tokens on the open market. Implicitly, then someone's selling tokens on the open. Like it's
On the
a
other side of
very
it, yeah.
it's a very weird system that I think is pretty economically bankrupt.
People have called it pumponomics, I think, for similar.
People have said such things, yes. So I think there's really only two honest ways to do this. Either you do what we're doing and you have a fairly high burn rate associated with this and you don't have any inflation on the protocol, so you have deflationary pressure over time, or you do what Solana did and just said, look, we're going to issue a bunch of tokens as a way of paying for the network in the early days, curve down inflation over the long term. And yes, you can make some argument about how if Solana inflation were lower, maybe Sol would be X% higher today. But, first off, it's very hard to prove in retrospect. And the other thing is we already have validators that we just talked about complaining about profitability. So who's going to pay them? If it just becomes the Solana Foundation saying we're going to give every validator $500 a month to cover some of the server costs, again, that's just circular. Because where does the Solana Foundation get those tokens from? That money to pay? Selling tokens to someone else.
Yeah.
And so I'm very bearish on buybacks because I think they're just like they're short-term LARPing on token economics.
I think whoever's watching this that's pro buybacks is probably going to have to rethink their position on that. It's something we could talk about all day, specifically the inflation reduction proposals as well. Cindy 228, we got 411, was 441?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, also coming out, people think
It starts with a 4 and has a 0 in it.
Yeah, there's a 0, there's a 4, there's a 1. People think it's quite like fast. We don't have time to do that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So I want to end on a super, super bullish note. For the people that are watching us back at home, what is the single most exciting development that we can look forward to in the next 12 months, let's say? It's a bit blurry if you look further out than 12 months in crypto, but Solana specifically. What's going to happen in the next 12 months that we should all be extremely excited for?
I think we're going to see like Alpenglow on testnet. We're going to see like a full version in production that people can see the differences. We're probably going to see a rollout to a mainnet test cluster at some point. I would be very surprised if we're sitting here next year and Alpenglow is not rolled out to Solana mainnet yet.
Well, we'll be in London next year.
Well, yeah, I guess it'd be weird if we're sitting here. Yes. But no, I think by the time Breakpoint rolls out, I would expect Alpenglow to be live on Solana mainnet. We're dropping the beta tag with
We are.
Fire coming
Yes, we
out.
are.
Pull one out for the beta tag. It's
Bullish.
gone. Yeah, extremely bullish. Unfortunately, that is all the time we have for today. Austin
Appreciate
Federa,
it.
thank you so much for joining us. Really, really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That was
Really
Austin
appreciate it.
Federa on Solana Floor. Don't go anywhere back at home. We're going to be joined by George Harrop in just a short moment. What a fascinating discussion. Yes, have a great time, Austin. Thank you so much for joining us today on Solana Floor. Going to be a fascinating conversation with George Harrop. We're going to talk about Remora. We're going to talk about
Thanks again,
tokenized
Austin.
stocks, tokenized
Great meeting.
equities.
Fantastic.
I think he's going to share some alpha with us. Yesterday, we spoke with Warbucks, who's the head of marketing over there, previously with Magic Eden. And I think he might have leaked by accident some things that he was not supposed to leak here on the Solana Full live stream. So super excited to chat with George Harrop, who's going to join us in just a moment. Founder of StepFinance, but also DeFi OG.
Come on.
George Harrop is joining us with his Remora merch. Excellent. Curious to see if he's brought some merch for us. Austin said he might have some small skateboards for us. Going to see what's happening. George,
What's up?
GM, how are we doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Super excited to have you here on day 3.
Back in the hot box.
Back in the hot
Although
box.
it's
He's
not
back.
as hot.
It's not as
It's not
hot
hot today. It's
Yeah.
really
It's
good, right?
gonna get hot. It is definitely gonna get hot.
Okay.
We have
Getting hotter.
It's getting hotter, definitely. So we're gonna keep the door open for a little bit.
Yep.
We're just talking with Austin Federa. It got heated.
Yeah.
Not the room, but the temperature. It got heated. We talked about all sorts of stuff.
I was watching it in the side room.
We managed to get some fairly emotional responses out of Austin. So,
Okay.
I mean, he cares very deeply about the Solana ecosystem, the validator landscape, rebuilding the sort of public internet for high performance distributed systems.
Doing a great job.
Doing a great job. So shout out to Austin Federa. It was great that he joined us.
100%.
Another thing that's growing really rapidly is tokenized equities,
Right.
specifically on Solana. Recently,
That's what I'm repping here. We've got the Remora
That's
shirt
the
today.
Remora shirt.
Yeah.
I don't want to put pressure on you, but do you have any Remora merch for us? Or
I do, but look, I will after the hot box is done. We'll go and hook you up with some more.
excellent,
Yeah.
more merch in the hot
Yeah.
box. Super excited for that. Now, 95%, according to our reports at Solana Floor, of the total on-chain tokenized equity trading volume for a while was on Solana.
Right.
And Remora has been a big part of that. Grew to, I think, over 10,000 active wallets, $20 million of trade volume in a very short period of time. What's going on? Why is it all happening on Solana?
Well, Solana's, I mean, it makes sense as the place to trade a lot of these assets, right? Like, we don't want to relive what we've done for the last 3 years where it's like, oh, yeah, let me trade it on Ethereum or a roll-up of some description. Then the liquidity gets siloed and then it just stays sort of stagnant. You can't really build on it and you just hope that everyone adopts that roll-up, but there's like 5,000 billion of them. So, so I think Solana just being the one place that is fast and cheap, again, it's like with most tokens, right? Why do people launch 1,000 of these tokens a second or whatever it is, in meme season? Like, it's because it's easy and fast and cheap, and that's where people want to trade. So
It just works.
yeah, makes sense there. I think on the wallet landscape as well, also makes sense. The wallets have been growing quite a lot over the last few years. They have like millions of daily active users. So yeah, look, if you want to launch somewhere where the people are at, like, you should probably be on Solana. So I think on the tokenized equity side, also I would probably say Solana has these extensions to was it token 22 is a specific token extension designed for RWAs. So it has a couple of different things that might be interesting. There's a thing called Scaled UI, which helps with stock splits and stuff like that. And it has a bunch of other compliancy type mechanisms, like built into the actual protocol of the underlying token. So that helps more than, just an SPL token or, ERC20 or something like that. It's like a different, I guess you'd call it a token standard. So I think that's pretty appealing to RWA issuers. And yeah, I would say put all of that together, put it in a big pot, stew it up, and that's what you get. You get everyone using Solana.
Everyone using Solana. And also, I think part of the reason why the sort of retail participants on Solana have been so keen to try this out is that there's constant iteration. Started with 5 on-chain equities, but there's a recent flash trade integration I think that people are very excited about. Talk to me about that leverage option that people can now have up to 10x leverage with their on-chain stocks.
10x leverage on Flash, on the new Flash pools, which is super exciting. So yeah, we're starting with the assets which people want to use. So it's usually like the top 5 tech stocks.
Yep.
And then we're going to be expanding it from there. But right now, we have all of these stocks in a pool on Flash trades. You can take leverage on them. But also how it works with a lot of these things, how a lot of the Flash perps work is all of the assets in the pool, the actual LP token becomes a token itself.
Yeah.
And it's more of an index of all of the assets.
It's a fantastic product.
Right, I guess JLP pioneered this, right?
Yeah.
People familiar with JLP did really well over the last, whatever it is, 12 months. Yeah, similar kind of concept, but with stocks. So it's like you have an index of all the things in the pool and it earns an APY. I think last I checked, it was 14% or something like that. So 14% on a stock index with pretty good weightings, like that's a compelling product.
That's not something you could find anywhere else. That's like an innovative product.
Right.
That's unique.
And then we had the loop scale integration recently as well, where you can loop that tokens. So you can essentially borrow USDC, leverage the actual token itself. And yeah, that 14% APY, yeah, maybe you can jack it up with some
Bumps
leverage.
up. And that's a safer form of looping than looping like a meme coin or
Right.
something, right? Like there's some weight behind that. So people can feel a little bit safer if they want to degen.
I mean, that is the proposition. It's like, this is an index. It is not, going to nuke 90% tomorrow, you'd hope. Like, otherwise, there's bigger problems in the world. Like,
Tesla nukes 90%.
yeah, if the S&P 500 nukes 90%,
Oh my
then yeah,
goodness.
problems are abound.
Likely
But,
not going to happen. But,
yeah.
So looping, leverage, amazing. But a lot of traders online, I've seen specifically on crypto Twitter, called the ARB opportunity also quite enticing. Some people even called it free money because of the price difference between the on-chain stocks and sometimes the stock market prices, if you will, in your boomer brokerages like Robinhood or wherever you might have traded in the past. Sometimes that difference can be between 4 to 5%. Sometimes it spikes up to 10%, from what I understand.
Yeah.
People have called it free money, so that's pretty exciting.
Yeah. So arbitrage, I guess in this context with RWA tokens, it's still kind of a newish kind of thing because you have the price of these things on chain, and then you have the price of these things in reality. And by reality, I mean trading on the NASDAQ or something during New York hours. So there's always going to be some sort of price differential there, right? Like the on-chain, you hope, mirrors, the real reality of the world, but it only mirrors that if people actually take action and do something, right? Because these tokens are in AMM pools. They're sitting there just like any other token. So what makes a token go up and down? If people buy or sell it. Now, why would you buy or sell it? It's because you can make that arbitrage opportunity. So for example, in the real world, Tesla goes up 10%. How is that going to be mirrored on chain, right? Obviously, you would want the on-chain token to go up 10%. Now, a lot of people, or in the RWA ecosystem, they'll pay market makers to do that. What does that really mean, though? It means it's a guy who just buys the tokens, or rugs some tokens from the AMM pool up to that pricing, so that now the new price adjusts, something like that. So they're running trading bots and these kind of things. However, with Remora, we want people to be engaged and do that themselves. There's opportunities there. We've been talking about it. So the people can be the market makers as well.
That's super exciting.
So yeah, if you see an opportunity of 10%, yeah, absolutely, go ahead and take it.
So we're gonna have Pith on later today.
Yeah.
So they're dealing with the oracles on this. Like how do you deal with the pricing? Like are they pulling in an oracle from somewhere else outside of trading hours, or what does that look like?
Yeah. So I mean, we should also close the door because there's
I got
It's pretty loud in here.
Yeah.
These things won't pick up too much of the sound in the background.
Yeah. But no. So
it's getting loud out there. What do we have? JP Morgan and Nick Dukoff. I do want to ask you about these Todd.
Yeah.
Let's talk about.
There's like a million things going on outside. People can't hear it, but it's like
Day 3. They said it was gonna be a big day.
I know.
I mean, usually people chill out on day 3.
Not here.
There's
not
no
here.
chilling out going on.
Literally every 5 minutes,
chill.
people are going wild. So JP Morgan and Nick Dukoff now. But
Yeah.
let's talk
So we were
about
talking about Pith feeds, right?
Yeah.
So one of the cool things with the Flash pool is that you can actually execute trades at the NASDAQ price. And
Directly at that price.
Right.
Yeah.
So that was one of the problems, right? Is that usually with these RWAs, it's like there's the real world price and then there's the price on chain.
Yeah.
But in this case, with the Flash pool, trades execute at that Pith feed price from the NASDAQ. So there's some arbitrage stuff that you can do there as well.
Yeah.
But also, I think that creates an outlet for people who want to be able to engage with these tokens, but perhaps don't want to pay the quote like implied slippage or something from the on-chain world. So I think that's also pretty interesting. But because that pool is executing trades at this NASDAQ price, it's always going to be like the correct price. Right?
So that's gonna be like almost like the source of truth,
Right,
or what
that's
the
the
price
source-
should be.
That's the source of truth. And then that means that pool will attract like implicit arbitrage, because from outside of that pool, you have all of the tokens that are trading in whatever other AMM.
Yeah.
But of course, if one is, 5% higher than the other because Elon made a tweet and everything's pumping or whatever, there's going to be a difference there which people can exploit. So you buy one over here and then you sell it over there and then you make the money. So
If I'm trying to do that, actually, sorry. to interrupt.
Yeah, go for it.
So I'm seeing, I'm seeing on chain that the price is up 5%. I'm looking at my traditional IRA account and Tesla has not changed in price. Am I buying that? or what's the proper way to do that?
I
Like
think
explain that to
the other way around, maybe, right? If the
Yeah,
if the on-chain price is
I'm not an
lagging.
arbitrager. I'm not an arbitrager.
Well,
So
not
I'm
yet.
trying to-
Whenever there is a difference, there is an opportunity,
Yeah.
right?
In
So
both ways.
in both
Either way,
ways,
okay.
right? Like you can either sell one or you can buy one, right? So whenever there's a difference, there's an opportunity. That's the
Yeah.
key thing to keep in mind. And the cool thing is that flash pool, because it's the first of its kind, executing trades at a NASDAQ price, it's always going to attract that liquidity of people doing that arbitrage, which means that LP token we were talking about earlier that has that yield associated with it is going to continue to attract yield. So that's very positive for LPs in the pool. So yeah, we're really excited for seeing this new product. And yeah, Flash, hey, we got more stuff coming.
Yeah, it's a good setup. Like that's a good start for integrating this onto that platform. So it's like, all right, this is working. Like, what else is coming? Like, are you going to be putting more tokens, more stocks on?
What else is coming? So we
Yeah.
had Warbucks on yesterday, and I don't know if he was supposed to say this or if this sort
Okay.
of slipped
Is he
out.
leaking?
Or not. I think he might be a
Oh, no.
leaky bucket because he said, "Look, the way I
Bro
see
loves
this,
to talk.
I know, bro talks," and I really drilled him on this, and he sort of tightened up. But he was saying a lot of these on-chain stock providers have the word stock or stocks in their names, and that sort of limits them. I was like, well, what are you suggesting that there'll be other RWAs that I can leverage long and arb? And he's like, well, maybe I shouldn't say that. So is that the direction that we're going in?
That is the plan, yeah.
Okay.
So we're not going to have these 5, tech stocks forever. We want to be that tokenizing company that works with other key members like Flash. And basically, if there is demand for something, we'll tokenize it and get it on chain. So that might be commodities. Is a really good one. So remember when FTX had like lumber and stuff like that, and gold, silver. Obviously, it's the trade of the last year.
Absolutely.
So there might be wheat. There's a lot of like commodities that are traded, which we think are pretty interesting. Maybe that's a separate bucket, right? Maybe that's only some investors will be interested in that. But we think that look, it could be additional equities. It could be commodities. It could be some of those cool things like, was MSTR has all of these different bonds, which they now do. And some of them are like 10% APY. And that's where Sailor gets the money to go and buy crypto. Like, okay, cool. Like maybe it's something like that. That could be a compelling proposition. But what we really want to know is where the demand's at.
And would we theoretically be able to leverage long wheat, for example, or lumber or something?
That is the plan.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's
So
super
eggs.
exciting.
Remember when Trump was like eggs
Talking
were like
about
down
it's
90%?
It's gotta be eggs. Yes.
Yeah.
It's got to be eggs.
We're gonna do eggs.
There's lots of good memes there. But I think the reason why I'm super excited about all of this is because typically, and this has been the case for the last 3-4 cycles, you probably know longer than I can, but people would off-ramp all of their funds or a large chunk of their funds and they'd put it into some traditional boomer brokerage account. Maybe just keep it there in cash.
Ew, that sounds horrible.
I know. And then they might buy the S&P 500 in, I don't know, trading 212 if you're European, eToro or Robinhood, heaven forbid, So now I feel like people have the opportunity to not only keep their funds on chain, but to actually use them actively.
Yep.
And maybe do some exciting degen stuff like leverage long, 10x Tesla, but also yield on some of these assets.
Right. I think that's the compelling thing is if it's earning yield, if it's borrowing against it in a DeFi lender, if it's, doing whatever, all of the other different cool things, people will make options for it on chain at some stage.
Of course.
So but that is the cool thing. Make it composable, make it something that, people can, well, we use the word utility quite a lot in crypto, right? I don't know if utility is the right word, but it kind of is, it is giving
Being able to do things.
do
Just wanna
stuff.
do things with
Right.
it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like being able to do stuff, with the tokens. So that is one of our core goals. That's what we want to do at Remora. That's what we have the experience in. That's what we're good at. So yeah, I think doing on-chain stuff, wrapping, tokenizing, getting yield opportunities, working with DeFi apps. That's what we really want to focus on.
And what kind of partnerships does that require? So Flash Trade is obviously a huge partner to have in this arena. If you're looking to do sort of, I guess for us, crypto natives and degens, wheat, eggs, these are sort of niche assets, but for the rest of the world, crypto is the niche. So who do you need to partner with to make that a reality?
I think for the most part, we need to work with DeFi protocols, number one, to provide interesting things which people can actually do with their tokens. That that benefit the user above and beyond just going to a brokerage account.
Yeah.
Like if we're the same as a brokerage account, but it's like, oh, you can buy a token and it's in your wallet instead of your brokerage account, that kind of sucks. It's not as good. So I think number one, we need to work with the DeFi lenders. Number two, in the background, Remora works with brokers in order to ensure that we're able to custody these things and they're the custody party for this. So we need to work with them to see what we can actually tokenize and utilize. But yeah, I mean, that all happens in the back end. As far as people concerned, it's a token. They're able to redeem it. I think the redemption process is an important part. That's what we're working on. We're going to have some new product updates there on that whole redemption process, which should work regardless of liquidity, which is going to be another first. Because usually
redeeming tokens for the direct stock, like
ideally, yeah, the ideal world is that you want to buy $1 million of wheat. You can buy $1 million of wheat token, and then you can redeem $1 million of wheat token for USDC.
Right.
And you're able to do that.
Say for wheat. I was like, I don't want that. I don't want that delivered to my house. Please, no.
No, just the token. That's right. Just the USDC. Yeah. But yeah, that is the goal, right? And usually when you're doing that as an issuer, you either work with market makers to be the people that are minting and redeeming, or you are trying to build that liquidity depth in those pools so that people can trade it at a reasonable price all the time. But that's often not the case. So yeah, we want to build the tools for people to be able to do that, and that's something that we're working on with this OTC product. Essentially, yeah, being able to swap the tokens at the Nasdaq price in size.
What about the opposite way? What about taking like, hey, I've got some stocks that's sitting in my traditional account. It sucks. Like, I want to bring these on chain. Can we do that?
Sell them, get rid of them.
Yeah, sell them.
Get the USDC and then bring them on chain.
Yeah.
No, it's really difficult to do the portability aspect of between brokers, between say individual accounts or anything like that. So I think there still is like there's the crypto world and there's the real world.
Yeah.
But I do think that this crypto world of stocks, that's going to continue to grow.
Yeah.
We're going to see that. It's going to be a big vertical over the next couple of years, regardless of if it's a bull market or a bear market, which I think is another cool thing.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people don't talk about that enough, but whether it is a bear market, people still will be swapping into S&P, and I still expect the TVL to go up because it's an uncorrelated asset. And often what's happened previously in bear cycles has been that the stocks have often gone up and then crypto's got wrecked. And then people sort of, scratch their heads for 2 years and they go, why is crypto wrecked? And then crypto takes off again. But now you have exposure. Yeah, now you have exposure to the traditional market. So
hedge your meme coins with stocks.
That's it.
That's the way to do it.
And do cool stuff with it, right?
Yeah.
I think the proposition is not just that it's a stock on chain. It's you can do cool stuff with it and better stuff.
Yeah.
That make it a compelling value proposition.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and it's like, you're giving this to everybody. Everybody can access this, right? It's no longer siloed. It's no longer tons of paperwork to get it.
Yeah, what's easier? Like, just open your wallet and press a few buttons and swap. Like, that is literally the easiest experience. If you were to design an optimal experience for like anything on chain, it would be that.
Yeah.
It would be, I open my phone and within 2 seconds, I'm able to get the thing which I want. So
yeah.
We have to address the elephant in the room because you said bear market.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay.
It's a big ooh. Where are we in the cycle? So the reason why I think this is really important to address is you go on crypto Twitter, it's shambles. Sentiment is at extreme fear. It's not looking good.
Yeah.
You talk to the institutions, they're like, everything is great, we're going to the moon. It seems we've sort of had a role reversal of bullishness and bearishness, and then even weirder is you come here to Breakpoint and everyone's like, everything is great, we're building, we're shipping, price doesn't really matter. Price is like such a 2024 discussion. So where are we?
I mean, people, if the price is number going up, people will talk about the price.
Yeah.
If the number is not going up, then they won't.
That's true. Yeah.
But look, I think what are the fundamentals of it? Fundamentals is kind of memed on, but the fundamentals, at least here, you've got people every day coming in and making some big announcement. And wasn't it like someone was saying trillions? Yeah, some $1 trillion asset manager yesterday was announcing stuff.
Two of them,
Franklin Templeton.
Franklin Templeton was here. Mike Reed. By the way, he's total degen, it turns out.
There we go.
He's got a secret and a coup de string, and like, I was pleasantly surprised by Mike Reed.
Love that.
Yeah.
Love that. So I think it's things like that. So you get a mix of sentiment, don't you? You get all of these things which point to it being very interesting and bullish, and hey, people should care about crypto. And then the reality is, number down. maybe there's a time lag to that, in these cycles. But yeah, certainly in crypto Twitter at the moment, I think crypto Twitter, like what was our cycle this year? Like, was it? It
Misery.
wasn't really memes. It wasn't really anything
It
else.
was chop mainly.
It was kind of
chopping.
Yeah,
you
so
know.
I don't think it was any one strong thing. Like maybe the app narrative, right? Like we had
Yeah.
the emergence
Yeah.
of things like Pump Fun and other stuff, right? And then wasn't there that screenshot the other day with the top crypto protocols, or no, it was companies that got to 100 million the first
Exactly.
or something in
Yeah,
revenue.
yeah.
And it was just all
Axiom,
right,
Fun.
and it was all crypto
It
companies.
was all companies. Yeah,
So it's like maybe we're entering the age of, instead of just buying Dogcoin Inu 69, we're actually gonna buy apps that do real stuff and generate money. Now, whatever people think about Pump Fun, they are making money, and they are a company which makes money. So
huge amounts of it as well.
yeah, so that's actually a good thing, and the more of that we see, the better. So
Yeah.
yeah, as far as I'm concerned, like it really just matters that continues to be a thing, whether it's a bull market or a bear market or whatever it is. You're probably going to see more of that. Maybe that's the new meta. The new meta is companies making money. Wow, who would have
What
thought?
are the odds? Yeah,
Wow.
Steve Qureshi has a very similar thesis. It's
Yeah.
stop focusing on these 5-year roadmaps and focus on who's making revenue, why are they making revenues in a sustainable revenue model.
Right.
And that's probably the company that's going to get not only used, but funded further even.
The problem is that doesn't generate the traction that people want, because it's like, but how do I make the money?
Right.
So
Everyone wants a piece of the pie.
right. If it's like buy a dog coin, everyone's like, oh, I know how to make the money on that because I buy the dog coin too. Whereas if it's like, hey, these other people over there doing a great job and they're making a ton of money, it's like, yeah, that's not really going to get the traction, right? So look, maybe sentiment will have to readjust. Maybe people will need to readjust where they're at in crypto. I'm sure that the dumb days of just buying coins will come back. Certain, it always does.
Can't
It
wait.
always
I always count it out.
I cannot wait.
I'm like, this is the last time, but then I'm wrong every single time. So,
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it is
Okay,
what it is.
we could have this conversation all day. We could talk about TradFi institutions coming on. We could talk about DATCOs, whether or not they pose systemic risk. These are some of the more exciting questions we've been asking people. But we want to end on an extremely bullish note.
Okay.
So revenue's great, on-chain equity's great, 95% of all the volume being on Solana is great. But what's the single most exciting development that we're looking forward to in Solana land in 2026?
Ooh, most exciting development in Solana land. I think some of the stuff like what Austin's doing with 00, some of there's sort of the back end infrastructure stuff, because it doesn't get the praise that it needs, but really when we're talking about getting all of these guys and getting trillions of equities on chain and all that sort of stuff, you actually need the infrastructure, and it needs to not be a load of nonsense. Like a lot of people will say infrastructure and make up some BS, but it's actually, we need the real stuff. And I think building literal validator networks that are untethered to the normal internet.
Yeah.
I mean that's like as deep as you can go on this. So
It was exciting. It was exciting to talk to him. So I'm
yeah,
excited about that too.
yeah. So I would say validator infrastructure stuff and apps that make money.
Yeah.
You heard it here first. The foundations matter a lot, and making revenue obviously matters a lot, and there's a lot of that in Solana land as well. George, unfortunately, we don't have any more time to talk. We have too many guests. 5 minutes.
They're queuing
allowed
up.
on stage.
I can see
They're
them
queuing
queuing
up
up.
to get into this extremely hot booth. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you so
coming
much.
to chat to us
Awesome,
today
George.
on Solana Floor.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, George Harrop Ramora. Don't go anywhere. We are going to be talking to Profit next, and some interesting news that also came from the main stage, which is just behind us. Currently, we have a fireside chat with JP Morgan's Scott Lucas, and we Nice to see your face, I guess. Was that a decision you took lightly? Can we talk about it?
Yeah, sure, we can talk about it. No, it wasn't a decision I took lightly. I mean, it's a one-way door. I can't put that genie back in the bottle.
But it's okay if we sort of bring it up on live stream. I just wanted to
for sure.
clarify, because obviously it's now public information, but still sort of trickling out into the real world. I think people were very much shocked when you walked out. The people were like, wait, where's the mask?
Yeah, I think from the people I respect a lot, all of them have said it was like the right call. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Did you have like a secret Telegram group where you were like voting,
No,
open poll?
I kind of made I've been thinking about it for the last few months, but I made the decision last minute. I kind of the previous night, I just decided I don't think I'm gonna wear the mask tomorrow. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So it was a decision you did not make lightly. It's been the talk of the town for the last 24 hours. You were introduced, you went onto the main stage without the mask, and there was absolute silence in the room. I just luckily happened to be walking here to the Solana Floor live stream booth, and it was a surprise for everyone. And I think
We got to see it.
Yeah.
We got to see the
we got to see it
live
happen.
content. Yeah, it was
And
awesome.
emotional moment for you, or was it you were completely resigned to the idea because you'd obviously thought about it deeply and you thought this is the right thing to do? I'm gonna walk out on stage without the famous mask, and this is the future for me now.
Yeah, to me, some people ask oh, you should walk out with your mask and then take it off and make it a big moment.
The big reveal.
I mean, I guess there may be some marketing value to that. I just I don't know. I just wanted to give the talk.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Talk to me about what the talk was about then. I think people were way too shocked to actually listen to what was going on. I saw a bunch of messages coming through, but what were you announcing?
Yeah. So I didn't really announce anything. It was more just pitching why an entrepreneur should launch an ownership coin. Because I obviously want more high quality founders and businesses launched in Metadao.
Yeah, well, that's been a pretty predominant problem on Solana is coins that hold value, coins that have utility, and I think that you guys are really attacking that in a unique way.
Yeah.
Right? Do you want to just kind of talk about ownership coins in general and how it goes to solve that problem, or is that the problem you're going to solve? I guess first of all.
Yeah, sure. So I guess one way to frame the problem in a crypto native way is the central problem of coins has been rugs, as in sometimes you will I don't know buy a coin in ICO, team literally just takes the money, or maybe the project actually does well and then team just takes the money instead of that ever going back to the coin. And so our approach to that is twofold. It's we have a legal structuring component where the IP is actually owned by this entity that is not fully under the team control.
Okay.
And then there's this market oversight aspect of it where the treasury is actually also not fully within the team control. They have some ability to maneuver there and to spend money, but they can't just walk away with all the money. And they need to go through a proposal process if they want to spend a large amount. And so I would say that's kind of the central idea.
That's awesome. So you're basically preventing them from rugging. You're preventing companies
trying to mitigate the risk. I think you can never fully prevent rugs, right? Because I mean, if you to fully prevent rugs, if someone spends $10 incorrectly, stupidly, maybe that's a rug, but you can never really prevent something like that.
Yeah, I feel people governance tokens have essentially turned into meme coins at some point, right? Or there are a lot that are, right?
Yes.
I feel it's been a shame when there's some of the top protocols or very, very well-run businesses that generate a lot of money, and then they have this token sitting on the side that's not worth anything, and the chart just looks like this.
Right.
It's what do you do about that? How do you think about that? Because a lot of times when we're in crypto, so we see all right, this is the protocol. Let's take a look at their token, and it's it's hard to justify the difference there, right? Is that one of the core problems where it's all right, they should have a better token. There should be more structure to this, and you guys are providing that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's really what we're trying to do. Because I think in 2021 you could get away with launching like a corpo meme coin, like launching a coin that was in name connected to the business, but not in actuality connected to the business. But today people have wisened up to this game. And yeah, if you don't have some sort of alignment or ownership in the coin, I think you're like trending towards zero pretty much.
Yeah, we just had Austin Federa on here, and he said that so there's tokens out there like that. There's nothing really going on for them. What people do is they just announce buybacks. And he's like, that's the most mid-curve thing that you could do. That's not solving. It's not solving the problem at all.
Yeah.
It's like maybe a band-aid, a short-term solution, pumponomics, whatever you want to call it. But like that's not solving the problem.
Yes. The problem is like, you can't trust them. Like, if it's kind of actually similar to like U.S. equity markets before there was like the securities regs, where you had all this like rampant insider dealing, and if there was no buybacks, like you don't really know if that money's ever going to go to you. And so you kind of, it's like the only credible signal, like, okay, you're going to get some of this money, but then the problem is just this like essentially a huge waste of capital, right? If you're an early stage business, startups, like early stage startups or even like later stage for like Stripe are not like buying back their equity. They're reinvesting into the business to grow the business. So yeah, I totally agree. It's a band-aid.
Yeah. So there's equity and then there's tokens, right? There's always been kind of a disconnect between them because like the SEC has never allowed it, right? You essentially couldn't have like securities on chain.
Yeah.
Is this like towing the line in between there, or how do you think about that?
Yeah, my lawyers would not like me very much.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah.
But maybe what's the right way to think about that, such that you don't get into trouble with compliance officers, legally speaking? Like we're in an industry that's, borne the brunt of the wrath of, Gary Gensler with SEC for 4 years. A bunch of companies left the US. We're in an environment here in the UAE where the ADGM and the VARA over in Dubai have been very, I would say, smart and forwards thinking in the way that they regulate. They've had tailor-made regulation, specialized regulation. Over in Singapore, we have the MAS, also much nicer to operate under than, let's say, the Gary Gensler regime. But now we're in a situation where I think companies are thinking about relocating back to the US because it's not so combative.
Yeah.
You're likely to not get debanked. So with that shift in mind, what is the right way to think about this?
I mean, a couple ways to think about it. Like, how I personally think about it. One is, I think crypto has always been kind of a gray area, right? Like, you could argue if Satoshi went to lawyers and was like, "Hey, should I launch this Bitcoin thing?" They'd definitely tell him no, right? They'd be like, "Hey, this is an unlicensed money transmitter. You need to KYC everyone."
But that was the beauty and the allure of it, right? People wanted some sort of counterculture that was, right at the heart of it, that cypherpunk movement. So, without wanting to break the law, obviously, but
exactly. So yeah, I think like you kind of have to accept some gray area if you're going to be a founder in crypto. And then I think we watch all what's happening on the Hill and like the regulations that are developing, the guidance that's coming out. And yeah, I think it makes sense to like basically be informed about what's happening.
Yeah, that's awesome. One thing that I want to bring up, so like ICOs in general, like have great product market fit in crypto. Right?
Yeah,
like we had ICO
it's a great
season.
product actually.
It really is, right? Like it's a benefit to a lot of people if it's done right, and the fact that it's coming back and that this is, you guys are providing a way to do it where people can't get rugged. I think it's fantastic. Like,
mitigating the rug risk.
Yeah. I guess. Sorry. Yeah.
We don't want to get into trouble with compliance. We also don't want to get into trouble, but mitigating the rug.
Great.
But yeah, it's very exciting that you're able to do that, right? And you guys have had, how many is it? 3 now that you've done?
7.
7 that you've done.
Yeah.
And they've gone fairly well. Like I looked at a couple of them and they were oversubscribed by like a significant amount of money.
By a huge amount.
Right. Yeah.
Thoughts? Do you feel like the job? I feel like we've proved our worth now.
So the oversubscription thing, I don't pay that much attention to how much dollars is committed. Like some people are like, oh, this is how much demand there is for the project.
Yeah.
I don't see it that way. The problem with like it's called a pro rata cap system is that if you see something is like 10x oversubscribed, then you're incentivized to put in 10x the USDC as you actually have allocation for, which then makes it even more oversubscribed. And so, yeah, I think the number that I'm proud of is the like $25 million that we raised for founders, many who like high quality founders. And so, yeah.
Awesome. So if there's a founder out there that is looking to launch on your platform, like what do you recommend? Like, how are they reaching out to you? What's that process like?
Yeah, I mean, if you're building something crypto native that's like early stage, ideally you have an MVP and maybe you have some users, like maybe between like, it could be even 100 people. I think that's so much more valuable than 0. And yeah, you can literally just DM. I mean, we want to speak to you, those people. So if they just DM us on Twitter, on Telegram, either me or my co-founder, Colin, the process is just like, we talk to you, we figure out like what you're doing, and like if we think it makes sense, if it aligns with what we're doing, and then we go from there.
Oh, that's awesome. So you kind of do a little vetting, see what they're up to, really like understand, and then move forward.
Yeah.
I want to ask about the word futarchy.
I hate it.
A lot of people loved it. A lot of people hated it. I think the first reaction most people when they read the word futarchy is that, like, huge question mark. Explain what futarchy means in a crypto context. You hate it. A lot of people are like, let's move away from it to something a little bit more palatable. The word ownership makes more sense. Who came up with the word futarchy in the first place?
Yeah, Robin Hanson did. Who's an economist who actually invented the whole idea of decision markets and using markets to make decisions. And if you talk to, I asked him, like, why'd you name it futarchy? And he said, I wanted a word that felt kind of like very new and like cool and weird almost to
well, I think he won.
Yeah. Or like revolutionary. He wanted something that felt revolutionary to attract people to work on the problem. And I do think I don't know, maybe it did increase my probability of like starting to work on this thing. So kudos to him, and it did serve us at one point to also call it that, like if we were trying to build a community and get people excited about what we're building here. But now, like, it's not the right word for us because, when you're a founder, you're not like, you're trying to build a business, you're trying to build an enterprise. You're not like, even if you were going to use a token voting DAO in the past, you're not like trying to build a democracy, right? You're just trying to build a business, at least like, maybe that's what you should be doing. And so, the word futarchy, I don't use it anymore, just because like, I don't think it helps us.
And the decision to move away from that, was there any pushback from the team? Were people like, no?
People didn't like it at the very start. People also didn't like ownership coins, but I think both of those have been like good terms in the lexicon.
So reasonable follow-up, I guess, is what's going to be next. Are we gonna get bored of the word ownership, and then there'll be another?
I think ownership coins is pretty good. Maybe MetaDAO could be like, the word DAO has scarred a lot of people.
It has. It has. People definitely have question marks about that as well. But interesting. So extrapolate the developments into, let's say, the next 36 months. Where do you expect it to go? You've had 7 successful launches. Most have been extremely oversubscribed. People have had criticism and said, it makes it a bit of a whales game, for better or worse. 36 months from now, what are we looking at?
Yeah, I mean, I do think this is the product, this is the platform that gets us to where we want to be. Like, as in, early on so MetaDAO has been a thing for like a year and a half, like a venture funded thing. And for the first year, really like up until 2 months ago, it was like really painful because I don't think we really had a product that like was that useful. But now it finally feels like we have something that is, and now it's a matter of like, how do we scale this thing up? And so, I don't expect, maybe I'll be wrong, but I think like this is the strategy, and it won't be like huge changes in MetaDAO's strategy. It'll be like incremental improvements that we make on the product and on distribution, like on how we market the thing and everything that I see over the next 36 months.
But you definitely don't see any like nuclear scenario where you have to sort of go back to the drawing board and prove and iterate on the usefulness of the core product. It's done now. We're here. This is the future.
I mean, it's highly possible. Like everything is new, so it's hard to like really say definitively. Also, in crypto, it's like very easy to delude yourself that you have PMF when you actually don't.
I guess the core of the question is about PMF and, you know, to what extent market conditions can change and sort of jeopardize the PMF that you have found, and how much staying power does PMF really have in crypto?
Right.
How do you think about these things long term?
I think there's above a 50% chance that like a year or two from now, we're still working on this exact strategy and just like improving it.
And that excites you because you're here now, you've found the PMF temporarily and full laser focus for the next 36 months.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's awesome. I think it's a unique solution to it too. I think it's good. What do you think about other protocols like merging into MetaDAO? Like, hey, like we've got this treasury here, we've got a token, like we don't know what to do with it. Like we launched it in 2021, it does nothing. We tried buybacks, it's not working. Like, can we come onto your platform? Is that something that you would ever entertain?
Yeah, we'll entertain it.
Yeah.
I think historically we haven't had a lot of interest there, or like there is interest, but if you're a larger project, the risk reward is just like different in that you don't really need to do this, especially if you've been around since 2021 and like you as the founding team have like taken out enough money to retire, like
Yeah.
versus an entrepreneur that comes to me and like needs to raise money, needs to grow his business with like a fire under his ass. So we definitely like will onboard you. I think historically, like some of these larger projects are relatively risk averse or like too risk averse to do something as like new as this. So, but yeah, I mean, I think over time, as we prove out the system more, it could make more sense.
Yeah, and as I think about Solana, you know, 2025 was a lot more on the institutional side, right? You know, onboarding a lot more of them, where at least we think and we hope that 2026, we're going to see a lot more apps, a lot more protocols being launched on Solana, right? A lot more builders that are actually building. So for you to really like find your stride in 2025 like you have, I think that this is like a setup that's really set to launch like really high. What are your thoughts on that? Is that kind of what you see 2026 being?
Just like scaling the platform.
Still scaling the platform and just having like a lot more builders building things.
Yeah.
You know, it seems like the right time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I think for sure.
So you mentioned the year of institutional adoption. JP Morgan was on stage just a second ago. They've announced a bunch of stuff. We've had, you know, $1 trillion asset managers here. Franklin Templeton was sat right where you're sat right now yesterday. We had Mike Reed, turns out he's a bit of a degen, which is really cool. Sweep was launched, right? So State Street, $5.3 trillion asset manager. These numbers are absolutely astronomical when you think about the total value of crypto. How does that make you feel as a sort of crypto native? Should we be concerned, I suppose, that we're losing the ideological, ethos-driven reasons that all brought us here to build on chain? Or is it just, it's fine, they can exist on chain and we can exist on chain and nothing to see?
Yeah, I'll give you the spicy take, which is like, it doesn't bother, like, I don't think about it really at all because they're not going to do anything. Or maybe they will, but it takes so long. I mean, yeah, people in crypto, like back in 2016, there were big investment banks being like, blockchain, not crypto. We're going to move all of our settlement on chain. And yeah, like blockchains are the future. And yeah, we saw like what R3 Corda, like IBM blockchain, all these enterprise blockchain stuff. Like none of it really went anywhere. Of course, we do see some interesting stuff on chain by institutions. I guess there's Biddle, like that BlackRock thing.
Yeah.
But these big institutions, just like they're so big, financial institutions move so slow. And then there's always the God, what is it called? The like. There's the Clay Christensen book about Innovator's Dilemma.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just like, yeah, incumbents generally are not the ones bringing through a new paradigm shift.
Right.
Like, I don't think that like these guys are like super excited to go like write smart contracts and like engage in crypto Twitter and like play the game that exists in the field today.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So they're just trying to be relevant. Is that what it is? They're trying to appeal to a young, cool audience. They don't want to be the boring uncles in suits.
I think that is like a lot of it actually. I mean, look at why companies have like an innovation team.
Right.
And then like that innovation team doesn't actually like move the business that much.
Right. They have to create new businesses because if they innovate too fast, they threaten the core reason why the business exists in the first place.
Yes, but they need a compelling story to like
Yeah.
say in shareholder meetings and stuff.
So by when you say they're not going to do anything, you mean they're not going to do anything on chain? They're just going to put a bunch of assets there and
Yeah, I think what they're gonna do is not gonna be that compelling. Like it's gonna
yeah.
for just users in general.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm open to being proven wrong. I've been here a long time. I've seen so many announcements of like, Visa's doing this, JP Morgan's doing this, we're doing our own blockchain, and then like all of it is just rounded to zero. I mean, has there been like a single big financial institution that's done something that's been like really important to like what exists today in crypto?
I would struggle to pinpoint a single one that has been monumental and made more of a splash beyond the headlines.
Right.
Right.
I guess Fidelity has like a Bitcoin custodian. That's literally the only
Right.
thing I can think of.
Right. I mean, we want them on chain, I guess, to a certain extent. We want them staking some of their assets. But something that's spun out from this discussion of institutional adoption is ETFs. Okay, most people argue it's net positive. Fine, not too much to discuss there. DATs, on the other hand, DATCOs, people seem to think that there is some systemic risk there. If they take on too much debt, they're forced to sell their soul, MNAVs compress, debt spiral, not great for Solana. What do you think about that? Is it something that bothers you?
I don't know that much about DATs, to be honest. I would like to learn some more. But, yeah.
Well, they're around. You can talk to them. Maybe you can go and ask them, now that your mask is off, they probably won't recognize you.
Yeah.
You can ask them to what extent they pose systemic risk. Now, we want to end on a super bullish note, but on a personal note, is the mask here? Did you even come with the mask?
Yeah, I
The
can.
mask is around?
Yeah.
Can we wear it later? Can I pretend to be you?
Plan?
Can I
What's
walk
the
around?
plan?
Yeah.
What's the plan for the mask?
I'll ask Colin where it is right now, my co-founder. But yeah, the mask is here. Yeah.
Is it an emotional thing to think about it? Yeah?
No, it was always really kind of like a strategic thing. I mean, the only thing that sucks is like there's a few nice things about being a non. There's like, for example, I never had people come up to me. I could always introduce myself to other people.
Yeah.
So people I didn't want to talk to, like I didn't have to talk to.
Yeah.
Now that's not going to be the case. And I also didn't really have to worry as much about OPSEC, or like being a non is nice for OPSEC, right? Like if you sit on a multi-sig or you have a bunch of money in like in a hot wallet, like I know someone who recently got targeted, and like they stole his phone and got a quarter of his net worth out.
Was that in Paris? I know a lot of
It was in Argentina.
Okay. During
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
My God. So that's something that we hope doesn't happen in London. So we've been telling people, don't walk around the streets with your phone in your hand and a bunch of crypto merch and your lanyards, and you're just don't be silly. It's
Basic
a metropolitan
offset.
city.
Yeah.
Crime exists. When you walk out of the conference, just be smart about it.
Is it like France where there's people who target?
It's not like France,
Okay.
but it is like any metropolitan city that has crime. So
Okay.
there's a very high amount of people just stealing your phone as you walk past. I don't know that they would target you because you have crypto on your phone. It's just thieves rolling around on scooters is the general theme. But again, be smart with your devices. Don't walk around screaming, "I have crypto and a bunch of stuff on my phone." I think you'll be fine.
Got it.
Yeah. But sorry to hear that happened to your friend in Buenos Aires. Yeah. Shit happens. Don't let it happen to you. Be smart. Have some OPSEC. Now, 2026 is a bit of a question mark in my mind. We had retail adoption proving its worth as far as the chain stability goes in 2024. Massive institutional adoption in 2025. What are we going to be looking at in 2026? Is it going to be cool ICOs? If we look back when we're having a conversation in London, are we going to say 2026 was the year of an ICO revival? Are we going to say 2026 was sort of a slow burner and we focused mainly on infra? What is 2026 going to be the year of?
Yeah, it's always probable that something comes about that like we didn't expect. But honestly, crypto has been around for more than 15 years at this point. What do people do here? Speculation is like a huge part of that, and that's actually not a bad thing. Like the stock market is speculation.
True.
The problem historically is with a lot of the crypto speculation is the like return to player, if you want to think of this as a casino, is very low, right? Like if you buy a meme coin, say you buy like $100 of a meme coin, I don't know, maybe like 50 of those dollars, like, well, yeah, one of those dollars is going to pump fund. 50 of the dollars are maybe going to whoever like created the coin and it's going to like dump on you. You got snipers. Yeah, you have like all these people that play this game. You have people who are actually like watching the chain and like actually have edge. And yeah, I expect like, I think MetaDAO, potentially other things will like hopefully improve that return to player, so to speak, right? Like stock markets have the best return to player, which is actually positive. Like you put money in and generally it goes up. Yeah, I think like probably it's boring. It's kind of boring to say at this point, but like, yeah, last year was speculation. Before that, year before that was speculation, and so on and so forth. Probably next year is going to be speculation as well.
Speculation.
Fair point. That's what we do.
Speculation.
Yeah.
And it seems to work. Okay, the single most exciting for you development that you're looking forward to in 2026. Then we are going to let you go after this. But the single most exciting thing. I know it's difficult. There's a lot happening. Speculation is sort of a broad idea, but drill a level deeper into it.
I think seeing what happens regulatorily will be like pretty interesting. I think that's like the one seismic shift that could happen next year. So we'll see.
I think it has the potential to have a significant impact on price as well, depending on what happens around the primaries. And if we pass the new legislation as well. So that's an interesting one. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for Profit. Thank you so much for making time to chat.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on.
Really appreciate it. And we will find you. I will, now that I can see who you are, I will find you out there in Breakpoint 2025, and I will ask to take a photo wearing your mask. So thank you so much for making time to chat with us. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere if you're watching at home. We are going to be talking with Piff in just a short moment. That was Profit.
Sorry about
for the first time. Here at Breakpoint 2025 in Abu Dhabi. I think took a lot of people by surprise. I certainly wasn't expecting. The room went completely silent when the moderator announced that he was walking onto stage yesterday, and he came on without a mask. Everyone sort of paused for a second and thought, is this really happening? Is that him? Was he sent an imposter? It was really nice to talk to him because, of course, MetaDAO has been one of the more
hey, Mark, how you doing?
successful, I guess, names in the last 6 to 12 months following a sort of a quieter period. And we're joined now, of course, by Mark from Piff. How are we doing, sir?
We're doing great.
We're doing great. Not just good, we're doing great. I mean, looking around, right? There's so much activity here at Breakpoint 2025 in Abu Dhabi. They call it the capital of capital. I see Emmett Follier from Solana Mobile's on stage. You've got Deepin projects. You've got oracles. You've got ETF issuers, DATCos. You've got Solana degens and DeFi OGs. What's the overall mood as far as you see it?
What I really like about Breakpoint is it's not just about developers and the team we work with or don't work with. And I'm just going to say number. It's like 90% community. Yeah. And it's just great to get out of your office or
basement.
Like, exactly. Yes. And just like talk to like regular people. And very much like we're always in crypto, like in our head too much.
Yes.
And just talking to, let's say, me prior to like be full-time, it's just great, and we have to give it to the people.
Absolutely. I mean, 2025 has been a huge year, and I think it all comes together at Breakpoint every year, and it's bigger every year as well. We have, I think, close to 7,000 attendees.
That's what I've been hearing.
This year. So
quite a bit.
Number go up. Price, unfortunately, is not where we want it to be. But do you get the sense that we're still in a bull run? Are we, in terms of price, very optimistic, looking forward, or are we sort of looking at a little bit of chop? Do you think? What are we?
I'm the worst investor ever. Okay. I was doing better in crypto prior to be full time.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've been at Pace for 4 years, so it's been 4 years of underperformance for me.
Okay.
No, and it's hard to say. And
it is so difficult.
The one thing is, funnily enough, I think I passed by like another room, like the locked-in room, and there was infamous Raoul Pal, and I love the bananas.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
It's just the best. I don't know if it's a meme, but it's just the best frame. So supposedly 26 is the banana zone. Let's just hope it
Fingers
really
crossed. We did ask Raoul Pal about the banana zone. He was sat right here yesterday, the day before.
2 days ago. First day. This is day 3, right?
We had Raoul Pal on the first day, and we said, Raoul, everyone's talking about the banana zone. Where is the banana zone? He said, just be patient. So we hope that is the case indeed. I want to talk to you about some of the branding. I haven't had too much time.
Yeah, so we were walking by the booths. What is going on? I saw a bunch of cauliflower, a bunch of broccoli. Are you guys bringing veggies on chain?
Not yet.
Not yet.
We don't even have a price feed for cauliflower.
Yeah.
But one realization from this year was very much people don't care so much what's an oracle, whatever. So one thing, and in the presentation also the co-founder of the labs did was like stop talking about the text, and start talking about the why, and try to explain, present your why in a way people get it, and without being salesy.
Yeah.
And what was great was exactly this. Like, what's the price of a cauliflower?
Yeah.
I don't eat too much veggies, so I actually don't know what the price is.
Not medical advice. You should eat vegetables. Yeah.
And it's very much like most of the people still don't know what's the price of a cauliflower. So it's put people like in their brain. It's not easy to price things.
Yeah.
In Oracle, we want to price things accurately, but pretty hard. And don't sell too much. Just get them involved.
Yeah.
And it was also a way to explain how the market works.
Yeah.
You have people that will price the same thing very differently.
Yeah.
How do you come to a true price?
Yeah.
So it's congrats to the marketing team, because initially we weren't very convinced on.
We were loving it. We were laughing and we're like, hey, that actually makes a lot of sense. So we like that a lot. Also, we had George from Aurora on a little bit earlier, and he's tokenizing stocks. They're bringing that on chain. He's talking about let's bring some other things on chain. He was talking about wheat. We were talking about eggs. Is that something where you guys have the pricing for that? Like, you guys are an Oracle, you have the pricing, and you guys work with a ton of blockchains, you do a ton of things, right? Is that something that you guys have? Is that something that you guys could do? Or how does that even work, I guess?
So we don't have too much commodities. I mean, we have the biggest one, which are like oil, like even metals, etc. We don't have any vegetable or stuff. The one thing that, like, we could price it.
Yeah.
Because arguably, like, it's pretty big markets. And for example, there's one thing is like 4 years ago, everyone knows Ostium nowadays. I guess it's one of the big projects rise of the year. 4 years ago, like, they were actually building on Solana, the first version. And the founder was like, I want to trade lean hogs. First, I had to check what lean hogs were.
Yeah, I probably would too.
But the thing is, where I want to end is, many people want many things, but then like they still don't they don't offer lean hogs 4 years in. So it's like you want something, but overall the market is not there yet.
That's the demand for it as well, right?
Exactly.
You can't just offer a bunch of things.
But at some point you will do it. Like our tagline: price everything, everywhere, anytime. So we'll have it. It's just in the prioritization. I guess we'd rather have the whole like Russell 3000 than cauliflower price fits, because we'd have, I think, more customer for the Russell 3000 than cauliflower price fits.
Right, so it's about demand, I suppose, to a certain extent when you're branching into a new area. Are you seeing a lot of demand with the rise of tokenized equities, tokenized stocks on Solana is obviously huge now. I think 95% of all tokenized stock trading is on Solana. Sometimes it goes up and down, obviously, but are you seeing a lot of demand in that area as well for more niche assets, pricing more niche assets?
I mean, everything will trade on chain for sure, and equities will be on chain. And I mean, so far they're on Solana. At some point, I was kind of very bearish on it, because the first release were so sad.
Okay.
Like, there was no trading. There was like the first time, and I guess it just takes time, but it's like when there's no liquidity, the market's inefficient, kind of feel like depressed. It was like, all right, maybe it was just like a failed attempt at spend 2 years hearing about it. It launches, and phew,
no one's using it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But no, and it's amazing. Like, and Remora, as we mentioned, with Flash Trade, offering with us the equities on chain. I think it just takes time. You need to keep going at it, and I think the most important is I think we should drop the word tokenization.
Okay.
We should just say equities on chain.
Right?
Like,
On-chain stock.
don't overcomplicate things.
Yeah.
And people will be like, oh, tokenized, like, what's the catch? So, I mean, don't introduce catch, but it's like, make it more simple.
Very
Make it
good.
more simple.
Okay. So let's say we move over some of these communications hurdles that we have. Tokenized RWAs, obviously it's a problem. If you talk to people that aren't crypto native, it's a mouthful. It raises question marks. If you talk to people that come from traditional finance, RWA means risk-weighted asset. So then they also don't like it. I think actually nobody really likes it, right? As a communications thing. But let's say we move past that. We talk about on-chain stocks, on-chain equities. In the communications that you have with people about demand, what is the most niche asset that people have come to you and said, I in the next sort of 6 to 12 months, I would like a pricing feed for these types of assets?
It's a good one.
It's a good one, huh?
I
I mean,
mean,
people want to know what is going to be the next thing coming on chain. So I'm trying to tease some alpha
trying
out of you here.
I was in Dubai last week for Binance Blockchain Week, and everyone talks like real estate.
Okay.
And I mean, they've always been talking about it. It's still pretty much zero on chain because it's very liquid. But I think more and more we're going to end up with assets that have been forever illiquid becoming liquid. So I mean, it's not sexy if I say real estate.
But people are coming to you and saying, when are we going to get to the point where there's enough liquidity, enough market activity? I get the impression that you care a lot about market efficiency.
Yes, or actually, I think more and more I get, can I get price feed for attention? Can you quantify attention on this topic?
Okay.
How would you even go about doing that?
It's, I mean, everyone will kind of have to come up with their own algo pricing of, for example, is like, let's just take Trump, it's very attention driven. Like, are we talking a lot about him or not so much about him? So I guess it's a mix of on-chain mentions, newspaper, etc. So there'll be many ways to price it or to value it, but it's like it's the attention economy nowadays. Like it's all about yaps, etc. So like first you reward the yappers, and I guess after you kind of monetize around it. Where I mean, this is what like prediction market are. Kind of.
That's what I was going to ask you. Are we going to go into a situation where basically every on-chain or online even activity has the prediction market associated with it, a token, and then the attention is being monetized, and then people can sort of predict if it's going to go up or down? Everything is going to get hyper-financialized?
Yeah, sadly. I mean, it's pretty fun, but it's...
I would agree that that's maybe not a great for society type of development, but it seems to be happening.
It's the market.
It's the market, and the market decides, right? So prediction markets have been a huge narrative in 2025, and sort of after the last US election really started to gain attention, and people argued, obviously wrongly, incorrectly, that only around these very large attention demanding events like the election of Donald Trump for the second time would we see spikes in volume on prediction markets. That turned out to be an incorrect thesis. How do you generally think about prediction markets? Kalshi recently raised at an $11 billion valuation, I think. Shout out to Kalshi. So yeah, prediction markets obviously moving in the right direction. Attention is being driven towards prediction markets, but for a while people weren't so sure about it. How do you think about prediction markets, not just in the future, but right now as well?
So first I was in the wrong camp.
Okay.
I was in the, like, okay, election's done, see you in 4 years. But where I think, and as a sports gambler, I kind of do like to gamble on things. I wasn't still very optimistic on it, but I mean, I don't want to say it's gambling, but it feels like it's, and people love to gamble.
There's risk in it, you know.
And so it's very much like they found their customer. And crypto people like the volatility, like the excitement.
The thrill, the adrenaline. We love it. We live for it.
And so actually, and earlier I said tokenization is a bad word. Prediction markets actually the perfect frame.
Yeah.
I'm predicting. I'm not gambling.
Right. Yeah, as far as communications errors go in crypto, I think this is moving in the right direction for sure. We rebranded the idea of gambling.
So no, it will. I mean, similar to attention. It will drive like 50% of the crypto-related mind share for the next few years. Like
that's a big claim.
Like similar to perps. Like overall nowadays, it's perps or prediction markets. But at least for once, like there's tons of users.
Yeah.
And this is just great because more and more, I don't want to say we're becoming boomers or Web 2, but after 10 years, or even more, 15 years of crypto, it's kind of adoption time or die.
Yeah.
So like they get users, like, and I think it's also reshaping completely how things work. Like even if it's not fully on chain, parts are off chain, etc., it's readapting how people interact or behave with money. So, and people have fun. Like,
yeah,
that's
people
what's
love
important.
it. I mean, you speak of adoption, it's hard to avoid prediction markets. Like if you turn on the news in America, like there's prediction market stats given to you as like, this is the source of truth. It's 80%. You know, the next rate cut, it's 95%. It's going to happen. So it's I mean, it's in like the zeitgeist of like what everyone's thinking about. So it's exciting.
It's the new polling system.
Yeah. Yeah. And people poll with their money. It's better than like answering a text message on a poll or something, right? Yeah.
The one thing I'll be very cautious, and I mean, I think someone announced this recently, is so one thing Polymarket does great, they give you yield, I guess, when you're like doing your bets with USDC, they pay you like 3-4%, great. Started seeing a lot of like, you can borrow against your
position.
Your position.
Yeah. Add a little leverage to the system.
So, and this is where, like, and crypto loves risk, but there's more and we've all learned to experience like hidden risk.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I thought this was safe.
Yep.
And it's at zero. Especially around stable coins or whatever. And so this is where I'm kind of concerned.
Okay.
As in, like, do I want to lend my money against some Polymarket position that, because anyway, one thing goes to zero, when another thing goes to one.
Yeah.
So it's going to be very kind of risky, and I'm always afraid of like repackaging, hiding stuff, and which in the end will do bad rep for crypto again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think obfuscated risk. I mean, if you go back to 2007, 2008, you know, risk hidden inside less risky sort of packaged, CFDs and such, was the reason why the global financial system collapsed. Everyone was left holding a $700 trillion of debt, ridiculous numbers. And then we had the Bitcoin white paper. So do we want to repeat the same mistakes of that system? Probably not. Even though it's on a much, much smaller scale and people aren't going to lose their mortgages, you're probably going to lose the shirt off the back of your, it's not great. I fully agree with you. And this sort of makes me think about 1010, this huge deleveraging that we had. Thomas covered it recently. We saw $19 billion of liquidations. Definitely not a great time to be in crypto. Do you think strongly about these events when we think about pricing or we think about accuracy in DeFi versus CeFi? We saw the depegging of Athena's stablecoin, I believe, temporarily. Maybe it wasn't a depeg technically, but that the price wasn't where it was supposed to be at. So a lot of people got wrecked. Do you think a lot about these things?
I mean, I constantly stress about these things because we need to price this accurately. And actually, USD is a perfect example of it went to like 60 cents on Binance, let's say, or 66, whatever.
Yeah.
On chain, some pools remain at 1, some at 90 cents.
Yeah.
And it's like, what's the true price?
You don't know.
So
well, as a retail participant, simply don't know.
Is it an average? Like, do you just do the mean? Like, how do you do? I think the paid price feeds, I think we were very good about it. I think we priced it at the lowest around 96 cents, which, like, you still had a bunch of volume on chain. We don't do so much, or the publishers don't do like volume weighted. They price like what is the true price. I think it was fairly priced. So yeah, I mean, constantly think about this, like whether up or down event, because markets are still pretty inefficient in crypto. Like it's not as bad as 5 years ago. It keeps getting better.
Yeah.
But like there's always like liquidity moving around. One day venue A is the most liquid, next day it's venue B. So it's very hard to like price correctly, accurately, like and automatically. Like US stocks, NYSE, like it's not someone's gonna withdraw an LP and like tomorrow it trades, it barely trades.
Yeah.
So like it's very hard, but after it's very much we take the stress, and our publishers take the stress to price things so that end users and most of Solana DeFi don't have to stress about it. But still, if you build with an oracle, you should stress about it. And there was actually a very nice talk. I was a couple weeks ago in Argentina for DevCon, a talk, and it must be online from one of the Yearn engineer.
Okay.
And he framed it like using an oracle, it's like having a girlfriend. It's like a whole relationship, and you have trust issues. And it's very important to know about the trust issues you might have with your oracle. As in, okay, how does it work? Like, you sincerely have to know exactly how the oracle that you use work. And sometimes I have people reaching out that use our price feeds, asking me questions. I'm kind of like,
You should know
you
this.
should have known this like a year ago when you started using it. So yeah, we stress, so you don't have to stress, but it's stressful.
How stressful was 1010 for you guys? Like, I would imagine like the amount of usage was like unmatched, right? Like it was probably a pretty massive event for you, right?
So pretty much, and this is where I guess the more we go, the less we stress.
Yeah.
Because it becomes better. I was sleeping and no one called me.
Oh, no way.
Because it was Asia time.
This is the last thing. Yeah, I think it was.
It was
the
Asia
last
time.
thing you want to wake up to.
So no one called me, like, shit's hitting the fan.
Yeah.
So, and I woke up, I mean, I was way poor.
Yeah.
But I had,
We all were. We all were, to be fair.
I had, no end user was like, what the fuck happened?
Well, like, I don't know if you got to watch any of the charts. It was like what is going on here? But, yeah.
So, and it's just, and the thing is, we price 2,000 assets today.
Yeah.
And there is a 10-10 happening on one of these assets almost every day. Whether it's a shitcoin or let's call it a long tail asset,
Yeah.
or an equity that gets delisted, etc. So it's also like we want to price everything. Like by end of next year, like we want to have 10,000-ish price feeds. Like and go compete almost at the Bloomberg level of price any asset in the world everywhere.
Yeah.
And like you need robust infra, you need crazy good publishers that have great data.
Yeah.
So it's ideally we build things so that we don't stress so much.
Yeah.
And when something doesn't go well, we just iterate from there. And this is why, for example, we have like Oracle integrity staking.
Yeah.
If a price wrong, someone can go make a claim to the DAO, and we would slash publishers and pay back whatever slash to the impacted users.
So you're actually holding them accountable for their feeds as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
So far, it was introduced exactly a year ago at Breakpoint, or a year ago exactly. No claim so far. So that's, I mean, good for publishers, but also good for users.
Yeah, that's awesome. So you're very used to dealing with the assets kind of fluctuating that much. So 1010 rolls around, you're like, well, we've seen this in, all these assets so many times before, we kind of know what to do. And you've built the infrastructure for this already. So, compared to other venues, 96 cents versus 60 cents, it's massive, right?
It's, I mean, next day I didn't email Binance saying you should maybe use the price feed rather than, because they use like their own book pretty much, which you should never do.
Yeah. Especially with that much money that they're handling, right?
And yeah, because it's, I mean, if you want a death spiral, it's the best way to go about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very, you need to survive. And it's pretty much this, build stuff, use stuff so that even if the worst happens, you're able to survive. So this is another thing I'm very, like, around oracles, where not many saying, I'm like, oh, you should just use us.
Yeah.
I'm totally fine, and something even suggesting, like, use another.
Use multiple.
Like, because after it's how you integrate. Like, never blend everything.
Yeah.
It's not like wine. You're not gonna blend all the wine together. It's just gonna be weird. But you have your favorite bottle. You have your backup bottle once the first one is either broken, finished, whatnot.
Yeah.
So it's build things that are resilient. We do everything we can to have the Oracle as accurate and resilient as possible.
Yeah.
But who knows? Like, we're always, and this is back to the stress question, always 1 second away from disaster.
Yeah.
It's kind of the mentality I have.
I mean, crypto is stressful for traders, for investors that just buy and hold. It's stressful for builders. But I feel like what you're saying is I'm taking on so much more stress. That like you look pretty well rested, all things considered.
I took some sun this.
Yes, yeah, look good.
I usually don't look so tan.
Uh-huh.
No, and it's also thanks to building things that teams like Drift, Flash Trade, Remora, like so many amazing people rely on this product.
Exactly.
And like we should, and we must build a better kind of financial system.
Mm-hmm.
Most of like things till now are very like, okay, better venues, less extraction on the fees, like make things cheaper, more accessible. And like, we're not gonna save world of hunger at the PIF network, but one thing we care a lot is saving or bettering the market data industry. Right now, it's a ripoff. Like it's like 1/3 of the revenue from NYSE or SIBO, it's selling data, and they sell it at an outrageous cost.
Yeah.
And what if we could build something that like reduce this by 95%,
Yeah.
make it more accessible? So kind of rebuilding, and this is how I pitch the PIF network to my parents. It's like Spotify for financial data. You go to people that create things, contribute, aggregate, and then distribute, rather than this monopoly of like SIBO or NYSE or whatever exchange in TradFi that sells its data like for 10, 100K a month.
That's a fascinating framing, actually. We asked Austin Federa just a second ago how he would verbally simplify what is actually quite a complex explanation of what they do, which is rebuilding the internet for high-performance distributed systems. And he gave us a very, very long explanation. I said, okay, now I understand why it's specifically high-performance distributed systems and not just distributed systems. But I like your reduction verbally as well, Spotify for that reasoning by analogy, I think really helps to communicate the core value proposition of a lot of what we do here in crypto to people outside the industry that need these analogies. So I think I'm going to steal that, basically is what I'm saying. Thank you.
No, of course. And then it's many great salesmen use analogy, and sometimes they are not warranted. So you need to you need to call out the non-deserved analogies.
Give me an example of a crypto reasoning by analogy that maybe is not warranted. We see a lot of, this is the Uber of, or like we are the Airbnb of, and it sort of feels a little bit, maybe when they don't have product market fits, when they don't have a long list of partners that believe in them and trust them, it's a bit of a trust me, bro, we're going to be the next Uber kind of thing. But for you guys, I think being the Spotify data makes sense. Do you see anything that you think that's absolutely ridiculous?
Jesus, I don't want to call out so much people out.
You can
Here
take
for some
shots.
spicy takes.
Hey,
Spicy
this
takes.
is the unfiltered Solana Floor TV booth. You can say anything you want, and it is on record.
And what the market showed is like, and actually it's a great time to talk about this. It's on Ethereum, like the whole L2 playbook.
Yeah.
It was like Ethereum's kind of the world computer. Arguably it's still true, but is it really the world computer?
Maybe one day.
So it's
No.
where Solana,
No is the answer.
I'll leave it to the open
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
But it's like, this is where I love Solana, and I like my first ever kind of transaction, or where I was coming back daily, was Solana in 2020. Like I was using Solid wallet. It was painful, but it was like, they have a clear vision of like, it's just markets. Like, don't try to do everything, just hyper focus into one thing and just do it. So the best analogy ever, NASDAQ on chain.
Yeah, it's really good.
I don't
And-
think anyone questions that.
And so the world's computer, it sounds very like 80s vibe.
Yeah.
And I just see a big old computer that just, it doesn't go fast,
Yeah.
which is pretty much what it is. So yeah, I guess they have to pivot from the world's computer.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good. Some shots were taken. You mentioned
Shots fired.
roll-ups. You mentioned L2s. I mean, for better or worse, I think in the last 12 months, we've had this resurgence of this idea around roll-ups. And okay, IBRL is, a great acronym, and that is what we are all working towards. How do you think about roll-ups generally in 2025 and 2026? Are they more for niche use cases that they're going to be relevant, or as a monolithic chain, surely we don't really need to pay too much attention to rollups on Solana. Those are the sort of two camps that people argue. Where do you think about it?
In the end, no one cares. Like, and look at what's the most successful apps today on, let's outside of Solana on non-monolithic chain. It's kind of Hyperliquid.
Yep.
Like, as anyone told you, I don't think you do a poll. Like, how do they call the chain below or behind Hyperliquid DEX? No one knows. No one knows unless you're maxi of it. So, Lighter is also, it's akin to Magic Block kind of in the design. And in the end, people don't care. Like, and this is where, like, prediction market, like Polymarket, Kalshi, at least.
Maybe with the exception of Polymarket because they have it in the name.
And
then they think about it.
Like, they accept crypto. It was never an on-chain product. Never. So it's very, like, we need to be, and this is where Solana shines. It's like PMF, like, find user, bring value. People don't care so much about the tech. We should care about the tech, but we over-index this is great because of that, etc. So yeah, L2s, I mean, with all the funding they got, they should have just funded more, like the optimization of the R1 itself.
Yeah.
This is where Solana doesn't, like, 2 clients now, even 3, that, all right, now we have multi-redundancy on the client side, so technically no more downtime, and I hope I don't bring on the jinx here. But next is, like, Solana needs to go 10x faster.
Yeah.
Like, it's been 3, 4, 5 years of 400 milliseconds.
Yeah.
And, like, internet capital markets, we're gonna need, like, things that go so fast, like speed of light.
Yeah.
So now that the redundancy is on, like, I want to see by end of next year Solana going 10x faster.
Yeah, we do too. And I think actually everybody does, right? Like, we were going to have Flash Trade on, and they're actually doing a roll up with magic blocks, right? Other people are having other solutions where they can actually trade faster. Because if you want to do perps, you need like faster execution, right? There's a few more things that you need to actually, get to the level that people are comfortable trading, especially, in a lot higher dollar values. So what do you think about speed? Like, is that something that is going to be harder to actually, provide like an accurate price at those speeds? Or is that something where you're like, hey, we can do this already, Solana just needs to catch up? Or how do you think?
It's always, like, it's always easier to, no, it's not easier. You need to go the fastest possible at any single point of time.
Yeah.
And because you can always slow things down for other people.
Yeah.
You can't accelerate stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you're already at your limit. And so, for example, with like a pit laser product that's like on your Oracle from like a year ago, that overall goes up to what we call real time. And real time means any price movement can be picked. And this can mean sub 1 millisecond.
Sub one.
But actually, this is one thing also many people get wrong is for a bunch of time, the price doesn't move for like 20 milliseconds or 30 milliseconds. So it's be able to price things at 1 millisecond so that, all right, Solana, we can throttle it down 400x.
Yeah.
It's fine. Magic Block and again, Flash Trade, they use this laser product and like they use it to the max extent.
Yeah.
Like, because they can. And like, so this is where I think it's a great kind of patch. And I guess as system gets more complex, we'll need these add-ons of, all right, I'm offloading this super, like, and 1 millisecond actually is still slow in terms of like greater things. Like we need to go way faster. So we need to kind of dream bigger of like exchanges or like HFTs. You tell them 1 millisecond, they're like, oh, okay, that's bare minimum. Yeah. So we need to kind of learn a lot on performance from TradFi still.
Yeah.
Because like, I guess margin call, the saying is you need to be first or smarter. In HFT, it's like you don't need to be smarter. You can just be faster.
Yeah.
And it's unparalleled advantage to be faster. And so need to IBRL, but like 100x.
Yeah.
And I feel like we are getting there slowly but surely, one step after another. People like Austin Fedora, I mean, Fire Dancer, Alpenglow, all of these things. I feel like they're taking us in that direction. But I want to leave on a very, very bullish note.
Okay.
There's a huge discrepancy, I think, between, first of all, how TradFi thinks about the next 12 months in terms of price action. They can weather the storm. You go on crypto Twitter, people are a little bit like, well, price isn't moving in the right direction. I'm sad, extreme fear on the fear and greed index. And then you come here, it's a whole different bubble. You got the TradFi people and the degens, and everyone's happy and optimistic. So I guess a double-parted question. First of all, are we still in a bull run? Does it matter? And secondly, what do you think is the most exciting thing we're looking at in the next 12 months, sometime in 2026, that will revive that extremely bullish optimism on places like crypto Twitter, where we all get together and shout at each other for 24 hours a day?
Or in a bull market, I have no clue, I hope. But one thing that's actually crazy, and as you were asking the question, I was thinking, I've been here for a few days, met a handful of people, not a single guy talked price to me.
Yes.
No one. So, I mean, maybe we just all cope about it and we don't want to talk about it. But it's crazy how, I mean, we're going to leave the meme in it for the tech.
Mm-hmm.
But here feels like, anyway, but Twitter is not real life also. This is the very thing that I had trouble with initially.
Mm-hmm.
Twitter is not real life. Don't believe everything you see, especially with all this AI stuff. Don't believe everything you read on the timeline. So bull run, I don't know. I hope. I mean, I'm a Raoul fan. So Banana Zone next
Banana
year.
is coming. The banana is coming. But what excites you the most about the next 12 months? Surely, as somebody who's quote unquote in it for the tech, which is what we all should be, what are we looking forward to?
People using crypto products, blockchain-based product, and they don't know. Like, my dream is my parents that aren't too young, that they end up using something they don't even like have to create a wallet or whatnot, but they get all the benefit of blockchain crypto without knowing it.
Excellent. If that does happen in the next 12 months, please let us know, and we're going to bring you back, not into this booth, maybe the one in London, Breakpoint 2026. Unfortunately, that is all the time we have. I wish we could continue talking to you all day. Thank you so much for coming here to Solana Floor TV and chatting with us. Really, really appreciate it. If you're watching at home, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with Abhay from Helium Mobile. Now, give me 2 seconds. Well, can we keep that door open as well?
Yeah.
This is a hot glass.
Hey, how's it going? I'm
You
Thomas.
can hear the crazy energy that's on the main stage.
Thank you so much. Great to meet you.
Adil Karaman is on stage.
Warm.
Huma, of course, announced some big news yesterday. They have their feathers point systems for the early adapters. PayFi innovations are a big talking point. And look who we're joined by. It's Abhay himself. Hello, sir. How are we doing? We're good. Of course. Thank you for making time to, take a little bit of a moment out of your busy schedule and chatting with us here at Solana Floor TV. This third day.
Wild space.
It's a wild space.
Not bad.
This is prime.
We try and sort of stay on top of what's going on in the stage, but it's almost impossible. People have a 5-minute slot, and there's like 100 slots, and we can hear the madness, we can feel the energy, but we don't.
A lot
really
of madness.
Know,
a lot of madness right now.
We don't really know what's going on. It's day 3. We're sort of
People are delirious on day 3.
right.
yeah.
But how are you feeling on day 3?
I'm good.
Clarity after the big announcement.
I mean, it's been a great week for us. Obviously,
Yeah.
we started off the week with Helium House, which was super fun. We had 1,500 people show up.
Is that really how many people
Crazy.
showed up?
Yeah, I had no
We
idea.
heard it was a great event.
The team did a great job. I'm a prop for these things. It's really like I show up and I.
Well, you and I almost ruined the big announcement, didn't we? So we were filming a very short segment. We didn't quite know if it was live or not. We almost ruined the big announcement about Brazil, big expansion to Brazil. I saw you standing there with some gentlemen from Brazil.
Super Team Brazil.
Super Team
out,
Brazil.
out there. They're super excited. We told them about it. They're like, this is incredible.
Yeah.
I told them all to come out and, run around with their flags if they can.
Exciting. How was the reception after we sort of almost leaked it in our very short interview there? When you went on stage in the side event in the beach house, and you mentioned what was going on in Brazil. Obviously, it's a huge market. You'd previously announced a deal with Telefonica, I believe, in Mexico.
Yeah.
What was the reception like?
I mean, I think when is always the answer, right? I think with Brazil, like we're talking about more than 250 million potential customers. And we're going into Brazil, kind of the same way that we went into New York City, where there's an existing deployer who has 40,000 sites that already are, providing Wi-Fi connectivity through a captive portal. Like, when you go to an airport or a hotel, like this is, you go through this thing, you fill out a form, and then you're given access. They don't currently serve cell phone carriers, the local carriers, and they want to be able to. So, effectively what we're giving them is Helium in a box, right? Like, here's a way, we believe that the best way to connect is with the device that you already have in your pocket.
Yep.
You have everything you need. You have your SIM on here. That SIM should be enough to connect to any network in the world. And that's what Mambo is able to do now for any of the carriers in Brazil. They'll be able to instantly provide connectivity as soon as any of these subscribers walk in the door.
Oh, that's amazing. And it's called Mambo?
Mambo's the local partner that already has these sites, and they're ready to go.
Oh, that's so awesome. They already have one that's there ready to go.
Yeah, so that these sites are already deployed, and it's, what we hope is just a software change on their end and an integration with the local carriers, and that's what they're doing in their pilots right now. They already have, a pilot or two already live.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I myself am a Helium user. I live in the U.S., so I've got
Thank you.
I've got an old Saga phone that has a $5 plan on it, or a hat. I think they recently changed. But what you're able to offer is a great cell phone plan at a massive discount. Like, I think now I pay $30
For an unlimited plan,
yeah, for an unlimited plan. And if I was to have that same plan at Verizon or any of the other big providers, it's $100+.
That's right.
So to me, it's a fantastic product. It's like crypto native, and I mean, it's awesome. Like,
Yeah,
I love.
It's enabled by crypto, and then if you're like me, like I have, family, 2 kids, unlimited plans for multiple people just really start stacking up. Helium Mobile also has a family plan now.
Yes.
We have, you have a kids plan that is sort of limited that you can control as a parent. So, we're trying to bring a crypto-enabled network to everyone.
Yeah.
Right? Not just the individuals, or you and your roommates, which is what I used to have with a cell phone plan many, many years ago.
Yeah.
Now, you can have, your partner, your kids all on one plan.
Yeah.
Good plan.
It's such a good connecting story. Like, when you think about crypto, and in general, it's very hard to explain. But what you guys are doing at Helium actually connects with a lot of people. We actually had Mike Reed from Franklin Templeton on. I don't know if you've met him.
I've met Mike, yeah.
But he said, he talks to a lot of people in TradFi, a lot of people that are new to crypto, and you guys are the company that he uses as the example. So I
have a funny story about Mike. I met Mike randomly in Austin once.
Okay.
And he's like, "Oh, what do you do?" And I was like, "I work on Helium." He's like, "You are my example." When I tried to explain to somebody, it's like it was one of those sort of serendipitous things where we just randomly found each other.
I think he briefly mentioned this, and actually he told us maybe the full picture, which is that he cut in front of you in line.
He kind of bumped you or something.
Yep. Yeah. No, there was not. I was trying to be nice about it.
He said he bought you a beer after.
Yeah.
He did actually. He did actually buy me a beer right after.
I mean, that's a good feeling. I mean, Franklin Templeton, $1.6 trillion, in assets, and he's bumping into you. He's using you as a store. It's awesome.
I mean, what we're seeing 2 million people connect to the network every single day.
Yeah.
These are average people that need cell phones connectivity.
Yeah.
These are not people seeking out a crypto product. They're just seeking out a better connectivity.
Yeah. Yeah. It's awesome.
So I just want to touch on that because you mentioned people seeking. You obviously live in the US. That was, I guess, the first market that you really found product market fit in. Mexico, huge market. Spanish-speaking country. Now Brazil, Portuguese-speaking country, also a huge market. These are very different markets, actually, right? For us Europeans, it's all sort of on that side of the world. But actually, it's very, very different. Vastly different markets, vastly different user bases, different languages. Is your plan for the next sort of 12 months to focus in your own backyard, if you will, focus on South America, and then maybe move elsewhere in the world? Or are you focusing more on prioritizing particular countries by size? What's your sort of plan of attack?
Well, unfortunately or fortunately, everything's on the blockchain. So you can go to world.helium.com and see where people are deploying hotspots and take some guesses at where we're looking. You can see hotspots in parts of Europe, in parts of Asia, South America, North America, of course. And, in a lot of these places, it's about finding a local carrier partner that is interested in sort of expanding access for their customers. We haven't yet decided on this and whether or not we'll take the Helium mobile brand elsewhere outside of the US. But certainly when we, in Mexico, we found Telefónica's Movistar entity there. In Brazil, we actually found a deployer side to enter that. And so it's a slightly different strategy in each of these places. And what we're doing here is we're trying to understand what it's like to launch in these places.
Okay.
The thing about cell phone connectivity, like banking, like food, like every one of these things, like the local culture matters a lot.
Right.
You know, even here in the UAE, the local culture matters a lot. What is it like to do business here? You know, we are learning as we go to each one of these countries, and trying to understand how is it that we can provide the best and most useful service to them. Like ultimately, you know, crypto shouldn't be about like, here's this like new thing that you have to learn. It's here's a thing that you already have that can be better.
Right.
Right. And that's the approach that we've taken, and like understanding that local context is what we're doing.
And what is, I guess, most attractive to users and deployers in Mexico? Is that the same set of reasons that people in Brazil want to become part of the system?
So I think the folks in Mexico, it's about connectivity outside of the cities, but also some of these cities, you know, in many countries, cities are built up very, very quickly because of like mass migration into, right? And this happens more, you know, outside of the western parts of Europe or the sort of major cities in the United States. You see rapid expansion, and then the networks don't really like catch up, and the roads sometimes don't catch up. Right. Yeah. As you travel around the world, you see this where there are parts of the world where, you know, you just see millions of people in a space, and then like, you know, traffic is terrible. There's a good reason for it, right? It's because it just is so rapidly expanding.
Rapid urban sprawl, yeah.
And that happens in cities. In Mexico, it is the case in a lot of the large cities there. But also there's a connectivity gap across the entire country as well. And I think that's something that, you know, that's what we've learned in Mexico. It's very different than the US.
Right.
And then I think we'll learn very similarly. Like if you go to Brazil, if you go to Rio, like you'll see the same problem. There are parts of the city that like were built up so fast that the infrastructure wasn't able to catch up, and therefore there are gaps. And I think that's where we really, you know, we are not going to be the best at providing the macro networks, the giant towers, you know, the ones that are twice our height, that are sort of on top of, you know, on top of buildings or on top of roofs. We're going to provide that amazing indoor coverage, the amazing like sort of middle coverage, you know, in the streets for outdoor. That's where we're going to be the best, and that'll enhance the connectivity for the existing carrier. You know, we'd love to work with folks like Claro and others in Brazil to like sort of provide better connectivity wherever their consumers are going, because their consumers are going to go to different places every single day.
True. And I can't get over how big these markets are. You mentioned the population there, and it reminds me of something funny that I think George W. Bush said when he first landed in Brazil on a state visit. He, you know, gets out the plane and they show him some map of Brazil, and he goes, "Wow, Brazil's big." You know, not what you would expect the head of state to be saying.
Incredible that a head of state would say that, but yeah, sure.
Right? But is that something that you guys, you know, optimize around and focus on? Like, we want big countries with connectivity issues where sprawl is the problem in metropolitan areas, but there is still room to grow. And yeah, how do you think about expanding into big countries? Basically, what's your sort of plan of attack within the market once you've identified it, you found the partner, you've found the need? How do you approach that?
I mean, I think it is very, very sort of has to be personalized, right? For the countries that are sort of, let's say, very, very small. Like if you think about a country like Singapore, or, you know, in Korea or Switzerland, like the kind of strategy that you do in a place like that is going to be very different than what you do in Brazil. Really, in the United States is actually another great example. Like it's actually probably very similar to Brazil.
Okay.
We have a lot of large urban centers, and then we have lots of space in the middle, but there are tons of people there, right? There are tons of people in Iowa, as much as the people in New York and California probably ignore it as much as don't think about it. There are tons of people there, and they have connectivity needs as well, and we should be serving them.
Yep.
Right. And so, you know, the strategy is the sort of hybrid strategy. Like, let's build up the space in the cities that need it. Let's build up the indoor coverage everywhere, right? We should allow any venue operator, if you're in Des Moines or in San Francisco, to be able to convert their indoor coverage that they already have into helium hotspots and provide connectivity to every single carrier that, you know, every single subscriber of any carrier that walks in the door.
That's really interesting, because when we think about deepen, I think, and this is sort of something that's come apparent through our conversations with people like Emmett, who was on stage just a second ago. Scale is obviously an issue. The physical element of building deepen is obviously an issue. And Emmett was explaining that, you know, you can build the hardware, you can build the software, but then getting it into the hands of people all around the world in different jurisdictions with different legal requirements, different costs, is actually, it turns out it's really difficult.
Yep. Hardware's hard. Turns out. Turns out.
Right. So he was explaining that we're going to be talking with HiveMapper lately, who I assume have faced similar issues with,
For sure. Yeah.
getting physical hardware into the hands of people all over the world. And to what extent do you think about that as a problem that you've successfully circumvented versus scale as something that's being necessary, almost a prerequisite for profitably operating a Deepin project? How do you think about these issues?
I mean, I think ultimately it's hard to build something new, especially in the hardware space, without knowing that it's going to succeed on it, right? Because the scale of operations, I've talked to Emmett about this in the past, we actually built a mapping device. And the mapping device was effectively a phone. It just didn't have a screen because it had all the features of a phone. It had an LTE radio, it had a Wi-Fi chip, it had a LoRaWAN chip, it had a GPS chip in there. Essentially, from a hardware perspective, it was a phone, except for a screen. That's it. And the screens are actually the simplest parts of these things.
Right.
Turns out. Right?
Because someone else has already made them.
Because you just kind of slap a screen on top of the entire sort of insides of the things, right? So because you need a battery, you need all these bits, and you need to do designs for the antennas to make sure that they don't all conflict with each other. These are all problems that you have to solve when you're building hardware.
And of course, the end user doesn't see any of that.
And the end user,
why have I not got my thing yet?
The end user shouldn't see any of that. And that's really the feature. And I think one of the things that we've realized, especially this year when we launched Helium Plus, it was a way to allow people that already have Wi-Fi deployments that are professionally installed to be able to convert them. That is a way for us to grow much, equally, alongside these sort of what we call greenfield, where buy a Helium branded hotspot, deploy it in a site that doesn't actually have any coverage yet. Right. These two things together will allow us to scale. And one of the things that I've talked to Ariel about at HiveMapper, how do you consider enabling other people to build the hardware or use existing dashcam hardware? For us, it was using existing Wi-Fi APs, right? It's a hack, but it's a hack that works, right? Because it allows you to have just dramatically increased distribution, and that's what networks like ours need, that massive distribution
for
it to be
operating
useful.
profitably or for utility.
For utility.
Utility.
One of the coolest things that we've seen, in New York City, for example, is that Helium Mobile. The reason why the business is interesting and more interesting than other mobile virtual network operators like Mint or Booster or things like that, it's interesting because we're not just using the existing telco carriers, but we're also using our native Helium coverage.
Right.
Yeah. And we're seeing that hybrid approach, and we're seeing, and we find that this is pretty impressive that we're seeing 30% of usage on our native network versus the traditional carrier networks. And that allows us to offer the $30 a month service unlimited. That's what enables it. And that's what we should be doing more. And we should see more of this. And over the next year, we're going to be this is going to be our focus in the United States, is how do we get from 0 to 30% in more cities, and then how do we get New York from 30 to, let's say, 50%.
Okay, so you're still focusing on growth at home in the home market.
Absolutely.
I guess we can call it the home market.
Yeah, our number one our first market is still our market that we're going to spend a ton of time.
Yeah, for sure.
It's an awesome goal too to help provide cell coverage where there isn't any, right? There's so many dead zones around where if you're able to actually do that on a small scale, locally, that's just a fantastic product, right? You're just helping people out. And then on top of that, you can offer them, much better plans, at least in the US for now, right?
I mean, the hack, the hack that we've all sort of accepted is you go to the coffee shop and you ask for the Wi-Fi password. It's a terrible hack, right?
It really is.
I should just walk into the coffee shop and my phone should just connect.
And that's one of that's a really cool feature. How did you even do that?
So, I mean, the technology has been around for a while, turns out. It just hasn't been put together in that particular sort of configuration.
Is that to do with intermediaries and people wanting to paywall stuff? And
it's that. It's the fact that we eSIMs haven't really been sort of prevalent on all of our phones until relatively recently. This technology Passpoint, which is what we use to sort of enable this. That has not been on a lot of hardware until relatively recently. It's been around for a while. The protocol's been around for a very long time. But we are at a really good time right now where all we have to do is go work with, your sort of carrier and say, hey, we want to authenticate your users.
Yeah.
We want to allow your users to just automatically connect to our network.
Yeah.
And and if you're interested, you can pay us for that.
Yeah.
Right? That's valuable to your customers because you're providing connectivity wherever you are indoors.
Yeah.
And for the carriers, they don't have to go to every one of these venues or every one of these coffee shops or malls and sort of do a one-off deal with them anymore. Right?
Yeah.
They can just do a essentially one-off deal with the Helium network.
Yeah. Yeah. That's so awesome.
I mean, 2 million
Yeah.
big number.
We can get better. I mean,
Yeah.
there are 400 million cell phone subscribers in the United States, and that's where we want to get to.
Yeah, why wouldn't they choose helium? Like in my mind, it's like once you get past that hump, it's like it's such a better option.
I think at this point, I think we're just limited by the scale of the network itself. There are only 120,000 hotspots.
Yeah.
Some of those hotspots are, an entire airport, and some of them are just a single device in a coffee shop.
Yeah.
But as we continue to grow hotspot deployments, that 2 million number will also continue to grow.
Yeah, yeah. I see it as it just keeps going up, and like it is just like a brilliant example of what Deepin can do and what crypto can do. I mean, when I think of Deepin, I think of helium. Like I think it's like the number one. I don't even know the exact rankings, but at least in like mind share, I think of helium.
Yep.
So it's
Yep.
extremely well done.
Yeah, we've reported on it a lot, and I think if Mike Reed says it's the easiest reasoning by analogy that I've found as far as it works, it obviously makes sense.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to assume that Mike Reed talks to a lot of older individuals than you and I do.
Yeah.
We're stuck in this sort of crypto bubble, but tokens and incentives, I think it's something that pairs really nicely with the physical world element of Deepin, at least from our perspective. So talk to me about token incentives, to what extent they've been a driver in boosting the number of hotspots in places like the US versus places like Mexico. Is there a different level of apprehension or optimism around the tokenomics, around the crypto element of Deepin versus in those two markets? And I guess more interestingly, do you think when you go to Brazil, when you start expanding in Brazil, do you expect Brazil to behave more like Mexico or more like the US in terms of how warmly they welcome the crypto element of Deepin?
I think we're just learning. We're still at that stage. I think the one thing that would be very interesting to point out is, when we started the year, we had sort of tens of thousands of signups on Helium Mobile. We pulled crypto from the front end. We pulled crypto from the experience.
Yep.
Much to probably the earlier subscribers' chagrin, you probably were kind of annoyed about that.
Yeah, I
in
didn't
some way,
understand it at
in
first,
some
but
way,
yeah.
and totally understand, right? But ultimately, why are we at 500,000 signups? It's because we provide a very simple, cheap, affordable cell phone service, and the crypto part enables that business.
Right.
Right. And so, in the United States, at least for the pure consumer product, it makes sense for us to not show the crypto part, at least in the front end, right? But deployers are still earning HNT, right? So when you deploy a hotspot, when a phone connects to you and that the traffic is getting paid, you're earning HNT today, and that'll continue to be the case.
Yeah.
What we've done is we're going to continue to iterate on how to make that experience better as well.
Yeah.
One of the things that we talked about a couple of weeks ago is how do we improve the hotspot onboarding experience? How do we make it such that you're not thinking about the 12-word seed phrase anymore, right? This is just like, this was important for us, it's important for us in crypto to realize that UX sucks.
Yeah.
It's not accessible to most people.
You
and so
have
we
to
need
take
get
the
better.
complexity out of a lot of what you're doing, and that's what we're seeing. And I feel like that's where Solana has always excelled, is like offering something that's easier to use, but it needs to go that much further, right?
And constantly iterating as well. I mean, you talk about experience. I'm going to struggle to open the box. I think it's the worst part of the experience, but it is the new SolanaFloor hardware wallet. Anyway, it's not going to come out as the Shield. It's a debit card.
But it's a card, right? It's an EMV card. It's a very well-known interface, right? Like everyone has like 2 or 3 of them in their pocket, and so it's like kind of a well-known thing.
Yeah, and it's easy to use, and to your point, it's the result of an iterative process, and I think we'll continue to see crypto and particularly Solana projects keep iterating. What can you sort of pinpoint in the next 12 months? We're used to getting, I guess, quarterly updates from you guys, and we report on the developments a lot. But what can you sort of tease a little bit, or give us a bit of alpha about what you're working on in 2026? What can we look forward to?
Well, I tease it a little bit along the way. It's more cities that have sort of denser coverage, us really spending the time to grow both the Helium Mobile subscriber base and the deployer base in a lot of the different cities in the US. We'll continue to ship countries. There are a few more in the wings that we're not ready to talk about yet.
Okay.
But there are a few more in the wings. And we're really excited to sort of keep pushing. I mean, the best alpha is honestly Healing Worlds. It shows you where these hotspots are, and people call us out on it. I'm sure people already knew about Brazil, and there are folks that were already kind of talking about. It's like, oh, it's probably actually. I do remember one community member. It's probably Brazil, right? But you can't tell me, and
He said, "I'm not going to tell you."
I'm not going to tell you. So like, you already set me up that way.
Okay. So we'll do some on-chain digging. We have some sleuths working at Solana Floor. We'll try and figure it out, and we'll do our best to not leak it. In that case. Okay, so we're obviously in the capital of capital, and one of the discussions that's emerged this week is you've got DeFi projects, you've got DeFi projects, you've got the total degens, you've got the ETF issuers, the DATCos, the $1 trillion asset managers, all under the same roof. And it's a bit messy. And from the outside, people are saying, well, has crypto lost its original ethos? Or, the other side of the argument is this is totally fine because people are sort of operating their own different silos and this is just the network, open permissionless, so on and so forth. Do you have any strong feelings about how far we've come in that journey of maturity and whether or not we've lost touch with the reasons that we all came together in the first place?
I mean, I think the reasons why we came together, or at least the reason why I came here, is I wanted better access to these systems, right? And more accessibility, for me, it's a phone, for what I do every day, it's I want to be able to offer a free phone plan to more people in the world.
Yeah.
Right. And if the way that we get there is by providing more access to sort of hiding, there always been maximalists in crypto. Right. I've worked on
there always will be.
And there always will be maximalists in crypto. And I think that's okay. I think we some of those sort of core cypherpunk ideals are why we exist.
Yeah.
And I think we should acknowledge that those are still important. I think privacy is still important. I think private money is still important. And so all of these things will always be strong in crypto and will continue to be.
Yeah.
At the same time, I want to give my mom access to a wallet.
Yeah.
And I want her to be able to have better phone connectivity and better finance and better access to yield and everything else. That's what we need.
Yeah,
that seems to be the direction that we're moving in, and we could talk about this all day.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Global and South American expansion plans, but unfortunately, that is all the time we have. Abby, thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Keep up the good work. We really appreciate it.
From Breakpoint, number 3. We're here in Abu Dhabi, the capital of capital, and don't go anywhere. We're going to be chatting with Kalshi next.
All right, thanks again.
One of the most exciting projects, of course. Prediction markets are on everyone's tongue. That was Abe, Helium Mobile. They have 500,000 signups. Look at that. Energy refill, thank you very much. And over 2 million users worldwide. Now, we are joined by Talk of the Town. How are we doing, sir?
Great seeing you.
Welcome to Solana Floor Live TV.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Thomas.
Thanks for having me here.
Yeah, great to have
Of
you.
course. Thank you for taking time out of your, I'm sure, very swamped schedule. Have you managed to walk around even without people trying to jump onto you and have a conversation?
Thankfully, most people just know me by my anime profile picture. So.
Okay,
There you go.
Not
There you
fully
go.
done still.
Hide behind
I'm good,
the NFT.
Well, that might
Yeah.
all be about to change because after your Breakpoint, for I think close to 7,000 tickets were sold. A lot of people know about you guys, of course. The rise of prediction markets has been all that everyone's talking about. You guys raised, I think, an $11 billion valuation. Congratulations. That is massive, massive news. What's the sort of overall feeling, sentiment? Do you feel like the job's done and now we're going to scale? Or is there a lot that you're still iterating on in the back end? Where are you mentally?
Yeah, well, Kalshi Crypto only started a few months ago. And so we're definitely basically day zero here. The tokenization layer that is on Solana just really got released a week ago, and we had a very exciting announcement with Phantom yesterday. So now we have Phantom, Jupiter, Axiom, which is basically the largest trading platforms on Solana integrating, which is awesome. And now it's about scaling those integrations, but also from a product standpoint, I think the tokenization layers with DFlow or Jupiter could do a lot of work still. It really is like a V0 where they're it works, but now we want to make the product even better. And down the line, I think these tokens could be really valuable in permissionless DeFi as well. So you could use this for collateralization, for lending,
Yeah.
for perps, and use the price oracles of Cauchy data as well to power other applications.
That's super exciting. I think people are used to prediction markets being something that dominates the headlines around major geopolitical events. I think back to the election of Donald Trump, the second election, and there was this sort of a peak in attention, of course, and then afterwards, a lot of the detractors, the critics were saying, "Hey, look, prediction markets, they're only really going to have any reasonable volume around major geopolitical events like U.S. elections, maybe the World Cup, sporting events, so on and so forth." That thesis got proven to be absolutely incorrect, and it turns out prediction markets are actually a really good way of predicting the future. Around any event that's going to happen, as long as people want to speculate, people want to think about what's going to happen, they have a strong opinion either way. So how have you seen that evolution of prediction markets as far as the utility of them goes?
Yeah, I think there really is like this economic value or utility that comes out of prediction markets. Similar to with the stock market, it's about allocating capital. With prediction markets, it's kind of about releasing truth into this world and getting like this canonical data point that otherwise would be unquantifiable.
Yeah.
And so I think, with prediction markets, and the categories that dominate prediction markets, it does change over time. And I think it ebbs and flows with just what people are generally interested about, where attention is. Last year, it was definitely the presidential election, like the entire Twitter feed was dominated with that. And then since that's died down, like we've been getting into sports season, and like sports in prediction markets for the first time is seeing this incredible growth. And we've done a lot of like activations around sports, but now we're actually seeing like a really big pickup, obviously in crypto with our big crypto push, but also culture and culture markets. So with culture markets, that's kind of more like cultural themes, such as who's going to go to like Taylor Swift's wedding, or like who's going to be the Times Person of the Year.
Yeah.
And those get like millions of views for us every day. Honestly, outpacing like every other type of category. And so I think the landscape changes always. And the really great thing about prediction markets is you really can just financialize any sort of topic or any event and the underlying. And so that gives them a lot of diversity.
And I think as long as attention has a cyclical nature, that's going to continue to be the case, right? So people are going to move their attention from one area to the other. You'll probably see that happening. I would imagine around the upcoming World Cup, which is going to be held in Canada, the US, Mexico. We'll probably expect to see a massive uptick in activity and attention around that.
Yeah, I think next year the Super Bowl in February, the midterms for the political US elections, and then obviously there are a ton of other elections around the world, and the World Cup, as you said. But this year, 2025, in the 4-year presidential cycle, is actually usually the most quiet year. You have the presidential election in 2024, 2025 is like kind of a dead year for politics. Next year's midterms, year after that is the year leading up to the election, and then it's the election itself. So I think we're going to see a huge upswing in politics next year as well.
Yeah, I think so too. And I live in the U.S., so anytime I turn on the news, I'm seeing some sort of prediction market data that's on there, right? Like it is becoming like the source of truth for where you want to know anything that's coming up. I had a question about the tokenization of these. Like what does that look like? Like I don't understand it fully. Like, do you want to just like explain it to me, explain it to our viewers? Like, we're Solana native, we can tokenize it, we can use it in DeFi. What does that mean?
Right. Firstly, on the news point, I think that's very true. It's like kind of mind blowing for us as well.
Yeah.
But we are now like the exclusive prediction market partner for CNN and CNBC,
so
which
cool.
is really
Humongous news, and
that
massive
is big.
congratulations, by the way. It couldn't be more of a household name when it comes to news media, so massive news, congratulations.
Thank you. I think embedding it kind of in our daily lives and our information feeds will be really valuable.
Yeah.
And the tokenization aspect, I think it primarily is like a way to make trading predictions accessible on chain and to crypto native users. A familiar experience that they have. And so now you can just trade out of your Phantom wallet natively, or on Jupyter, and a lot of other integrations also coming. And so that is the primary one. In fact, like there are some cool like new things that you can do on chain that you wouldn't be able to do off chain. For example, you can swap any token. Like you can be holding Bitcoin, Sol, Fiatcoin on Solana and swap that into a, I don't know, like Mamdani share or something.
Oh, that's
Wow,
awesome.
that's crazy. That is actually crazy.
Yeah.
So is it going to be like a leverage thing as well, like where you could like hedge out of your position a little bit, or you could go like 10x long on it? Like how do you see that going? Like degens are going to degen, right? Like if there's a market for it, they're going to
If
go
you give
for
them
it.
the option to leverage, they probably will take the leverage.
That's what I'm seeing in my mind. I don't know what you see.
Yeah, well, we are actually the first prediction market in the world to offer like real parlays or combos, I think, and those are kind of an implicit way to get leverage.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. And as I said, like the tokenization layer initiatives are just starting, so maybe that will be available later.
Cool.
And I think prediction market perps are also another interesting area that we're trying to explore, which is, you know, you could slap an Oracle feed from a Kalshi price data stream and then kind of do a prediction, a perp on top of that. But it is a bit hard to control, like solvency and stuff, so you have to make sure the parameters are correct.
Yeah.
That's huge news. I think for onboarding as well, like if we zoom out of our very crypto and Solana native bubble for a second, simply by virtue of you guys being now partnered with CNN, the huge amount of attention that's going into Kalshi prediction markets, and then informing these people that they can swap their views into extremely, in their minds, niche assets like Fiatcoin, using you know, blockchain as underlying technology. I think that's mind-blowing as far as adoption without forcing it goes. People are just going to be
future of finance.
Well, yeah, there you go. I mean, you can slap so many slogans onto it, but I think it's a fascinating development, and I can't wait to see, you know, let's say older people that are maybe previously not so involved in crypto, and they're going to say, oh my goodness, I can actually swap this into something called Fiatcoin or some of the less politely named tokens out there. That's fascinating.
Yes,
That's
100%.
really fascinating.
I think it speaks to how much you can do with crypto, and that's actually one of the main unlocks for us. Is, you know, we have these big traditional brokers, which are like Robinhood, PricePicks. We have a big crypto exchange also coming soon.
Which one?
You'll see. I think it's been leaked, but
Okay.
yeah,
We'll find out.
one of the largest. But those you can only get with a compliant, regulated, centralized exchange model, which is what Kalshi pioneered. And that is where all the liquidity is going to aggregate going forward for prediction markets. If you look at the major players of the landscape, everyone is building and allocating resources to this regulated, centralized exchange model now. No one is really allocating resources to building some sort of offshore on-chain exchange anymore for prediction markets. And so really, like, for crypto users, for crypto apps, you want to be able to tap into that liquidity. And we kind of see this as tokenization model as the end game, at least for this model. And so I think the gap between the regulated and the unregulated prediction markets in terms of liquidity and competitiveness will keep on widening. And Kalshi is the only prediction market in the world that doesn't fragment the liquidity between on-chain, off-chain, US, and international. So I think that is the ultimate mode, and we will keep compounding.
That's also huge. And I want to ask, to what extent the fact that you have first mover advantage and you built that regulatory moat, in particular in markets like the US, and you're not fragmenting liquidity, to what extent are you going to focus on maintaining that moat and widening the gap between the regulated and the unregulated competitors that you have?
Yeah, I think this tokenization layer will enable like a whole new ecosystem of developers to build on top, to build like grassroots initiatives. So not only do we get big distribution partners like Phantom, but we also get like smaller ecosystem developers that are maybe people who are like very, very passionate about a specific field. So for example, we have a couple weather experts building weather trading terminals on Kalshi weather market.
Why? Entirely new primitives are going to be emerging. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Yeah.
That's fascinating.
And they're just like super nerdy about weather. They
Oh, yeah.
are like meteorological geeks. They have the lowest latency for data and the most localized feeds, and they have like really sophisticated charting, stuff that you would never be able to get from the Kalshi sort of like generalized app itself.
I can't wait to see so many prediction markets on all these niche events, especially if
Yeah.
there are experts out there. And one thing I enjoy more than just trading meme coins is finding an expert's wallet and saying, I might just copy trade that guy because he's done something and I kind of understand it. So being able to go to, view a meteorology expert's wallet and saying, oh, this guy thinks it's going to rain in New York in 5 minutes, like that's really entertaining. And the social element that comes with that as well is super entertaining. I want to end on a super bullish note because unfortunately we can't keep you here all day.
Yeah.
We'd love to keep you in this live stream, but I appreciate you're a very busy man these days. You have a side event later on.
Oh, yes.
That's just, I think, towards the end of Breakpoint Day 3. It's in partnership with huge names like Phantom. Are you going to be making any announcements there, or is it more just sort of cement these partnerships? What can we look forward to? We are hoping to be there, by the way, Solana Floor. We are hoping to wrap up this live stream just in time at the end of Day 3 to be there with you ourselves. The rest of our team, I think, will be there. But what's going on there?
Yeah, I would love to have you guys there. I think we already did the announcement yesterday, so it's kind of just cementing and explaining the ins and outs of the DFlow, Phantom, Solana Foundation, kind of the whole like Kalshi push onto Solana.
Yeah.
I think you could get some product demos from Phantom as well, perhaps,
Exciting.
which is
So
really cool.
exciting.
They have
Really looking forward to
live
that.
chat. They have like it looks like their UI. It looks native to them, and it's right on their homepage. So I'm very excited about kind of the adoption of that.
So are we, because we've been in this glass booth talking to all the experts and the builders and the founders and trying to understand what it is that they're looking forward to with a longer horizon. But as a result, we've missed the majority of what's happening directly behind us on the main stage here at Breakpoint, which is 2 to 5 minute long fireside chats. Final question for you before we let you go. What are you most bullish on when you think about Solana in the next 12 months? By the time we get to London next year for Breakpoint, which I think is going to be mid-November,
Right.
what is the single most exciting development that we're going to have spoken about all year? What will it be?
Yeah, I think it really is like a combination of the fact that like the Solana Floor dev community, I think, has become much more sophisticated. The DEX infrastructure has become much more sophisticated. With proper AMMs and order routing, tokenization is having a huge push on Solana with real world assets, including prediction markets and stocks.
Yeah.
And I think the whole like coalescing of that will enable like Kalshi builders to really succeed. And so I think a year from now, we're going to see not only like a thriving ecosystem of like prediction market front ends on Solana, but a lot of users and power users using all those different things. And so I think like all these different themes really do coalesce around the prediction market opportunity, specifically the tokenization one, where it's real-time, fast, instant settlement. And so that's really exciting. And I think all those specific fields as well we'll see and look a year from now and be really proud.
I honestly cannot wait to be in London at Breakpoint 2026 and look back on it and think, okay, to what extent was this a year of prediction markets? I think to a large extent.
Is that home for you? Or?
I was born there. I haven't lived in London for many years now. I spent 15 years or so living in the Netherlands, lived in all the different places. I live in Lisbon now. But
Nice.
yeah, it is sort of a homecoming, if you will. And I know the Super Team UK guys are very excited to be there as well. So cannot wait to catch up with you there. Final note, leave us with some alpha, leave us with sneak peek of what might be to come. What are you cooking? What are you working on behind the scenes? What might we get from you guys in the next 6 months?
I think we are going to, well, I've been repeating this every single month. I've been at Kalshi since I joined a few months ago. But Kalshi crypto was kind of like non-existent just 4 months ago. And now we've got some of the largest big like distribution partners in crypto. I want Kalshi to be in every crypto app. 6 months from now.
I think it will be. I mean, everybody that we've been talking to, we've been asking like, what are you most bullish on? And they're saying prediction markets.
Yep.
Like it's on the top of everyone's mind, and it's growing. So you guys are doing a fantastic job.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. I wish we could continue talking to you. Thank you so much for making time to talk to us here at Solana Floor TV. Really appreciate it.
Thank
We
you.
will
Thank
hopefully
you.
see you walking around later on.
Yeah, or-
and if not, at the event.
At the event, predictify everything.
Predictify everything. If
Yeah.
you don't have tickets and you are in town, then do register. Predictify everything is the name of the event. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with Dan Albert from drumroll Solana Foundation. We're going to talk about everything related to validators. We're going to talk about everything related to the Solana Foundation's decisions, or desires rather, not necessarily a decision yet, but more of a desire that they've indicated to work themselves out of a job, which goes to say that the Solana Foundation believes that the Solana ecosystem has matured to a point where we don't necessarily need too much of that top-down management. It's more of an organic situation. We had Toli on stage just yesterday saying his ideal scenario is not having 7 minutes of stage time as he does this year at Breakpoint 2025, but actually having 2 minutes of stage time, maybe even 0 minutes of stage time. So yeah, I do want to grill Dan Albert on this because I have strong feelings. I would like to see the Solana Foundation stick around a little bit longer. They believe that their work is nearing done. Curious if you have any ideas. Curious if you have any ideas about Kalshi, about prediction markets. These guys raised at an $11 billion valuation. So it's important that if you have any thoughts, feelings, that you let us know in the comments. And we're going to do our best to, of course, bring them up with the people that we're talking to. Now, Dan Albert is joining us from Solana Foundation. So if you have any questions about the declining validator count in Solana land, I know this is a contentious topic, throw your questions in the comments and we will ask them. And if you have been with us all morning, there's been a very, very long live stream so far, long morning. So many announcements on main stage on day 2 and day 3. So we will recap what happened on day 1 shortly. Dan Albert is joining us. Hello, sir. How are you?
Great
Very
to
nice
see
to
you.
see you again.
Thank you.
How
Thanks
is
for having
life?
me. Life is
Busy?
good. Yeah.
Day 3 at Breakpoint in Abu Dhabi, the capital of capital. Endless stream of announcements, endless stream of 5-minute fireside chats that unfortunately we've missed the majority of because we're trapped in this box. But so many, stimulating conversations with founders, with builders. We spoke to Austin Federa earlier about validators, about 00. And I know validators is something you're very, very passionate about. But before we get there, if you don't mind me asking, they've called it Bald Point.
Yes.
Your hair is longer than it was last time I saw you, and you have a
sure
beard.
is.
Where are we going? Why are you not bald?
Bald point's not for everybody. Yeah, I had some people trying to get me on, but I said absolutely not going to tamper with my Samson-like powers.
There we
Hair
go.
staying long.
And as far as the beard goes, I've seen a few people, including Toli, rocking a beard. Is next Breakpoint in 2026 going to be Beard Point?
Remains to be seen, but
Are we excited for London?
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been really great to, move Breakpoint around the world. This is our 5th Breakpoint and our 4th country that we're running it in. And just, bringing so many people together from all these different communities. Everybody's got to fly in from somewhere. And, the more of our global communities we can bring Breakpoint to, the better.
Decentralizing all over the world. So we've had Lisbon, Amsterdam, Singapore, now the UAE.
Yes.
And we're going to be in London next.
That's right. Yeah, we did the first 2 Breakpoints in Lisbon, 21 and 22, and then kind of started the Global Roadshow.
Absolutely. London is an interesting one for me. I left London years and years ago. I was born there, and now I live in Lisbon. So it's sort of chasing Singapore and the UAE around, chasing Breakpoint events around. It's been really, really fun. Finn, how are we feeling? What's the mood out there? I feel like the main stage finally has calmed down. We heard people screaming out there, but what's the mood out there?
The mood is still electric, and I think that's really tremendous because often, conferences towards the end of the day, the week drags on and people kind of start filtering out, but still you go out there, it's palpable, people are still pumped, and announcements keep coming thick and fast. So the energy is incredible. But
We are super excited to have Dan Albert with us.
yeah, I am
Thank you.
simply stoked to have Dan Albert here with us because I think you're the best person to ask about some of these things that I think about a lot. A lot of people are saying that on Solana we have a validator crisis. We've seen the count drop from 2,000 2 years ago. Now we're around kind of 700-800. It's down about 35% over the past year. Do we need to be concerned, or are people sensationalizing this?
It's a difficult moment for a number of validators. I do not think it is any sort of, I'll say, existential concern. A lot of our smaller independent validators are indeed they're really feeling the pinch right now. And that's true. And I had a good conversation with Nikki Scans, who started this great community project called Layer 33 to kind of support more smaller indie independent validators, because those are really a lot of the folks that help get Solana started. You've maybe heard me talk in the past, like when we launched Solana mainnet, there were maybe 30 validators, right? And I was on a first name basis with all of them. We were all just kind of jamming. How can we make this thing work? And it's really important, I think, to me, and sort of almost like spiritually, that we kind of like protect this side of the community. And at the same time, Solana has always been not just idealistic, but also really pragmatic. And on the pragmatic side, the reality is the economic landscape for validators is changing, and I think people may need to sort of readjust some of their prior assumptions about what the validator business model is today and what it could be in the future.
The changing economics of the validator landscape is quite critical, because we've seen 228 was rejected, we've seen 441 kind of come in to readdress that inflation issue. What is it that is squeezing out the smaller validators at the moment?
I think it's a combination of things. I think the honest reality is macro conditions, right? What we're seeing, sort of the meme coin craze of earlier this year was driving
great time to be a validator.
Great time to be a validator, right? It was driving tremendous amounts of on-chain fees. The sort of wild frenzy of that season has passed, which I think is a good maturation. But it does mean that fees being paid to the network, and therefore fees being passed on to the validators, are down compared to where they were earlier this year. And also, as more of the internal validator economics have become more transparent, that has basically squeezed sort of the margins that validators were historically able to charge, from their stakers. And now, the stakers, the ones who really have the capital at stake, are, really, really demanding like extremely high performance and extremely tight margins on behalf of the validators that they delegate to.
Yeah. And so I've spoken to a few other, validator ecosystem leads about this. I spoke to Max Kaplan and Sid Moriarty from Phase Labs and Aeropool about this. And I asked them, that obviously the decline in count looks bad on paper. Is it as bad as people say? And what they told me was it's not as bad as what they say. It's a shift from quantity to quality.
Absolutely.
So what does that look like? Are we moving away from a saturation of Sybils down to motivated, independent, high quality validators?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. And a lot of this, as I've said to some people in the past, the validator count in quantity was probably overinflated for some time, and you could probably blame me for that, because I've been overseeing the foundation's delegation strategies and our staking strategies for many years, and it's always been really important to us to help grow the network, help support new validators that want to onboard. And unfortunately, what was happening, a lot of people decided or figured out, okay, we're going to try to take advantage of this program and try to rely on a delegation from the foundation as basically just an operational subsidy, and not put in any further effort to attract external stake, to grow their own validator business, to grow their own community of supporters. And that was never what we intended. It's not what we want. And so we've really started shifting how the foundation thinks about supporting validators, because it is one of the most important things that we do, from exactly what you said, from quantity to quality. And so what we have seen in the very large change in validator numbers, I hate to say it, a lot of them were a much lower quality. And while it contributed to node count, they weren't doing as much, I'll say, and this is obviously a broad statement, but they weren't doing as much to support sort of the active network participation as some of like our original, like really community-driven validators and the folks, that are participating in stake pools and projects like Layer 33. And so we're shifting to more strategically support some of these initiatives, while really encouraging people to say, hey, like, the foundation exists and our strategies exist to support and bootstrap certain segments of the ecosystem, not to sustain them indefinitely. That's an unhealthy relationship. That's not the position the foundation desires to be in, right? We want to, help unblock things, whether it's at the validator level, at the developer level, the core protocol, and then get out of the way and let, the market decide and let the validators kind of compete amongst themselves.
Okay, so what is the value add that a motivated and a ethos aligned validator would do that one that's just kind of there to fill the numbers does? Because anyone can say, yeah, there's also a Twitter account. We also do educational posts about what validators are. What's kind of the broad strokes? What can people do to kind of contribute to that system more than just the network side and the blockchain side of that?
Right. I think you hit it on the head. Helping to educate, whether it's their local community, creating content in their local language, and really just being an active participant and not just saying, okay, well, all the other validators are going to do this, so I'm also going to do this, right? And just kind of copy and paste your behaviors. Yeah. And because we really need that diversity of human operators. And every human, even though the validator sort of operations have become much more streamlined today than they were several years ago, some of the operational things are a bit more commoditized, which brings the kind of operational load down. It's more humans storing, the keys to their operation, the private keys that secure their vote accounts in unique ways. So we really distribute, any potential, say, concentrated points of failure. We want validators running in other countries. Something that's really important to me and is becoming more increasingly important to a lot of network participants, including our community validators, is the regional concentration of stake, right? Yeah. It's no secret there is a very large concentration of stake in Western Europe. And we really want to support initiatives and support validators and the stakers behind them in moving to other regions. And there's this trade-off that, validators need to make and stakers need to be aware of, are we playing short-term games or are we playing long-term games, right? And the Solana network is the long-term game. It's an infinite game. And to remain healthy and maximally decentralized, there needs to be appropriate and sustainable economic activity and physical infrastructure to support sort of this breakup of the giant stake blob between Frankfurt and Amsterdam, and bring it places like here in the UAE and to Japan. Right. I was just talking with an infrastructure provider, here in UAE that's working on bringing additional bandwidth and spinning up data centers to make this region more sort of from an infrastructure level, much more attractive to validators and therefore stakers, and create like another sort of gravity well of economic activity and network activity for Solana.
And how do we incentivize that? So you mentioned Amsterdam and Frankfurt. I lived in Amsterdam, so I understand the demographics and the economics there. You come to places like the UAE, we were in Singapore not too long ago. I feel like these are all fairly well-off parts of the world. Mm-hmm. Geographic decentralization, you mentioned layer 33 earlier. Obviously, Austin Federa is incentivizing validators to be more geographically dispersed as well. But from your position within the Solana ecosystem, how do we incentivize that geographic distribution of the network itself?
Yeah, it's a tricky thing because what we don't want to do, and I'll say we, at least speaking on behalf of the foundation, right. What we don't want to do is create sort of a perverse incentive, right? That is not actually reflective of what the market desires. Sure. One of the challenges historically in, say, a place like Singapore was that the latency for a validator that wants to vote on blocks was too high, and validators were having a hard time. Or for example, in Australia, this was really a particular issue. We had a community member who wants to run their node in Australia. They're from Australia. I want them to be successful doing that, and they said, hey, it's really hard for us to keep up with the network.
Is that to do with latency?
It's latency. Okay. And so there's because the traffic patterns on Solana are so demanding, we want global consensus at the speed of light, all of the things that Solana, is bringing to the world and promises, we want to deliver, and we have been delivering. And now with, I think, a lot of the enhancements to the actual core protocol that the teams at Onset and Firedancer are driving, and particularly with some of the work that Austin and the 00 team are rolling out, can bring this really low latency to regions of the world where it was really difficult to create an economically competitive validator in, say, Australia or somewhere else in APAC, compared to, just one more node in Frankfurt.
Right. Clear.
Yeah. So, Pato, we talk about going from quantity to quality.
Yes.
Is there a risk that the pendulum swings back towards high concentration of stake within top-heavy entities? So, if you look at the block explorer, you'll see, Helios has got 1%, Binance has 1%, Jupe's got, high percentage as well. Obviously, these are all great contributors to the ecosystem. We want to keep supporting that, and they do fantastic work. But how do we kind of find the balance between having a large number of nodes, but also maintaining the quality nodes without having too many with too much?
Yeah.
Difficult trade-offs. I'm sure you've lost a lot of sleep over this.
Always difficult trade-offs, but it's easy to punch at the heavyweight validators, and certainly like this, is the cause of no small amount of challenge for our smaller validators who are also working really, really hard. But I don't think it's a bad thing for an entity that has a highly staked validator and runs a business that depends on Solana's performance.
Yeah.
They have a vested stake in their validator, and every validator performing as high performance, with good failover, with super tight security. Because for them, it's not just, they're making lots of money or however much money they may be making on their validator. They can hang additional business services off of that validator, whether their business relies on their validator or the global set of validators. The incentives are aligned.
Yeah.
And so I think there is, value in something like this. And one of the things that I think we'll start to see sort of kind of evolving in the next year or so is how do validators think about their validator as a business, and is running Agave or FireDancer or Jito, as a program on one server, is that a sufficient and is that a sufficient business on its own?
Yeah.
Right? Are validators going to start offering, auxiliary services, and will they say, create single validator stake pools that they'll use some of the proceeds, whether it, to offer additional services to the folks that stake with them, or community members that support them in a subscription or a token or whatever business model they might choose.
Yeah. So you touched on the FireDancer, Jito, Agave. How critical is having new client software arrive on the network to kind of further that decentralization?
Yeah, this is something that's been, I think long-term, it's existentially important, right? We have been working very closely with both the Anza team and the FireDancer team for years. FireDancer has been in development for 3 years. They just announced here yesterday.
Yeah, huge news.
Full FireDancer live on mainnet.
I remember seeing the 100 million TPS demo back in 2022 and,
losing it.
Finally got there.
Yeah, so we're finally there. So, huge congratulations to the FireDancer team for getting live on mainnet. Massive congrats to all of the ongoing efforts from the Anza team. They have not only been working and helping the FireDancer team integrate and going back and forth on design decisions, but I don't know if you noticed, even before FireDancer launched, the network has been ripping this year, and the Anza team has not stopped shipping and pushing incredible improvements while FireDancer has been doing their own tremendous engineering work. So I think it's a real testament to the maturity of the network as a whole, the maturity of the whole, core developer community and set of companies that we can really push the network forward while increasing client diversity. The Syndica team has also been hard at work building SIG, which is a third validator. And so, hopefully we'll have some, things to share, or that team will have some things to share in the near future. But yeah, it's been really exciting to see the network continue to evolve and mature.
One of the North Stars that Tolly's put out there with regards to the number of client software operators we have is that he said 4 is the perfect number. Do you think that's still the case? Should we be aiming higher, or
I think 4, although I will say in a world with Alpenglow, you could probably technically get away with 3 because of how, in the event that you have, now this is in the perfect worst scenario, right? The best worst scenario. In today's world, we have, Tower BFT consensus, which says, okay, if 33% of the network falls offline, you have a a halt on the chain, right? And that is the worst thing that can happen. We've been there before. We're not going to go back there, right? The network has really hardened. If you have 4 different clients and say, for simplicity, 25% of the stake runs on each of the 4 nodes. If there is a critical fault in one client, right, you lose 25% of the network, which means 75% keeps going, which is enough to maintain consensus. So there's no failure in, global block production, and the remaining 25 that went down can rapidly flip over to, one of the other 3 options.
Is it simplistic to say that if we have 4, each client's going to be running 25% of stake, because obviously each one's going to have different incentives, some might be paying up more than others. Do you realistically see it being 25 on each one, or do you see highs and lows around?
Right. No, I don't. I think realistically, we're not going to see a perfect world. Like, no one can control all of the incentives or which node people choose to run. I would like to think that in a world where the network is so mature, we have 4 clients running with stake on mainnet, that the social awareness and pressure, there could be some flavor of incentive. I'm not sure exactly what that would look like.
Yeah.
To encourage people to say, hey, run, you should consider running your validator with, this version of software from this team because it has a low amount of stake, right?
Yeah.
We recently saw this. There was a client bug with one of the clients on the Ethereum network, and I think it was about 22% of ETH stake had a bug, and a number of these validators and node operators had to switch over. And it's a testament to the decentralization of Ethereum that you can have 5 different clients, one of them goes down, or there's a big network issue, and the network remained healthy, right? And so that's really commendable, and it's really important that Solana continues to march in that direction as well.
You touched on Alpenglow earlier. I think you're speaking about Alpenglow at Accelerate in New York with the Marinade event.
Look at Finn's face light up. He loves it. He loves it.
So Alpenglow kind of has been painted as the silver bullet that solves a lot of the voting cost issues. Is it really so simple that Alpenglow arrives, all of a sudden voting costs drop, it becomes vastly more profitable to run even smaller validators, and then that kind of opens the floodgates for democratization of validator operation?
I wish I could say yes, but the simplest answer is no, it's not that simple. Alpenglow brings a tremendous amount of benefit to the network. Eliminating voting costs is not one of them.
Right.
Alpenglow brings formally provable consensus algorithm. We're bringing global finality down to, I believe, 150 milliseconds. So even today we have optimistic confirmation at 400 millis, and then true finality 32 blocks deep in the tower BFT tree for full finality, right? That's coming down to 150 milliseconds. So just the speed of confirmation on Solana should really go up, which is great. As far as the voting economics, the thing that is changing, and this little technical detail, so historically votes have been and are today on-chain transactions, right? You submit a vote in the consensus program, but it's still processed through the SVM, it runs through, it's in the ledger, it's an on-chain transaction. So that is going away. So votes are going to be run through a separate kind of consensus messaging algorithm through Alpenglow. So there won't be per transaction or per vote transaction fees. But Alpenglow does introduce this other concept that I believe they're calling the VAT, or validator admission ticket, which is a once per epoch fee. I believe that is currently proposed at 1.6 Sol. So this contrasts with the approximately 2 Sol cost for validators today, which is one vote transaction at 5,000 LAN ports times 432,000 blocks per epoch, comes out to about 2 Sol per epoch, or 1 Sol per day, approximately. One of the things is this VAT fee is configurable at the cluster level, right? We can't really change vote fees without changing the entire fee structure for all transactions on Solana in Tower. But depending on how some of the sort of economics are refined over time, the VAT could be increased, it could potentially be lowered. which obviously will have a big impact on, how validators look at their, their costs and their sort of break even, which is obviously a big consideration for a lot of validators today.
And so something that I think will actually assist in the economic layer of this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the block building competition game is heating up a lot. We've got Harmonic, we've got BAM coming through to hopefully kind of ramp up some of those rewards validators. Can we expect that as this competition kind of accelerates, that validator rewards in turn will also be kind of boosted up by the amount of different transactions we can pack into blocks?
With more transactions in the block and more economic activity on chain, absolutely. I think it's been really interesting to see a lot of the kind of market competition for transaction lending services, for block building services. It's certainly been a pretty spicy debate on Twitter. Lots of people with lots of different opinions. And I'm glad that people are expressing these opinions, experimenting with new technology. But the thing that's going to really help out the validators is growth of the on-chain economy. There's some. I think there's an area of some debate as to whether some of these solutions or some of these directions might potentially benefit the validator layer and the staker layer at the expense of the users and the applications that are actually paying and processing these fees, right?
I think that's why most people were, I don't want to call them keyboard warriors, but the most opinionated and least nuanced opinions were coming because of that divide of conflict of interest potentially.
Potentially. And I think the long-term win here is that the application economy that's built on top of the validator layer, the app economy and the revenue that is directed towards the apps and the fees that the users pay and save should be 10 times, 100 times larger than, I think, the validator economy. Not because the validators are not incredibly valuable, but we're building an entire global economy. All of the things you've heard us talk about, internet capital markets, and all of these incredible applications and assets that are coming and products that are being launched, all of this is at the application level. And it's critical for Solana's long-term success that layer remains as low cost, as minimally extractive as possible, so that it can grow as large as possible.
So I wish we could talk about this all day. Unfortunately, we could, and we could. We are unfortunately running out of time. I want to ask you. You mentioned that people have strong opinions and they voiced strong opinions.
Sure.
Something I have fairly strong opinions on, which you mentioned last year at Breakpoint in Singapore, is that the foundation sort of got to a point where it's time to start thinking about reducing the role of the foundation in governance and sort of working yourselves out of a job. I don't love that idea. I love what you guys do, and I look around and I think this would not be possible without the amazing people at Foundation. Where do we stand in that journey? Are we still convinced that Foundation needs to work themselves out of a job? Please don't leave us. What are we looking at here?
That remains my long-term stance.
But it's not a 12-month.
It is not absolutely a 12-month time horizon. In fact, Foundation is hiring, along with many other companies in the ecosystem. But I would just say, if we look, if we could peer into the future, say 10 years from now, if the ecosystem is still, I'll say, relying, dependent on, or looking to only the Foundation for the class of things that we do today, I see that as a failure. Because what I want to see are really strong, name brand recognized companies, that are the startups today, or that there are some folks that are in, the Coliseum workshops right now across the plaza, hacking away, like building, really strong billion-dollar companies that, earn the respect of the ecosystem and have all the right incentive alignments to say, yes, we, among many other companies, are going to fund, defend, push forward, throw events, on behalf of the broader Solana economy.
I think Toli would probably echo that. In fact, yesterday on stage, he was saying, look, I've got about 7 minutes of stage time this year. The ideal scenario is that I have 2 minutes next year and 0 minutes the year after that.
Right.
But when he said that, I thought, okay, that's a bit of a crisis. He's talking about 2 years, 24 months. These guys are gone in 24 months. And I think a lot of people would probably agree with me that you guys should stick around for at least a little bit longer than 24 months.
Well,
so when you say 10 years,
sure,
that's a relief.
Okay, but 10 years is, all right, I just picked a number, right?
Okay.
But look at how far Solana has come right? In the 5 or 6 years that mainnet's been alive, right? And one of the things that we often debate internally is, hey, yeah, foundation, I'd like to think we do good work and we add value to the community.
Absolutely.
And is it possible that as long as we say, hey, we're here, we're hosting Breakpoint, we're doing this, right? We're happy to do that and be, a benevolent actor here. But is it possible that we prevent the next layer of leadership or company growth?
Right.
That, maybe like I love Breakpoint and I can't wait to do Breakpoint next year in London and, or anything like that. But, there's other communities that can make money off of doing events or doing all sorts of other things that the foundation also does. And the last thing we ever want to do is be an impediment to anyone else's growth. We want to be an accelerant for everyone's growth.
That makes a lot of sense. Now, another point that you made last time you and I spoke in Singapore, not sure how best to phrase this, was that, it's great that we move around the world, and we sometimes lose track of the underlying technological developments, right? At the time, I was sort of pushing you on whether or not it's reasonable that people accuse Solana of being a meme casino. You had a pretty animated response to that. We're not going to get into that now. Clearly, it is not. We have trillion-dollar asset issuers alongside, ETF issuers alongside DATs here. That is no longer the case. But you also said nobody is bullish enough on Firedancer. Can we add a different word to the end of that sentence this year? Is there something that nobody is bullish enough that they should be super bullish on that we're sort of maybe losing sight of?
I think nobody's bullish enough on internet capital markets.
Exciting. Unfortunately, we can't keep going because I think we're going to be in here all day at this point.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Albert, Solana Foundation, thank you so much for making that talk to us today. Really, really appreciate your time. Thank you for being part of an amazing organization that puts on Breakpoint. And I'm sure we'll be grilling you again on your opinions on validators and meme coins and ETFs and DATs and all kinds of stuff when we catch up again in London, hopefully in a slightly larger glass box in November 2026. Dan Albert, thank you so much for your time.
All right, thanks,
really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your time here in Abu Dhabi.
Looking forward to it.
Don't go anywhere if you're watching at home. We are going to be right back with Muli Sagiv from Satora. I'm going to be leaving in just a moment. Mr. Thomas Bahamas, all the way from California, and Finn Miller are going to be talking with Muli in just a few short moments. Now, Satora, as you likely know, is the security layer of much of crypto. They've secured for a long, long time some of the biggest projects, biggest protocols across crypto. And they are going to be grilling Mr. Sagiv on what exactly they do in the Solana ecosystem that maybe we don't have a real sense of as the retail participants. So give me 1 moment. Don't go anywhere. We are going to be right back with Satora.
Dan, we met before. I'm Muli. We work together a bit. And I understand maybe we should talk, but you're busy and I have an interview. Will you have a little time later today? I think we're on Telegram or something, no?
Absolutely brilliant to speak with Dan Albert at length.
It's not possible, but we are like
quite a lot, especially
because
quite a lot of my time thinking about.
It might be, are you responsible?
In many respects. Is great. There's a lot of questions I didn't get to ask him. I was really keen to chat to him about slot lagging. I think that's something that we probably need to be paying a bit more attention to, but alas, everyone has limited time. But very exciting. We have Muli Sagiv coming in from Satora. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for coming here. Welcome.
Where do you want me to sit next to you? You're not going to kill me.
I'm not going to kill you, certainly not. I might ask you some questions about blockchain security, though.
Of course. That's it. That's my tip.
Perfect. So before we dive into that, we're here at Breakpoint. There's 6,000-7,000 people here signed up for the event who interact with crypto every single day. What's the singular best piece of advice that you can give to everybody to stay safe while transacting on chain?
That's a single advice. I think it's probably the easiest is that keep an eye on your key.
Keep an eye on your
key, and unfortunately, sometimes keep an eye on your phone.
Yeah. We're seeing a lot of hardware wallets here. Are you into the hardware wallets too?
I'm not. But I can tell you I was, when was it? A few weeks ago, I guess. I'm confused. I was in Buenos Aires. You probably heard the story, no?
No, I know there was a bit of chaos.
Are you interview now or no? Yeah?
No.
Okay.
We weren't in Buenos Aires. No.
Okay, but this is recorded or no?
We're recording. We're live.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah. Anyway, even in Buenos Aires, there was a case that somebody has a big money loss because the phone was stolen, and basically, so it's this is a very tricky domain that you need to maintain your wallet, and it's very tricky.
So was the case because they didn't have a private a hardware wallet somewhere else, or was it because they were using only software wallets on the phone?
They were using only software wallets on the phone.
Okay, so
that's not great.
Yeah. So the easiest way to avoid that is to use a hardware wallet.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's the easiest.
Yeah, and I feel like as crypto's been going, people are moving more mobile, right? People are interacting more with crypto in general, especially with Solana on mobile phones. Like what security would you give for people that want to use their phones for crypto?
I think we need hardware wallets.
Hardware wallets.
We need people to have some kind of backup.
Yeah.
You need to have a backup with the phone. You need to have some kind of mechanism, and you need to make sure that you're not the only signer. Sometimes maybe you, especially if we are talking about, in this case, it was a huge amount.
Okay.
So if you are lucky enough to own a huge amount of money, you should be very careful.
Yeah.
You should be very careful.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
luckily in this case, part of the money was saved because we were able to freeze the stable coin.
Oh, were you really?
Yeah. So part of it was saved, but it's very tricky.
It's a very extreme measure to take, though. You know, that's not particularly DeFi to freeze the
Exactly.
stable coin.
It's not very decentralized, but it is fair.
Yeah. Well, maybe a good thing they were holding a centralized stable coin then in that case. Yeah. So I want to start with smart contract security. Obviously at Satora, that's the thing that you guys deal with every single day at an extremely granular high level. People who are a bit less technical, like myself and Thomas, we might have some misconceptions about smart contract security. So what are the biggest misconceptions with regards to smart contract security between non-technical users and people like yourself who spend all day kind of going through every line of code?
Okay, what are the misconceptions? So there are many. So let's start by what's most important. So one thing is that everybody thinks that all the bugs are in the code, and it's not necessarily the case. Maybe that your code is perfectly fine, but there will be something outside, which is the way it's deployed, the way, depending on things. So there may be actually bugs which are equally important, which are actually not in the code. So that's one confusion people have. Another confusion that people have is that they have the feeling, which I guess it's a normal thing, that if you audit it, it's safe, or if you did something. So basically people have this false safety feeling that you've done things, it's safe. But in fact, it is the case that we are making all the time safer.
Yeah.
And we can show you all kind of things to make it safer, but it's never fully safe.
Yeah.
That's definitely the second. I think I asked you. You feel like it is safe. Maybe it's right.
Well, yes. You normally, for me, if I see audited by blockchain security company, in my brain that goes, okay, cool, it's fine. But the reality is that it's not. This is unhackable. This is unbreakable. It's that people who work in this lot have looked through it and they haven't found any critical red flags. Is that the kind of summary of that?
Exactly. And these things also may depend on time, may depend on different kind of hacks, may depend on anything which has to do with this kind of what is implemented and what is realized. And it may be even something that it's itself safe, but is invoking something else which is unsafe. So then you inherit.
Yeah.
So even this is audited, and in principle you think it's correct, and in fact there's no issue there, but you only care about your money.
Yeah. Is it something that you do an audit once and it's reliable forever, or is it something that you have to continually come back to and update? Because in my mind, blockchain security is a real cat and mouse game, and hackers and extractors are always trying to figure out new ways to break contracts, and they're always looking for new attack vectors. Do you need to continually return to the same contracts to make sure that they're always safe against new attack vectors?
Definitely. When you are lucky and you are able to do formal verification for something, then you have some kind of prevent of unknown. But when you are doing audit, like you are reviewing your code by your best person, you're always reviewing the code against the known attacks.
Yeah.
So if there will be a new attack, you'd have to worry about it. When you're doing formal verification and you are lucky, and for example, this is a well-defined protocol, like it's a wallet, so then you're lucky, you can say, look, this wallet stores your money correctly. So then, but also this may be amount to the code, or maybe this code is invoking some external code that you are unfamiliar with. So again, you are relying on something. So yes, you're absolutely right. It's you're protecting it against the attacks which are there. And if somebody comes from some others and find another attack, yes.
Do you want to talk a little bit more about formal verification and its benefits? I know Toli's talked about this quite a lot.
Right.
And like, do you want to break down what that is to our listeners at a higher level? So if you see that a program is formally verified, what does that mean?
That's a great question. And it's not always very clear.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that there are a lot of things. But I think the way I understand it is that, actually it's a way that was brought to us with one of our first clients, which is Aave, which is a lending protocol.
Okay.
On the Ethereum, not on the Solana. So basically, you think about it, a lot of people know about the Juari window. You're familiar with the Juari window, right? Juari window? Juari?
No, I'm not. No.
So Juari window is, you're probably familiar, just don't know that it's called like this. It's the way you give feedback in social sciences. So for example, you come to your boss and you come for feedback. So the boss usually, and you have these 4 columns. You say known to you, known to your boss, unknown.
Okay.
And formal verification is for this unknown.
Okay.
The idea is that you want to prevent, I want to show you, not that I found a bug that somebody else found earlier. That's, you can do with testing and many other things. But I want to show you that it doesn't have the bugs that I'm not familiar what they are.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why I need formal verification. Okay. So it's the idea, and I can tell you every time we sometimes surprised, like we work with Compound. This was one of the first lending protocols. And we came after the best auditor. It was definitely the best. And it's not just the best auditing firm, it's the best auditing firm and the best auditor in the audit. And we ran the tool. And the tool said there is this bug. This bug in the money market allow you to manipulate the fund. First of all, our tool was in shitty shape. So we said it cannot be the case. Okay? And so, but we came to it was very, very centralized. We came and met the Compound founders. We told them, look, we have this bug. It's probably not real, but we want to show you. They say it's not real, probably, but let's see. So we look at it. It was real. It's actually something that allows you to take all the money. And so then they say, you have to work for us. We say, no, this tool is not yet working. So yeah, so formal verification is a good way to find mind-blowing bugs. If you, and we have it many times. We have a very good internal security team and a lot of other security people. But the interesting thing, you run the audit. You take the best security research. You let them, they find 10 critical. You're very, very happy.
Yeah.
And then you run formal verification, it finds 2 more.
Really? That's important.
So only 1 more, but it's enough.
So, how that works is, okay, so they get formally verified, but crypto is incredibly competitive, right? You know, every single one of the top protocols is coming for the other. They're constantly innovating, releasing new features, building on that stack.
Right.
So every time a company releases a new protocol or some sort of new change in the code, does that change it from being formally verified to not? Or how does that work?
It's completely changed it.
It completely changed it.
Completely changed it. And one change of one line can break the whole code.
Really?
And what we do when we try to force our client, and some of them already, even the Solana, we integrate into CI. So we integrate into CI. So every time you change the code, you run this formal verification.
Okay.
And it's actually sometimes we get a message from our client, you're breaking your CI. We say, no, we're not breaking your CI, you're breaking your own code. so
they're running that. So that's kind of like the
they are running
before they release it.
Exactly. Every time they change, they do a commit to the code, we run formal verification. That's actually the beauty of our tool. There are other tools for formal verification, but our tool is automatic. The human is not in the loop. So you have to write the spec. That's hard. And you have to, but once you write the spec, assuming that the spec at least did not change, you can rerun the formal verification again and again.
Okay.
So is it best to really have a two-pronged approach, and that formal verification works alongside human audits to ensure kind of the broadest view that you can have over audits?
Definitely. Another misconception that people have from the beginning is that formal verification preclude auditing or preclude testing. That's not the case. I think you need everything. You need everything. And the biggest problem in formal verification is understanding what property to verify. We have seen people doing formal verification and then the code get immediately hacked, right? Formally verified that the code, that's something which is not very interesting. They made the same mistake in the code as in the spec. Okay, so if you don't have the right property, you actually formal verification just make sure that you have the same bugs in the code and in the spec.
So is formal verification something that is ubiquitous and is everywhere across the security, the blockchain security world, or is that something that Satora has really dialed in on, has established itself as an expert in across the industry?
So what we did from stage one is that we built this technology from the ground up. I worked in many things as academic, but when we started Satora 7 years ago, we built everything from scratch. And the idea is, formal verification used to be a field with a lot of very smart people, but the idea is for every formal verification project, you need 1 or 2 PhD students. And we made it so that normal Solidity or Rust developer can use it. So we made it way more usable. We see that half of the spec in Satora are written by people external. So we made it much more accessible. I think that we have competitors, like for example, the Amazon company has tried to do similar things, but I think also the crypto is a very natural domain for formal verification. The Amazon using it for a security critical system, but I think crypto and also crypto, the spec are much more natural. So basically it's a very unique domain, and we make this prover. I think it's a very unique tool. It's a very complex piece of software, but it can use everywhere. And and it has been used by developers and also by us.
Yeah. Well, that's good to hear. And crypto is a natural fit for this because the essence of what we're doing is money. Like the protocols that you're auditing, they are securing funds, right? So every single one of them really needs to be protected. Is that how you view it, or
it's not only how I view it. It's the only reason that I was academic, and everybody I was giving lectures in Berkeley, Stanford. You're taking all these bright people and you're doing useless things. I said, yeah. So basically, what happened is that crypto is the only domain where you have small code carrying a lot of value, and you change the code. Okay.
Yeah.
I've worked with, for example, the airline industry, but this code is 20 years old.
Yeah.
And it's not changing.
It's not changing.
And it's huge.
Yeah.
So here and also it's a bit mathematical in nature. So it's a perfect fit.
Yeah.
If tomorrow the crypto goes out, the software that we build is pretty generic, but we have no application besides crypto.
Yeah.
So in principle, we are handling Rust code or Solidity code. But this is the only application.
Yeah. That's good. And you kind of mentioned that you were teaching classes, so you had a pretty interesting journey into the crypto industry, right? So you went from academic background into crypto. How do the academics think about crypto? Like when you tell your colleagues, now what I'm really doing is I got into crypto. Like what's the reaction?
When you go to the reunions and you say, I'm in Abu Dhabi for a crypto conference, and all these PhD guys are going, that's a departure.
Right. No. So it's a very good question. So I give lectures. I give also academic lectures. Still, and people, some don't like the crypto, but I try to motivate them on the technical side.
Yeah.
I tell them, okay, suppose this is essentially a code. I go back to the technical, and I'm telling them what is challenging, the massive challenging. So I'm trying to, but yes, it's definitely on the ideological side. It is challenging for me. You're right. I was academic and I did, but basically my colleague and even academically were telling me, look, this is the application for you. You have to do it. I don't know if you know. There's a professor in Berkeley called Scott Schenker. I don't know if you know this.
I don't know.
He's a very smart guy, and so he has actually 2 startups that he has done which were very successful, Sierra and Databricks. And he told me, look, you have to start now, and I give you now the money. And just so he was our first investor.
That's perfect. I mean, he noticed that you like to do hard things, and like you couldn't find a harder problem than crypto and secured funds.
Exactly. So he basically was our sugar daddy, and then we started, and we actually came to investor like A16Z. They told us, look, they connected us to Compound, and basically this is how we started, and we really showed the value, the market fit for formal verification here is amazing. Yeah. But you are right, the ideological issue sometimes is tricky for people. People say, what is it? I can tell you from working with our thing that my experience with this customer is amazing. People in this domain are playing very, very fair game.
Yeah. Oh, that's good to hear.
But
and when you speak about this domain, what about like Solana specifically? You know, like you deal with a bunch of different chains. Like, what's your feedback for Solana specifically? You know, are there a lot of teams that are using formal verification? Is this something that needs to become more standard?
I see actually a lot of very, very good teams that we work with. So we started Solana. The first project that we did is Squads. Amazing team.
Oh man,
amazing team.
Yeah, Squads is brilliant.
And these teams, they were very, very receptive. They were very, very receptive. And then we started working with the Solana Foundation. And of course, Paulie, you mentioned, he's a fan.
Yeah,
and it's great. And we did the first project. We verified some properties of the SPL, and we came to see Tolly, and he was thrilled. And it's so, the nice thing about formal verification, you go to the client tells you, we don't know what we did. You say, okay, fine, insert the bug, okay?
Yeah.
You insert the bug, and then Anna can auditor. The tool will say there is a bug, okay? So I always tell our client, don't touch that. Insert some bugs and see. We are not, I mean, of course, when we do human audit, you have to touch it. But when we formally verify, check it. And you don't need to understand formal verification. You need to understand your code, and you need to understand what can get wrong, and insert and see if it catches it. If it doesn't catch it, it means that it's not the right thing. So the experience we have with Solana is very, very, it's a developer's mindset. We see a lot of people doing can do. A lot of people, when we talk to people sometimes in Solidity, ask them to change code, they are very reluctant. They say we have a limited amount of time, we are paying whatever. It's a hero domain in Solidity. Like you want, I guess Solidity developers are very, they are smart people. Here, people have more can-do attitude. You ask them to change the code. They are very straightforward. So we see with Camino, with Jito, with many of the clients, they are very, very receptive. Good. They are very receptive. And when we tell them about issues, they help us. And also, we sort of go from client to client by word of mouth. So basically, we finish like Camino, Squad introduces to Camino. Camino introduces to others, to Exponent. So it's a very nice way for us.
Yeah, and I think that probably has a lot to do with just the rise of DeFi in Solana lately. Like I don't know how well you're tracking this, but from our perspective, DeFi on Solana in the last year has just gone crazy.
It's going crazy. It's going crazy, and we see that in September. Used to be, it's a big part of our revenue now.
Yeah.
So we are seeing it, and people care about security more, and people are willing to invest more in security.
Yeah.
It's becoming really, really, and we see that it's definitely the leading chain in terms of how many new DeFi projects are being incubated.
Wow, that's a good start. Yeah. So that's Solana specifically, but obviously Satora covers a much wider net across the entire crypto industry. Just how much DeFi TVL is Satora auditing?
I don't have the exact number, but I imagine it's way more than 80%. So it's way more than 80%. We definitely work with Arbe, work with Lido, work with Euler, work with Uniswap, work with many of the big teams. Some of them we do audit, some we do formal verification. But we work with many teams, and we secure a lot of the TVL, ETFI, Eigenlayer. some symbiotics, many of the big names in it, and also Solana, Camino, Jitso, Squad. So we work with, and also we work with the Solana Foundation itself. We work with the SPL. Now we do the staking. So we work with many teams. So we are securing in form application auditing, and recently we are even doing design review, and now it will be announced that we are now doing the validator with helping with the Solana. So we are getting more into securing the whole stack of the DeFi.
So is that 80% of all
Yeah.
of the TVL?
Yeah.
That's across all the chains.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so we're probably
that's amazing.
We're probably talking several billions.
Yeah. No, it's
two-figure billions.
Yeah. A lot.
Oh, that's
A lot of headache, but but it's very interesting.
A lot of necessary headaches, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah, so when you think about like what coming threats there are as far as, I don't even know, like is it like the rise of AI, is it hacks, is it scammers, is it bugs? Like what do you see in the next year as like the primary threats to, you know, Solana and blockchains in general?
So AI is a big threat, definitely.
Yeah.
Social engineering, which sounds
It's always been, yeah.
it's still a big threat. All kind of things has to do with code, like whether it's a rounding error or some kind of issues in the code that were exploited in some ways.
Yeah.
It's also a threat. Unfortunately, in certain cases, even like ownership is an issue. Like you have somebody in your team, and it's an interesting thing. So we are seeing all kind of things happening, all kind of things that's happening.
Yeah, it's not just the code.
Yeah, and even like supply chain attack. Somebody is changing your like in the Bybit, right?
Yeah.
So it's a big thing, right? You audit, you whatever, but somebody is able to change the code which is deployed on you. It's not a great thing, right?
Yeah, no, 100% agree. Now, you did mention AI is a threat.
Right.
To talk about that threat, I would like to bring up Cardano. It's not our favorite chain over here, but recently there was a Vibe coder that attacked the chain, and there was a chain split causing the chain to be down for about 14 hours.
Right.
And this was just one guy using AI vibe coding that was able to do this. Like, first of all, did you hear about this? Second of all, what are your thoughts? I mean,
it's terrible. It's terrible in so many ways.
Yeah.
It's terrible in so many ways. It's a bit hard for me because I am provider, so going against my client is tricky.
But
and Cardano is not our client at the moment. But I can tell you that this should have not happened.
Yeah.
It should have not happened because even if you write, it depends on vibe code. Even if you write the most stupid code, the blockchain should not be so. And it's interesting because a lot of claims about Cardano.
Yeah.
It's formally verified, whatever, which I don't even know what it means.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing is that you don't want it to happen. Vibe coding will be there, and vibe coding will. It's a question if vibe coding will make code more secure or less secure.
Yeah.
Initially, it will make code less secure, but the thing actually is formal verification. Others, you can make the code at least equally secure. Because we can combine. But I'm saying, independent of whether you use vibe coding, the blockchain itself, the infrastructure should be reliable enough that you cannot bring the chain with a very, very simple bug. Right?
Yeah, I mean, people were laughing and making a bunch of jokes on Twitter about it, but like the core of that is like, that is a major threat to it if an entire blockchain can get halted by one guy and an AI, you know.
No, but this guy, even if he or she didn't use the AI.
Yeah, it's as long as somebody could do that. That's
exactly.
There's a vulnerability that was exploited.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. And we have seen it. We have seen a lot of time that the blockchain infrastructure itself is not stable enough. That's bad. You want it to be resilient to any mistake of a human, especially if you allow them to do smart contract or anything, right? It must be resilient. But if I write a smart contract, I should not be able to stop the blockchain, right?
Yeah. Like, it's crazy that happened, and you know, I don't know the details of how that was done, but like That's not coming to Solana, right?
Never say never.
Exactly. So it's tricky. I think the issues that attacks are always possible.
Yeah.
The attacks that you are talking about, we are technical. I don't know. So it's denial of service and things like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
They are hard to prevent. They're hard to prevent. You can sometimes, with auditing or formal verification, you can identify the thing, but it's hard to prevent. I mean, we usually in security we think of two kind of issue. One is called safety, that you show that something bad never happened, and liveness, when you show that something good will eventually happen.
Yeah.
So this has to do with the second one. The second one is not always easy to prevent. So I think this is. So it could happen. It could happen. I don't say to Solana, but it could happen to a blockchain that somebody does something bad, and that's the reason why people try to use gas or use some kind of incentive that you would still have to pay enough to prevent it for you to do.
Yeah. Do you think that that's going to be the biggest threat moving forward? I know it used to always be like, people hacking, different protocols or this or that, but like, is it going to be that AI is going to be the biggest threat moving forward?
No, I don't think so. I think actually AI can do much better things than it previous. A lot of people, and I came too late to AI. I guess I work on my informal application, but I'm not bothered by AI.
You're not? Okay, good.
I'm not. I see that as an opportunity. I'm learning AI all the time, and actually I see initially different. It's like, well, you guys are, but for me, internet it was a big threat when I started. So AI, I'm not worried about it. In long term, it's a great thing. Of course, it has a lot of, because basically everything that the hacker can use, the security also company can use. So you can find bugs with AI. You can prevent, you find proof with AI. You find people are now applying AI to solve problems that they couldn't solve. So the bad guys could use AI, the good guys could use AI. So I see that like any technology, it's not so bad. It could be, of course, things like impersonation. I think the AI can do a lot of things that make it hard for us as humans. But I think AI is for formal application. AI is definitely a blast. There's so many things which is hard, and AI, of course, it cannot replace your smartest guy, but it can replicate this guy or can save some.
I think we can agree it's an excellent tool. It can be used for evil, it can be used for good, but ultimately it's a tool that we can kind of propagate to push crypto further. Unfortunately, Muli, I would love to have you on for another 2 minutes, with the lines getting long out the door. So thank you so much for joining us. It's been really wonderful speaking
with you. Tora, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks.
We'll see you at some side events later, I understand.
Yes, you send me. Do you mind? Send me the names of these people. You're busy.
Yeah, of course.
This is mine or whatever. This is mine.
Yeah, this is yours.
So that was Muli Sagiv, one of the security researchers at Satora. Satora is an incredible security blockchain security platform. They are, like you said, they are not managing the TVL, but they have audited the TVL and they're securing the TVL of billions and billions across the crypto industry, whether that's Solana, whether that's Ethereum. Tremendous work. Coming up next, we have Kian from Keel. Keel is kind of a subsidiary branch arm of Sky. Sky, as everyone knows, is one of the oldest names in DeFi across all chains. They began as MakerDAO, and Keel is a part of their branch into Solana. So, Kian, thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
How's the event treating you so far?
It's been good. It's been a lot.
It's been a lot?
A lot of positive. Yeah.
A lot of positive? Fantastic. So, we'll dive straight into it. Keel sailed...
Yeah.
We need more of those. We've got to keep the wings on. Get some more airflow. So Keel, so Kian.
We're still miking up.
Still working up.
We're live here.
We're still working up.
Thanks.
Right. Fantastic. Keel sailed into Solana DeFi a few months ago. You've come with this big promise to inject $2.5 billion into the Solana ecosystem and really re-dynamize what's going on here. So let's start there. Why does Solana need a massive injection from some DeFi OGs such as yourselves?
Yeah, I mean, look, Solana's been getting it on almost every front. The tech is there. Most of the products that we need are there. The core primitives are there. But all of this for the next stage of growth needs liquidity, and it needs kind of discipline and the kind of rigor that comes from a pedigree like Sky. So we're very much here to work with the existing teams, the existing protocols, but sort of trying to bring that liquidity at scale that really is only made possible by a stablecoin treasury like Sky.
Fantastic. And how has that allocation been going so far? What's the process that decides which app to get some of that fund?
Yeah, I mean, it's very early days. We announced 2 months ago. Most of our core infrastructure went live over the last couple of weeks. We got basically the pipe that plugs directly into Sky and Ethereum, flowing through to Solana. All that kind of core pipe work was deployed literally in the last 2 to 3 weeks. We've got integrated with our first 2 partners, Camino and Drift. And first,
OGs.
Yeah, of course. And first dollars have started to flow, and we'll be wrapping that up gradually over the next couple of months. So a lot of stuff is to make sure we do this correctly, make sure we scale it in a way that's responsible and can handle this capacity. So it is very much a ramp up rather than a sudden,
Yeah. As much as everyone would love this idea that you come in and you just pour in 2.5 billion, you need to be a bit more discerning and a bit more methodical with how that's distributed.
Exactly right. And we want to do this in a way that's sustainable and can scale and can be done responsibly. And for that sort of scale of capital, in particular markets that are dynamic based on utilization, you will cause enormous shocks if you try to dump any sort of that sort of scale of liquidity. So yeah, it's about doing this responsibly, doing this the right way, and doing it the way we can continue to do it.
Yeah, fantastic.
So how can the listeners actually see that? So if they go on to Camino right now, are they going to be able to see this, or what does that look like from, I guess, a user perspective?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the questions we get a lot, right? Which is like, how do you actually interface with Keel? And we're sort of a step back. I guess most folks are used to having a product they can sort of touch and feel and connect with.
Yeah.
We very much are kind of the pipework behind this, right? It's on-chain infrastructure, it's the liquidity layer rather than a tangible product. So yeah. Really, if we're doing our job correctly, you almost don't even notice where it's coming from, right? You see it in the form of scale, much better liquidity over time. And one of the things we're most excited about is bringing more kind of rate stability. So a big part of a balance sheet like Sky's, the ability to be more elastic in the stablecoin supply, means that you see a lot less, sudden spikes where people need to unwind, looping, things like that.
Yeah.
That's certainly how you'll see it in the DeFi space. And then, of course, I'm sure we're going to get talking about it, but the RWA side, that's going to be a much larger stepwise change as opposed to the kind of gradual we'll see in DeFi over the coming months.
Yeah. So as you mentioned, the RWA angle, you're going for kind of 500 million specifically for RWAs. I understand it's the single largest placement that we've seen in Solana DeFi into the RWA space. So what's the timeline for how that's going to roll out? If you don't have any RWAs on chain right now, are you completely sidelined for this? Is there something that can bring in unlaunched RWA assets yet?
Yeah, so we kicked off what we've called the Regatta, which is a very public, very open RFP process to invite asset managers, issuers, tokenization platforms to present assets that already exist and are live on Solana today, but also assets that are either in development, on their way. We have split into 2 tracks. Track A is very much focused on this first $500 million, and that is assets that are ready or can commit to being ready by the 31st of March next year. And then the second track is, I guess we're describing as like pipeline. So it's about opening up relationships and dialogues with guys that are building assets, may not be ready today, will be available over the next 12 to 18 months. Opportunity for these guys to promote what they're working on. And we're also working very closely with the Solana Foundation to help sort of almost do like a point in time snapshot or a census of what does the market look like in terms of readiness? Are there gaps? Do we need to work with organizations to get more transfer agents to be able to support Solana? Are there tokenization platforms that have enough coverage? Do we need better Oracle coverage? Whatever it is, that can start to accelerate more and more of these high quality tokenizations for future allocations beyond this first half.
Yeah. A big part of 2025 for Solana has been this proliferation of RWAs. We're seeing treasury bonds, we're seeing tokenized stocks, we're seeing reinsurance protocols. We've kind of got a massive spread. How are you thinking about which kinds of RWAs you're going to be, moving capital towards?
Yeah, dead right. It's been so interesting to see the variety and spread of different types of assets. And RWA, I guess, is such a broad term.
Very broad. Yeah, we've also got whiskey. We were speaking to a guy who's tokenizing whiskey, tokenizing gold.
We've had such fascinating conversations. There's like someone tokenizing farmland in the Midwest, in the US. We've seen all sorts. I guess for Keel, we roll up to ultimately a stablecoin treasury. So we very much need to do quite disciplined asset liability matching. The types of assets that we need to look at are relatively narrow, right? So we need dollar denominated assets. Capital preservation, of course, is crucial. So that means low volatility, low duration, low exposure to any kind of directional risk.
So no Pokemon cards there.
No Pokemon cards, no whiskey. But yeah, so it's very much looking at kind of institutional grade, yield bearing, dollar denominated assets, highly liquid assets. And so there's just a whole bunch of terrific products out there in traditional finance. And so a lot of this is about working with those folks to find the right way to do it, a high quality tokenization of those assets and bring it on chain and bring the liquidity with it.
Yeah, it's been surprising. We've been talking to a lot of those like more traditional finance players, and all of them are so bullish and just wanting to tokenize everything, put it on chain. So it seems like you're going to almost be part of that as well, where you're like, hey, we're going to help you. We're going to make sure it works. Like, is that kind of like the core of what this fund is for, or is that?
That's a big part of it. So the way I would put it is, we've spoken to 40 plus institutional asset managers who all have had R&D departments or innovation departments, and they've been figuring out this tokenization stuff for the last 3-4 years.
Yeah.
But for a lot of these guys, they need something to get them over that ROI hurdle.
Yeah.
To actually commit and make the leap. And so I think almost everyone, certainly within crypto, but I think also within traditional finance, gets tokenization and gets the vision of why we want it.
Yeah.
But many of those benefits rely on network effects, right? The ability to do instant settlement is only advantageous if you've got counterparties to do that with, right?
Yeah.
24/7 liquidity is only good if you've got actual 24/7 liquidity in deeper markets, and so that doesn't exist today.
Yeah.
So there's almost anyone in the world allocating meaningful capital has the choice to do it on chain or off chain, and right now there's nothing to justify doing it on chain.
Yeah.
Take a look at Sky. We have an absolute mandate where we must hold assets on chain and protocol. We're one of the few organizations that have no choice but to insist on on-chain tokenizations of high quality. And so we do feel a little bit of a responsibility to be the ones to sort of get this party started, make the first move, but do it in a responsible way to kind of ensure that these first cohort of tokenizations are done in a way that is sustainable and just generally done correctly.
Very cool. And are there any that are already released that you can talk about, or any that are coming out? Or how?
I'm going to deliberately try and avoid that one. Okay. We're trying to very much keep this a very competitive, open process, and we're considering definitely a lot of assets that exist today, but a lot more assets that are in the pipeline as well, and are hopefully going to be accelerated within some of the timelines we're looking at. So
sounds good. So keep an eye out.
Keep an eye out.
Check it out. Yeah.
And look, the exciting thing about this process is it's largely been running public, right? It's an opportunity for everybody to see what's out there in a structured way, in a way that is like comparable across these other assets. And we've done a lot of work to kind of figure out how can we actually assess these assets in a way that they're comparable. And I think a lot of folks are going to be surprised to see some of the names that, have had tokenization projects in the quiet and are bringing these assets to the forefront now as part of this public RFP process.
That's so awesome. There's been a big issue, I think, on Solana of just not having tokens that are worth holding for a long time. Right, we're starting to see stocks come on chain, gold come on chain, other options. So I think the more RWAs that we see, the more long-term holders that we're going to have. So this benefits everybody, right? So I'm really excited to see it. Like, what's your opinion on that? Is that going to be like what really like gets people going, using the chain more and holding it for longer?
Yeah, I think a lot of these assets, are designed to be held longer term. Right, these are not assets you flip, like you said. So I think there's going to be an element of that where the main function is store value on chain for a period of time.
Yeah.
I'm personally a lot more excited about when these assets start to become a lot more composable, right? When you're actually seeing them playing a role in DeFi, when folks are using them as collateral in an exchange, when liquidity actually starts to develop on chain, secondary liquidity for these assets, as opposed to just relying, on primary liquidity from the issuer. That's a big part of why we're doing this as well, right? Sky historically was very much in the over collateralized lending on chain was a big part of it, and as we discussed, we're going to be doing a lot of that with Camino, Drift, and other partners. But that's a market today that can only scale to a certain extent to low single digit hundreds of millions. For us to grow to be able to allocate billions of dollars into on-chain stablecoin lending, we need new high quality assets that people want to collateralize in lending markets and post that and get access to stablecoin lending. So a big part of what we're doing today is like importing yield from off-chain where there isn't basically sufficient demand for stablecoin lending.
Yeah.
But the second order benefit of that is the composability, the ability to grow lending as a result of having, a new larger variety of these high quality collateral assets.
Yeah. I think stablecoins are really so much at the heart of everything that's happening at the moment. And 2025 has been the stablecoin year. We've seen a zillion stablecoins from every country. Every issuer seems to want their own stablecoin at the moment. Against that backdrop of TradFi and bank interference, how critically important are truly decentralized stablecoins to our on-chain economy?
I think there's a whole bunch of reasons why. I think there's been a lot of debate this year as well about, the over-reliance of USDC. USDC, of course, is a critical backbone. It's almost all the liquidity against other pairs is backed against USDC on Solana. There's a benefit to diversity, and we've certainly seen that in the fiat-backed stable space. But one of the things that originally got me super excited to work with Sky to enable Keel to bring USDS to Solana in a meaningful way is the value of a collateral-backed debt token. Structurally, for whatever reason, there's been a few attempts, but Solana historically hasn't had a debt token like USDS or DAI. And it has a really, really impactful effect within lending markets that Ethereum has benefited from day one, which is its ability to have an elastic stablecoin that can expand its supply to meet demand for borrowing and contract whenever markets sort of contract as well. And that's really, really powerful in what we talked about earlier in rate stability, right? And the ability to avoid these like sudden shocks and spikes that we have largely today due to the over-reliance on fiat-backed stables. So is it, look, all stables of all categories serve a purpose. They're important for different use cases.
Yeah.
But of course, we're very excited to bring the benefits that come from an asset like USDS.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that too, because like, I don't know, when you talk about stables on Solana and you look at the volumes, it's all USDC. And it's kind of a good thing and a bad thing, right? Like one, it's been very reliable. People have been safe in USDC for a while, but then you look at the other side of that is, like a lot of those funds, they're holding those dollars, they're getting yield off those, and that's ultimately, funneling back to Coinbase or something along those lines, right? So there is kind of a dependency problem on that. So that's like, in my mind, you guys really coming out with a better option is huge. So like, what do we do to get that really going on Solana? Like what's the next step?
Yeah, I mean, look, by the way, don't get me wrong, we also operate in all of these other stables as well, right? We are not exclusively a USDS allocator, though that's sort of the secret sauce that enables us to do what we do.
Yeah.
I think in terms of like greater adoption of USDS, Sky brought it sort of on its own with a bunch of incentives, working with partners to begin with. But actually the thing that makes USDS powerful is having the dynamic allocator behind it. So Keel is sort of that missing piece that makes USDS more effective by distributing it in through these markets at scale rather than relying on just individuals to do that.
Yeah.
The other piece of the puzzle then, of course, is the yield, right? And SUSDS exists on Ethereum. It doesn't exist on Solana today, but it is coming very soon.
Okay.
That's sort of what completes the circle, right? And SUSDS provides a stable, continuous, yield that doesn't spike up and down in short periods of time. That is sort of like some of the highest quality yield in DeFi. We see massive flights to that when you've got downturns in markets. We basically saw, I think, more than $2 billion flow out of assets like Athena into SUSDS over the last months since some of the issues back in October.
Yeah.
And that type of quality, risk-adjusted yield, that's coming to Solana as well. That sort of completes that kind of circle. So I think we're going to see a lot more growth in it with these parts coming into place.
It's been one of the conversations that has been top of mind for us over the past few days. We're here with trillion-dollar asset managers, a lot of TradFi, a lot of suits. I'm curious to hear your opinion on this as a DeFi OG. Have we kind of sold our soul, in a sense, to the TradFi giants? Are we shirking away the original values of what made this industry so special and allowing this institutional capital to arrive?
I don't think so. I don't think it's a mutually exclusive choice either, right? I think one of the beautiful things about public blockchains, which of course we're a huge believer in, is that you can have both, right? You can have interesting esoteric assets and experimental stuff over here and meme coin launchpads while still also having, AAA rated private credit going on over here. I think that's one of the things that excites me about DeFi, and I'm glad we don't have to make the choice.
That's been kind of the opinion that has been returned to us most commonly. No one's come out and said, send all those guys home. It's been very, very collaborative, which has been very positive.
It's fun to see. We've hosted a couple of events with some of these institutional asset managers over the week, and occasionally you have a conversation where they sort of pull out their phone and show you what their personal wallet is in there as well. So
what's the craziest thing they're holding? Go on.
A very interesting basket of meme coins. So some interesting stuff there. Yeah.
Fantastic. So obviously the energy here is hyper bullish. Everyone is Solana filled and convinced that Solana is absolutely the future. Let's put our feet back on the floor for a second. What is the biggest challenge that Solana is likely to face in 2026? Is it, contagion from 1010? Is there other skeletons lurking in the dark? What's the looming shadow that could catch us by surprise?
I think there is going to be a lot of competition with institutional adoption. I mean, almost all of the foundations across all the leading networks are aggressively competing, to win over, the first issuance of assets from, whether it's BlackRock or Apollo, whatever it is. So I think that's going to be fiercely competitive.
Yeah.
Obviously we have, peer organizations within Sky and other networks that work with other institutions. We're obviously very much focused on Solana and Solana exclusively. So I think that's going to be a very interesting area, but it's not necessarily a winner takes all market either. So that's one piece excited about. Interested in your takes. What are you guys concerned about?
For me, it's still 10-10. A lot of people say no, it's fine. Like anything would have happened by now. In 2022, took a long time for a lot of that stuff from Luna to play out. So yeah, I think there might still be some bodies waiting to float down the river, but I don't know. It's anybody's guess. What do you reckon?
I don't know. I haven't been thinking about the downsides because we've been talking to so many people, and it's like all the builders that we're talking to, they're incredibly bullish. All like the traditional finance guys are incredibly bullish. So it's like I haven't been thinking about the price as much. I'm just thinking about like, all right, what are they building next? So I haven't been thinking about the downside as much. But I don't know. I guess.
Yeah. And actually, that's been like the ongoing theme from builders that they say like literally don't care about price. It doesn't matter. Tech is so good. Fundamentals are so good. We asked Mary, who is the founder of Loopscale, and she said, like, I haven't looked at price in weeks. I look at TVL and I look at how we're going that way. So I think that's also the kind of attitude that is pushing Solana forward right now.
Yeah. And there's a lot of wins to take from some of the negatives, right? As terrifying as some of the periods through October were, right? One of the really, really encouraging things for us when we're sort of syncing with, our peers in Sky and elsewhere and speaking to institutions, there was something of the order of, was it 20 billion of liquidations across sexes and dexes?
Yeah.
We had a significant chunk of liquidations on Solana across different platforms, but the network didn't flinch. We didn't have a single dollar of bad debt incurred.
Massive.
Compared to some of the other networks, the change in transaction fees during that period was negligible. The network just continued to rock right through it, no problem. So I think it's like a real endorsement that some of these systems are reaching the point of maturity that we can start to scale, the scale of allocations into them.
Yeah, 100%. And on that note, let's say we're talking 2026 Breakpoint. We're out in England. What exactly would be like the success story that you could tell? Like if everything went great, like what would that look like?
For Keel specifically, I think we would, be very excited to be well on our way to the 2.5 billion commitment from Sky into Solana.
Yeah.
I think we would like to have seen that we've managed to stimulate a lot more activity in the RWA space. I think we've brought on a couple of high profile asset managers with intent to do a lot more than just that first tranche.
Yeah.
And I'd love to see that we've managed to scale lending markets significantly on Solana as well. Got a lot better rate stability. Kind of brought that DeFi at scale that Solana's somewhat lacked today.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, Ken, I've understood that you have places you have to be after this reasonably urgently. So as much as I would love to keep you here and pick your brain, we will let you out. Thank you so much for joining us on Solana Floor. It's been a real pleasure.
Hey, really appreciate it. Great meeting you.
Again, that was Kian from Keel, the liquidity engine coming on to power Solana DeFi with $2.5 billion of liquidity and 500 million of that going directly to RWA. So very, very exciting. Next up, Thomas is going to stay with me here, and we're going to do a quick recap of what was happening this morning. I think it's important to mention at this stage that you see me, Tom, and Jack in here all day. There's also a whole other part of the Solana Floor team who are working remotely to make sure that we get the recap, that we are clued in on what's actually happening on these other main stages. I don't know what that last announcement was, but
that was loud.
Something happened. Something that sounded very, very dramatic.
To be honest, it's been loud all day. Like it's been distracting today. So there's been a lot going on. It is day 3, so I guess it could be to be expected.
Yeah. So big thank you to the other half of the Solana Floor team, Pablo, Ario, Sheldon, and Jack. You guys are doing the Lord's work, helping us keep up to date with all the announcements that are coming out right now.
Yeah, they've been doing an amazing job.
Yeah.
Huge
so,
job.
What do we have? What do we have first?
What does it look like?
Top of the list, Colosseum has announced winners for its Cypherpunk Hackathon. We spoke with Matty Tay at the start. He was very excited to announce this. Who do we have? Unruggable, the Solana native hardware wallet, is crowned grand champion. That's great.
So they won. This was the Cypherpunk Hackathon, and Unruggable. I've been hearing about this hardware wallet. I mean, hardware wallets are kind of a big story of today.
Hardware wallets are coming back. Now, as far as Solana native goes, we've got Solflare, we've got Unruggable. That's awesome. And actually critical because Mooley was just here, a few guests ago, and he was talking about how hardware wallets absolutely necessary for everyone, and we're actually not putting enough importance on this.
100%. I mean, he was making it sound like there was a significant amount of money just sitting on this guy's phone.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's dangerous. Lock it up, you know?
Yeah. You're a big hardware wallet advocate.
I keep almost everything on the hardware wallet. And I mean, I do have my Seekers, so I consider that kind of like a hot hardware wallet where like I usually keep cold wallets, but
yeah. I just picked up the SolanaFloor one, so I'm keen to get that all set up.
Yeah, there you go.
Next up, Uranium Digital announces that institutions can now buy uranium on chain for the first time. On chain uranium. Again, we were talking with Kian about how everything is an hardware now and everything is tokenized. Uranium joins the party.
I think that's big. I mean, I'd like to see that for not just institutions and maybe for the degens as well. I mean, uranium seems like a pretty good trade coming up, right?
Yeah.
So
is that resistant to an energy crisis? I don't know. That's going a bit outside my knowledge base.
You know, I don't know. It looks good, and I mean, it looks like their settlement is like fully happening on Solana. Entire crypto experience is like completely abstracted on their platform. Yeah. So I mean,
I imagine that just becomes like a very user-friendly app when you log in. You don't even know that you've got a wallet or a vault or anything like that, and it's all very, very simple. So that's what we like. Rockaway X launches 3 vaults on Solana. So we have a risk-curated RWA vault on Camino, additional vaults on Exponent Finance and Midas RWA, and they're partnering with Figure, Onre, Solstice, another decentralized stablecoin, and Humor, the PayFi network, as professional curators for these vaults. What's your read on that?
You know, I'm excited. You know, I don't know. I mean, we'll see how it goes, but I mean, overall, very exciting.
Yeah, right? it's more RWAs, it's more mature assets on chain. I think that's probably a step towards greater maturity in Solana DeFi.
Yeah.
Let's hope they're all correctly backed and correctly displaying their yield. Solana Mobile, very exciting. Solana Mobile is expanding beyond its own devices to additional hardware.
What? More hardware wallets?
Not hardware wallets, general hardware. So that's very exciting. We had Emmett in here earlier, and we were asking him about this, and he didn't give us too many hints about additional hardware. So what do we have? They're working with FX Tech, MediaTek, and Trustsonic to integrate the Solana Mobile stack at the chipset level for other Android devices.
Nice.
So that was something he did mention. You know, the Seeker's at a $500 price point, which is cheap compared to an iPhone, but in other parts of the world, that's still quite a lot to pay for a phone. So
yeah,
I see that as an accessibility play.
Yeah. Well, and it looks like one of the companies, MediaTek, they actually have like 50% of all Android devices. So that's a pretty big.
That's staggering.
Yeah.
MediaTek.
Yeah, I've never heard of the company before, but that's a stat that we have.
All right. Let's see. Splice Finance introduces S-Fulk on Solana. S-Fulk is a yield-bearing token offering 10% APY powered by Fulcrum lending. It's powered by real cash flows from senior secured multifamily credit, and it can be minted with stablecoins or bought directly on Radium. RWAs in full
They're coming.
force.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, okay, I want to throw a wet blanket on that excitement. Larry Fink's come out and he said, tokenize everything. Everything's going to be on-chain market. Just because we can tokenize everything, does that mean we should?
I say no. There's got to be a line. I don't know where that line is, but you know, we're not bringing everything on chain.
I think it's also a question like the line perhaps is just on how volatile some of these things can be, right?
Yeah.
So we were speaking with Svi from Baxis yesterday, and obviously RWA is on chain in the sense of redemption, distribution, supply chain tracking is obviously plenty of benefits to that. But an index of whiskey prices seems like something that could be extremely volatile. An index of watches could something that could be extremely volatile. So
yeah, maybe
it's more in that sense. And how willing do you want to be to collateralize an asset that could reach its bubble and have its bubble pop?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's some things that I just wouldn't want to be tokenized. And the way that he tokenizes whiskey is kind of cool because it's like rare bottles that you can't find anywhere.
Yeah.
There's like true price discovery where if you buy it at a shop, it's hard to, they can just kind of mark it up to whatever they want. And it's not necessarily like an open market where they're kind of providing that like centralized market.
Yeah, where it's very P2P.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we'll see. It's the way that these things happen is they're going to overdo it. You know, we're gonna see those couple things come on chain that probably shouldn't have, and then we'll know.
Yeah, and actually, I think that's the great example, right? Is that everything will happen, and then the cream will rise to the top, and we'll sort out the stuff that we don't actually want, and that just won't get adopted.
Yeah,
and these companies will eventually fold over. So
yeah,
that's mine. What do you have next on the list?
So we have an interesting one. So we actually have Mike Dudas coming on in a bit, I believe. But Six Man Ventures announced that it's fully focused on Solana.
Interesting.
I feel like they've been pretty
they've had a big net. They've backed a lot of apps on Solana, but they haven't been Solana exclusive. This for me doesn't say Solana exclusive; it just means focused on Solana. So we'll be able to ask Mike Dudas about that and pick his brain and see where that goes. Interesting move. I get it from a sense of wanting to be as deeply ingrained as possible and as deeply trusted. It's true there are great projects across the entire industry or across various chains. If you were a VC, would you go the same route? Would you say I'm only going to be on Solana?
You know, I don't know. I probably would. Like the reason why is like it's where I'm spending like where my mind share is. Right. Like that's like what I care about. That's what I use. That's what I do. Like yes, it might be limiting in the sense that I'm not outside of that and hedging it with other chains or anything. But like, why would you not want to invest in like where you're spending your time, what you're doing? And it seems like that's what Mike Dudas has been doing, right? Like he's in there kind of playing with a lot of these protocols. He gets in there and he's actually using chain, right? So for him to kind of put his vote of confidence for Solana speaks, I think that's good. I think that's a good vote of confidence.
Yeah, all good questions to ask him, and I would probably say the same. So much of my mental focus is switched on Solana, and so if you kind of diversify all that focus, you're not sure where you're actually looking at. You don't know how deeply you can look into something. Solana is probably the best home to focus all your attention at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to be too scattered either, right? If you're not, you don't know everything about what another chain's doing. You don't know the community. You don't know what's going on there. Maybe you don't need to invest in it.
We'll ask him. Outside of Breakpoint, Solana ETFs have now recorded 11 consecutive days of net inflows. Inflows totaled 2.5 million yesterday.
Yep.
Interesting.
And this a little change up. So we've been seeing a lot of inflows, mostly to BSOL. This yesterday was actually VSOL, so VanEck.
VSOL.
Their ETF is getting
1.7 million.
So a little change up. A little competition. Competition's good.
11 consecutive days is great. It's true. 2.5 million is hardly a very, very strong, convincing flow that we're still very positive, very bullish. But 11 consecutive days is a great stat. That is a reminder that capital allocators, they're still going into Solana ETFs. We had the 22-day streak at launch, which was historic and absolutely incredible. Do we break that stay again?
I don't know. I think we're going. I think it's going to keep going. I think keep buying. Why not? We Matt Hogan was in here the other day, and we saw him on stage, and I think in here he said that there's like 10x potential for Solana, right? Like these guys are bullish. And I don't see why not. People are looking for risk. There's they know about Bitcoin, they know about ETFs, and they're willing to go down the risk curve a little bit more, and that's where they see Solana at this point, right?
Yeah, Matt Hogan did come on and say there was a 10x opportunity on Solana. Fantastic. So of the conversations you've been in this morning, you've spent a lot of time in the booth. Who stood out to you as one of the more fascinating speakers?
Man, well, Austin Federa, I feel like he was really good, really engaged, and I feel like he's just doing really cool things. Right. So obviously, like he worked comms for the Solana Foundation for a really long time. So he's been doing this for a while, but to hear him talk, to hear him, really put forth like what he's trying to do, it's great. I mean, I think it's a great product, and you can tell, I think 40% of Solana stake is using 00 right now. And that's just because he's fulfilling a need, right? They're doing a good thing. They're making everything faster. So.
I love that story he told about it being blamed on everything that happened on Solana.
That's pretty good, right?
I think we are now so hyper fixated on Austin Federa as the 00 guy instead of the old foundation guy.
Well, now he gets blamed anytime the entire internet goes out. So he's got a lot more to be blamed about.
It's ironic that it was all these NFT collections and NFT cabals pulling together to place the blame on him.
I mean, that's insane. I mean, you got to be like pretty like strong-headed to put up with all that. I guess if you're working comms for a blockchain, especially with Solana, where it's like there's so many communities, everything's so contentious, everyone argues about everything.
Yeah, especially in the internet age as well, when anyone can go online and be a keyboard warrior and type all kinds of nonsense.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, day 3 of Breakpoint. How do you feel it's gone so far?
From where we're sitting, it sounds like it's all happening. The stage is loud. That tells us that there's big announcements. We've got so many new RWAs being listed all the time. I'm excited about the Solana mobile announcement there, because I think accessibility is so important. It's we keep coming back to it, but financial inclusion is a critical part of what crypto is. Making cheaper phones means that everyone can actually join this Seeker ecosystem, and that's great for everybody who's already there as well, right?
Yeah, completely true. So
I feel like getting more people with the Seeker or Seeker adjacent Solana mobile stack in their hands is actually only going to spin that flywheel harder, and it's going to make it a lot more palatable to kind of keep using the Seeker, I think, after the airdrop, because that's obviously the goal, is to kind of keep the ecosystem moving, keep things moving, keep app developers building new apps for the Solana App Store,
and keep them safer too, right? If they're using that stack, are they going to have? Is that going to turn those phones into a hardware wallet as well, or is it just the Solana mobile software, do you think?
I suspect that the same technology that powers the C Vault in the Solana Seeker would be replicated for the cheaper phones. But obviously, we don't have that confirmation. We'll have to ask him next time he comes on.
Yeah. And then who else do we have coming on today? So we got Mike Dudas coming on soon. We got Hivemapper.
We've got Ariel from Hivemapper.
We've got the 2 deep in heavy hitters from today, right?
Yeah.
He had Helium on. Fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, I like everything Helium's doing. I live in the US, so I have their mobile plan, and it's fantastic. Like, it's a better product than other products for me. Yeah. So for them to do that on blockchains, right?
Yeah. Something that I think is really kind of overlooked as far as deep in goes is that it's real world businesses solving real world problems with real world revenue.
Yeah.
And so bull or bear, Bitcoin goes to 10K tomorrow. People are still going to be using their phones. They're still going to be connecting to Helium Mobile. They're still going to be transferring that data.
Yeah.
And that flywheel is going to keep on spinning.
Yeah.
I think that's something that doesn't get talked about enough, because I think the conference opened with that big graph of how all the best revenue generating companies or crypto companies, that was very heavily skewed to trading and speculative apps for me.
Yeah. We're in crypto, so we hear a lot about like the super cycle, right?
Yeah.
Like the super cycle of price. The price is just going to go up forever. That's probably not true. But what I think is happening is like the super cycle of transactions, right? We're seeing like the flywheel where, there are just going to be so many transactions going on Solana that we need those extra transactions. Like we need that higher speed. And it's businesses like Helium that are doing it, right?
So Helium and Hivemapper as well. So Hivemapper's been an interesting one. We're going to speak to Ariel in a second, but they have gone away from the one-off costs to get the BMAPS device, and they're moving to a subscription model. I think they already have.
Okay.
So I think that is also a continuation of kind of what Solana Mobile is doing, is that instead of having this high barrier to entry, they're trying to make it as accessible as possible.
Yeah.
Do you think that's, in the case of Hivemapper, is that just to get as much data of, road mapping and street level imagery as possible?
All right, so I think there's a couple things there, right? So yes, you want more, like the more people that are out there doing it, the better. Lower cost, better. But also the other side of that too is like, say you buy a device for $300 and it sits on your dashboard, you record video all day, you upload it, and then you get some tokens for that.
Yeah.
My incentive as a user of that is, hey, I want to get that $300 back. Like I want an ROI on that. So I get $10 of tokens for uploading or whatever it is. I have no idea what the actual conversion rate is that is. I'm selling those tokens to recoup that cost.
Yeah.
So like there is like just like an inherent like sell pressure on those tokens that I don't know how you overcome that, but this is a step towards that, right?
Well, it almost goes the other way, right? Because imagine you pay your $300 or how much it is, you have the device, you sell your tokens to pay that off. But after that's happened, you're kind of in clear skies. So do you then just accumulate and you let it build up, and then you wait for the time?
Ideally,
or do you continually
yes.
sell?
Ideally, you would, and you'd be a believer in the project. You're supporting, you're contributing to the network, you believe in it. But I think a lot of people see this as like, hey, like I know that they had like some deals when they were first going on, buy now and you get an additional allocation of tokens. So I don't know, it's weird incentives on there, but I don't know.
Yeah. The funny thing with those, if you go for a subscription model, then maybe the user sells their tokens until they hit how much they pay for it.
Maybe.
And then after that, it's clear skies, and you can kind of hold on to the rest.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. You know, the Hive Mapper, he's coming on, right?
Yeah. Fantastic.
And then we also got Nikki Scans coming on.
Nikki Scans. So I'm absolutely thrilled that we're speaking to Nikki Scans. The Nikki Scans initiative, Layer 33, was mentioned quite a lot when we were speaking with Dan Albert from the Solana Foundation. I love this initiative. I think it's probably one of the most important things that we needed to try and really decentralize that stake and send it towards independent, high trust validators.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thrilled to get Nikki Scans in.
He brings the energy too.
He brings the energy.
I understand. I don't think I've ever actually met him, but he has a lot of energy on the internet, and it's gonna be an exciting conversation, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Do we have an expectation of when he'd be arriving? No. The validator thing is funny, right? Because I think we want to see as many as possible, but there's an argument that that's an oversimplified metric.
Yeah, I think it is too. And I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is, right? Like I'm not deep in the validator area, but I mean they're definitely dropping in the number and improving in quality.
Yeah.
And it seems like from what we've heard, like it's decentralized. It's more than decentralized enough at its current level. So if they do, if they are going to continue to lose some, or if they're at like kind of a like stable level right now, it's okay. So I don't know.
And Nikki's going to be a great person to talk to about this. Something that really stood out from that was the overwhelmingly positive reception that people had to Layer 33.
Yeah.
As soon as the announcement went out, it was in all the groups that I was in, everyone was saying this is exactly the thing that we've needed for a very long time. I'm curious to pick his brain and see how that grows as well. Because if it's a public service and a public good, it's probably not going to be a revenue machine,
Yeah.
So I wonder what he's thinking he'll do to kind of keep that going.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. That would be interesting. One other thing that I think is going to be interesting is us going to the Predicted by Everything event with Kalshi.
Great shout.
I'm excited for that. That's going to be fun. Like we're going to be there, and Phantom's going to be there. There's a few other massive partners that are all going to be there. They just announced this big partnership. Like I want to see them party.
Yeah. So who have we got? Kalshi, Phantom, D-Flow.
Yeah.
Who else is part of that? Solana Foundation as well. For me, it's the event to be at, right? It's the event you don't want to miss. Prediction markets is the big narrative of 2026. A lot of people have told us that. D-Flow, rising aggregator, a lot of love for D-Flow. Phantom making it all easier for everyone. All the heavyweights are going to be there.
Yeah.
Do you think that we'll be able to kind of create permissionless prediction markets while we're there?
I want to. I've been telling you guys, I still have yet to trade a prediction market. So I need to get in the trenches. I don't know what the trenches are of these. Yeah. And it's probably making your own prediction markets. But I mean, it'd be great to see some.
Yeah, I don't know if it's prediction markets are fully permissionless yet, because there's always such difficulties around liquidity, because it's not like just buying a meme coin where anyone can do it. The market has to be set, the market's created. You need to have willing participants for that to create the order book. Predictions. I unfortunately am geo-blocked from prediction markets.
Oh, are you really?
As a Europor of a certain country, I don't have access.
Polymarket's fully available to the US, right?
Yeah.
I think it's always been.
Yeah. All right, and we've got Mike Dudas here with us. He's going to be getting mic'd up in just a second. Very, very curious to find out about this Solana focus that he's got up. So Mike Dudas, in many ways, need no introduction.
Yeah,
he's one of the managing partners of Sixth Man Ventures. Sixth Man Ventures has been on a generational run this year. Most well known for obviously being an early investor in Pump Fund and dozens of other projects across the entire ecosystem. Mike, welcome, GM.
Thank you so much. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much for being here.
I was telling these guys, this is the hottest room in the entire city.
It's the hottest room in the entire city, and we've been here.
I feel so bad for you, but I couldn't tell. I was watching you earlier. You look great. You're keeping your composure.
All right.
Good to hear.
Yeah, and when I'm chatting, should I be looking at you?
So you can
or do I look at all these wonderful folks who are...
Yeah, it's less about making sure we're on the right camera. Three guys hanging out, chatting about the Solana and how
thanks for having me.
Yeah, awesome. So, What's the energy like out there? Obviously, we've been in here. We heard announcements going that vibrated the very glass of this booth. So what are we actually missing?
Yeah. So I think what's beautiful about Solana conferences, and Accelerate was similar in New York, is the organization really focuses on making sure that it's product centric, it's builder centric, and or it's folks who are using the chain. So that could be institutions, folks like Jeremy at Circle, and so basically everything is structured to get as much information across as possible in a really narrow part of time. Like I gave a keynote and I had 5 minutes. That's great. I could talk for an hour. I've probably already talked for 5 minutes about nothing. But what that does is it just forces energy from the speaker, from the crowd, and then energy, and then it condenses information. The amount of, what is it, like 100 people a day on stage? There's nothing else in crypto and frankly in finance like this. So, and it's gotten better every year with more attendees. I think they sold 7,000 tickets, sort of taken over the city. And back to the original question. So the energy is so palpable. It's completely different than what you would think if you're just kind of looking at the choppy markets, or you're sitting in Telegram groups with your friends, and everybody's tokens are kind of like choppy. And hey, Solana hit 250 not too many months ago, and I don't know, it's at 140 or so today. But basically everybody here is taking a really long-term builder horizon, right? And that's across every vertical. Maker was just in here, I think, right? Or Sky, pardon me. It's just incredible. So much more capital coming on chain on Solana, and of course on other chains. Kalshi doing things on chain, Phantom, integrating so many more things into sort of their core distribution wallet and user group. And everybody is doing things that have many year horizons. So what's beautiful is we're making this transition. So Six Man Ventures has made this bet for a long time. We invest almost exclusively at the app layer, that real businesses are going to be built on chain, and they should be, and they need to be, for all the reasons. I don't need to give you the whole 24/7, 365, low fee, composability. You guys know it, transparency, blah, 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 blah. That's happening across many different segments, from payments to DeFi, to DePIN, to fun stuff, speculation, gambling, gaming. But it's really happening, okay? Where we are, though, so we're at this inflection point. We're at sort of, I would say, 3 years of rebirth from the bottom of 2022. It's almost exactly 3 years later. I remember being at Breakpoint and getting the news as I was hopping on my plane back from Portugal that FTX was going down. We're past that now. And it's a lot of the same core people who are driving us forward, who just kept building, squads we invested in before that. And now they're a Leviathan with 4 different massive product lines and just growing so quickly. Helios, is born out of that. Another portfolio company, Jito, continues to reinvent themselves. So it's just exciting. So you have those core folks. Now you have, as I said before, all these new businesses coming onto Solana, like Kalshi. And it's just really exciting, like these asset issuers, the Galaxy and others are working with. And again, they have that long-term build horizon. Robinhood doesn't build products for 6 months or a year. They build them for 5. Venmo, PayPal with PYUSD. They are building for a decade. I worked at Venmo 15 years ago. Like, they are really here for the long run, all of these businesses. So, now it's the real world. And it's going to be a different group. It's going to, I guess we're going to be in London next year, right? And it's going to be, I think, much more institutional focused, and that's a good thing. So what happens is, for the builders, it's going to become much more competitive. You're going to get some of the best founders in the world competing with you. Stripe, Tempo. That's fun. I've talked to so many of our portfolio companies, people we may invest in. They're like, bring it on. We believe we can do better. You're getting folks who are optimistic because they haven't weathered 3-4 cycles and aren't burnt out. So it's great. Just people with fresh eyes, fresh perspective. And, I would say that there's a culture that I've seen, and I've really appreciated from Toli and from Raj and from Lily, of just optimism. Anybody's welcome here, right? And so it's been fun seeing assets, like XRP and BTC and, Mert's favorite ZEC, coming onto Solana. And, ultimately, I think Solana's done a great job now of like really focusing on a place where sort of all finance can happen on chain. So anyway, I've been talking for 10 minutes, but I'm just, look, I'm jazzed. You can tell.
Yeah.
And it's so refreshing. It's the favorite thing that I go to every year, where I see people I love with high energy, with optimism, and we're gonna be right, and we continue to be right. And so it's just, if you actually sat down and you were a cynic and you said Solana scammy, fraud, this, that, the other thing, crime it, all the meme stuff, you better take the time to watch 5-6 hours of the videos. And if you really can say that with a straight face afterwards, I think you're lying yourself.
Anyone who came in and wanting to hate on Solana, I think, would leave with this bullish optimism that we've all been injected with.
Yeah.
Something that you mentioned there was all about these new apps coming in, and the big focus of the event as well has been revenue. And for me, it's absolutely ridiculous that on crypto Twitter we're calling it the revenue meta, as if we're just actually becoming a real industry.
Right. So I'm proud of the founders that we've backed, of Solana itself, for prioritizing a real business, prioritizing revenue, and frankly for basically designing everything from the lowest level block space, priority fees, how to land transactions, such that folks at every layer of the stack can generate revenue, right? From Jito, from validators, but all the way through to the app layer itself. So making the chain so performant that you can run really high velocity businesses, like Pump does. And then not frown. I mean, I think Pump's gotten some shit from a lot of folks for being quote unquote extractive. I think that's overdone and it's quieted itself down as people realize, wait, it's actually a good thing that on top of this chain, where the base pair is Solana in every trade that's done on Pump, so it's useful and it's using Sol as money. And basically are just printing, they're still doing the 1.2 million yesterday, the day before, even though, the trenches are supposedly dead. And what's cool is I've seen the chatter sort of die off on, it's extractive to generate revenue. No, it's something to be proud of.
And it elevates the ceiling of what anybody else
can do. You don't want just, people coming out with $1-2 billion FTV chains and, protocols that have no revenue. And I think so. Seeing the success of of Pump has really helped a lot of other teams in the Solana ecosystem change their tokenomics now. Hey, are buybacks a perfect mechanism? Absolutely not. We can debate whether it's the most efficient way to drive value back to token holders, but unfortunately, given the regulatory landscape in the U.S., you can't just send money back to a token holder today. You'd be a security. So. I actually think so. So you use the methods that are available to you today, and then over time, can modify them. And you've seen a lot of teams experimenting and being rewarded for it. And what I really like about Solana is the revenue occurs on chain. I know they show Tether and Circle revenue on DeFi Llama, but it's not on chain revenue. It's all earned off chain. Solana is just a beautiful place where both app developers can make money, but also, folks holding the underlying tokens can as well.
Yeah, there was also a chart that they showed, like on the first day, that showed like businesses that crossed $100 million. I mean, Pump Axiom.
I stole it from Frictionless and put it back up there. It was a great one.
The quickest,
Good job,
the quickest in history, right? So the internet capital markets theory, like in practice.
Yeah,
they're showing
beautiful.
That, so everything that you're talking about here.
It was
like,
Axiom, Pump, Jupiter, and there were a couple others that I'm sure I'm forgetting.
Yeah, and it's just fantastic. So everything that you're talking about is like, hey, this is actually happening on Solana right now, and it's just the beginning of it.
It's just the beginning. You're going to see it as Kalshi moves, more of what they're doing on chain. It's going to explode. I think when we look at these charts 3 years from now, I wouldn't be surprised, by the way, if there's like a transition phase. But what's interesting is that I also think you're going to see more people sort of be pleased because, and here's what I would say, the things that are going to get traded are going to start to be quote unquote serious assets. So you're going to be able to please the folks who like to have fun and do a little bit of degen stuff. But as all these RWAs come on chain, as I can trade Tesla stock, as I can trade maybe private company stocks on chain, there's going to be trading fees from that. So the apps are going to be generating revenue. There's issuance fees. There's just so many ways that you're going to be able to make money at the app layer in Solana moving forward.
And I think part of that app layer, part of what's been so successful, and Pump is a great example of this, is this willingness to experiment and to try new things. We talked about the making $1 million a day in revenue in the midst of the meme coin bear market. I don't know how they're doing it, but they're just continuing to build on that and continue to build it. And if they try an idea, maybe the traders reject it, maybe they don't like it, they say fine, they brush it off, they get back in the booth and they fire out a new idea.
That's why I like them. And again, we'll continue with this case study. They're building for multiple cycles. They believe that they have a wedge, like Binance had a wedge with ICOs and the ICO launchpad in 2018. That meme coins are sort of that new asset, and they've done AI coins, some utility tokens. They're going to be doing more of those. They have some announcements coming on that front, so it's exciting for them. They don't view themselves as a meme coin launchpad, but as a token and capital formation protocol, and it's working. To your point, they've tried different things, creator capital markets. I think those were a little ahead of their time, just figuring out the mechanics of how to make sure that, for example, if you guys had a token that it, didn't just like spike only when you're, you're streaming. And there are a lot of things that they're going to do there in the coming years, but they don't rush to do it, like to change and modify every third day. That's where you confuse your customers. They're building on a very long-term horizon, and like they want to rival the TikToks and the others of the world. TikTok with money.
Yeah, they basically set off like a whole new meta on Solana of meme coins, right? Solana's been called the meme coin chain by everyone for a long time, and it's because of the success of them. And it's like no matter how much other protocols or Jesse from Base want to mimic that, they just haven't had the success of it. It's actually like
because it's authentic. It's not like, and I think Jesse is authentic, but he's also like, he's not like native. It just doesn't resonate with other people the same way. Like it resonates with him. But what's cool, so one nuance I think to what you're saying, what's so interesting is that I think I was reading that meme coins are only about 5%, maybe 6% of trading volume right now.
There was a day where it dropped. There was a day where it dropped to 5%, which is the lowest since October 2023.
But still, Solana was the most used chain that day. It's like so. It's, and I think Vib, marketing at Solana, talked about this. He's a founder. We backed a Drip, fantastic guy. It's a little feisty like I do on X, but I think to the benefit of Solana in the long run. But it's just been really, really, really good to see, basically how we are getting more and more high quality assets that meet a different segment of person while still retaining the ability for the folks who just want to have a great time, want to punt a little bit, to do that.
And it seems like you do that, right? So I
do that personally.
When I think about like what a longtime follower, like I feel like you give a bunch of alpha out on Twitter, and I've learned a bunch from.
Some good, some bad.
Some good, some bad.
Sometimes I get dunked on.
Like everyone, but the way that goes, we get to learn a lot from what you're doing. You're out there playing with it. You're buying NFTs. You're checking out the coins, and so you have the perspective of a user, like what's a user going to do when they're on there? What are they going to think?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You get the insight from that. Where I don't think that's a common thing.
So it's not, and it was part of what I talked about in the 6 a.m. Mentors. They asked me to do a product keynote, and I was like, well, what's my product? It's giving people money. But in order to understand where the money should be deployed, you have to use the protocol. So we have a team. I don't use every protocol. I'm not like a deep exotic, DeFi user. But one of my partners is. I don't want to like dox his portfolio, but like point is we use the products so that we understand them and can have a perspective and a point of view. And by the way, if we don't, we'll hire folks who have the expertise that we think we need in areas where things are headed. More than that, we've also started companies ourselves. We know how to build them. Moving forward, VC is not, it's not today in crypto. It's an active practice, right?
Yeah.
Like when we make an investment, the firms, the companies, the protocols, the projects we invest in, they want us either directly or through some of our strategic partners to be deploying capital into their protocols, and using them. And we have to believe that we'll do that. We won't invest in one if we don't feel comfortable, putting, 1, 5, 10 or more $1 million to work either ourselves or through partners, because if I'm not willing to, who is?
Yeah. Yeah, and so a lot of these apps you've mentioned that you've backed, Pump obviously, Jito, people have said 6 man is on a generational run, So for you, what is the secret sauce? What is the thing that separates the teams that make it and the teams that don't make it?
Yeah, so it's a great question. So the biggest don't make it is 2 things. It's not having like strong conviction to stay really, really committed, like a strong, unique point of view on why the market that they're attacking is the right one, why it's going to be valuable, and why they're the right person for it. We always try and tease that out sort of pre-investment, but sometimes it's hard, or they'll sort of fake it and imply to you that they are. And then you see them pivot 6-9 months later. And it's
the joke is often that actually VCs exit liquidity for founding teams. Right?
In some cases, that's the case. So that's one. 2 is we really like people who are crypto native. I know you can come from other industries, but usually the people who are like, I think a blockchain would be good for this, like the failure rate's much higher than it has been in our portfolio. And then the people who have stuck through the hardest cycle. So our best cohort of performers were investments that we did in 2021, 2023, and 2024, which were kind of some of the harder times where you were like coming out of, and then 2022 was so euphoric. And then honestly, this year we invested fairly slowly because there have been a lot of Me Too. We like authentic ideas. There's very few authentic ideas. So what we're deeply looking for is founders, again, who might bring domain expertise, somebody who understands, data center economics so much and understands why, for example, specific types of GPUs or other assets might, be great backing for a yield coin. But what really brings deep authenticity, has actually, done things on chain in addition to that domain expertise. So you're looking for these unicorns. There's very few of them. So what I would say is what we've gotten better as you see is we've slowed down our pace to make sure that we found that founder persona that I've talked about, some level of like domain expertise, deep belief, crypto native, and just tells you it's like I'm doing this, doesn't mention I'm trying to launch a token within 1 year. An example would be football.fun.
I've got a few football.fun.
It's so fun and it's working well, and the guy ran, I think, Wolves DAO, which was like a soccer DAO. He was a big SoRare player. Like, he cared about this. He's like, I can make this game better. And it just exudes. Those are the people you dream of. Now, it's hard, again, like I said, to deploy. There's just not that many of those people out there. But I think you're going to see more and more in the coming years. But then what we avoid are, right now, prediction markets, hot thing. Seeing teams that we got pitched 2 years ago on something else who are now, doing prediction markets, aggregation, or terminal business. Like, those are the types of things I don't get excited about. I want somebody who's, hey, maybe was writing papers about prediction markets, when they were in uni, and now is actually putting that into practice. Oh, and by the way, like, they've also used them and are passionate about the product.
So you're not like investing in like, hey, this is the hot meta right now. Prediction markets, like, they're massive right now. You turn on the news and you see a prediction market, right? So you're not looking at that. You're looking at what's going to be the next thing, or what are people building that could be the next big thing.
That's generally what we're looking for. Exactly. And so, I don't know that there's going to be, many net new standalone generic prediction markets created, like if you just invested today. But 7 months ago, we invested in a company called Worm. Literally behind us in the next half hour, they're going to announce their a big product release. But it was a founder who's been working on the concept for a couple of years. It brings some new primitives, so AI created markets, AI created market resolution, and then adding leverage positions for more capital efficiency in prediction markets. So just had a unique point of view on some things that he believed could be either additive or even better than what exists in the market today, but not, like the next prediction market for fashion or something. It's just like, you're going to need the liquidity from the big markets to make that work, right?
Think of it as like there's no moat on that. You can spend years building out the fashion prediction market, and then Kalshi puts a
That's exactly
a feature,
it.
and they
They
go,
have
yeah,
such a liquidity advantage.
this is our fashion category. And
Yeah.
like you're gone, you're out the door.
Yeah, so we are excited. Same thing's happening in stable coins. Like if I hear the word stablecoin orchestration one more time the next 3 days, like honestly, I might, might head home.
That sounds good. So you kind of slowed down a little bit in 2025.
The pace.
How do you categorize like 2025 as a year for Solana? It's an interesting year. Right?
It is. So it's been a transition year, and I think people right now are painting it as a, what I would say is like I've seen a lot of these like nihilism one and the casino, and I'm cynical and I'm this and I'm that. And honestly, it was the same people who I was having a blast. They were having a blast with that, 6-9 months ago. So it's total revisionist history. It was as fun as like the NFT craze, at the peak. It's things can be a little bit different now. So anyway, the point is, I think Solana has done great so far this cycle, if the cycle's over, which I don't generally, think is the case. I think that where we're at is cycles will be more muted. I could be dead wrong. I hope I'm not. I've seen Chris Bernitzky's probably a little more bearish, and but basically, I think it's been a wonderful transition year where the overall value of assets has dropped significantly, not just at Solana. I think we've lost $1 billion worth of total crypto market cap, since the October high. But a lot of that is healthy. It's, infrastructure, crappy L1s, some apps that were wildly overvalued. And, I think we'll hit all-time highs in market cap most likely next year again. And then we'll be much, much higher, 10 trillion, a few years down the road. But I think a lot of that value will be in Bitcoin. I do think Ethereum. I think Solana, and not too many other like infrastructure or money, or L1s. I think it's going to be at the app layer. And it's not gonna be like tokenized, like not just like Tether and USDC, but other like really interesting, risk assets, yield coins, like I said. And then protocols like, Jupiter, I don't want to name any of our portcos that don't have tokens yet and get in trouble, but some will, that have, again, real business models and real revenues. But that transition is painful. You have to write down the trash before, sort of rising from the ashes. And this happened in, from 2022 into 23 and 24. You saw some of that stuff, and then some of it got too overvalued and corrected. But Solana has just some incredible primitives that I believe, there's going to be great opportunities. Because I'm an SEC registered investment advisor, I can't name specific
There's
ones.
no financial advice.
It kills me not to be able to do it. But like, there's going to be some great opportunities, both of existing tokens and then a lot of new ones. Like we encourage Football.Fund to do their public sale on Kraken and Legion at a 60 million FTV, so that, which is higher than where we invested, but not crazily so, such that people can, retail can participate and make a lot of money if they execute the business well and get credit for that in the token.
Yeah, and
I didn't give financial advice, as you just saw. I said if.
Yeah, no, and you mentioned like how bullish you are earlier and those reasons why, and like we've been feeling that in this booth.
Yeah,
every person that we talk to is building long term. They're planning on tokenizing. We brought Galaxy in. Thomas from there, head of tokenization. He's like, we have $5 trillion that we're looking to tokenize.
Yeah,
and I asked him, I was like, so what percentage of that are you really going to tokenize? All of it.
Yeah.
Oh, they're not short.
And I worked at Paxos for a bit, and same thing. They're seeing so many partners coming in and telling them that, and actually starting to do it. So it's been exciting. The numbers are real. They're massive. And then even when many of these traditional assets are issued on chain, it's going to benefit DeFi because you're going to have more collateral on chain. You're going to have more real assets. People are going to be opening their wallets more often and managing them. Have a reason to keep their money in USDT, USDC, PYUSD, and the crypto native coins because there's a bunch of different things to do. That's the one thing that I think we're also looking for as investors is, hey, how do we make on-chain things easier to do, apps easier to use? So I think the onboarding stuff, like things like Privy, where you can use your email, are better. I think we're gonna have to do more things with multi-sig so people feel more comfortable. will self-custody, but we're definitely moving in the right direction.
100% we're moving in the right direction. We have like a SolFlare hardware wallet right there. I don't know if you've seen it, but
I like
it's
it.
basically like a
I like the look.
It's a basic credit.
I wouldn't. I'd just be nervous about. Oh, it's okay. So it's smaller inside.
It's it's tiny inside. It's I think there's stickers on it right now, but if you pull it out, it's basically a credit card, and
that's very cool.
Your funds on your phone like that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So I'm curious. The message we got was that you announced that you are focused on Solana. That's
I
a
would
bit
say
vague.
half of what we do is on Solana.
Right,
and then,
because I imagine that all of a sudden all these builders on these other chains go, oh, the sixth man is out.
No, and I think we're like Multicoin in many ways, where we'll suggest to somebody who's generically deciding where to build, hey, we think Solana is a great place. So it's like we're generic in how we evaluate. We're opinionated, but not like forceful. But we'll say, hey, I think Solana or maybe Base, will work. Maybe Hyperliquid if it's a purely financial thing might work. But there's only like a handful of ecosystems, maybe even like Avalanche, depending on if it's a corporate thing.
Yeah.
There's not that many places that I would feel comfortable telling a builder to build.
Ultimately, Solana is at this point in time, it's the best place to build apps, and if you're kind of targeting that app layer,
and that's
there's really no way
unequivocal.
better.
Yeah, it's unequivocal that that's the case. Yep.
Yeah. So part of that abstraction, you mentioned making it easy. Privy's doing really good work for this. Do you think that we still continue to go in this line of full crypto abstraction, and we go like the Reddit route where they said these aren't NFTs, they're avatars? Is it?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think the young kids are comfortable holding crypto, and it's fun, and you can kind of see it in the like sort of schizo fun nature of the pump app.
Yeah.
No, so I think you're going to have both. You're going to have a set of audience, my parents, maybe even my friends, I'm in my 40s, who want to hold an ETF, as we talked about, or want to hold crypto in a E-Trade wallet or something. But I definitely think that you're going to have pure crypto wallets on chain, moving money, and I think it's going to be much easier. So you could confidently say that it's the worst it'll ever be today, right?
Yeah.
It's a little expensive to move money from my bank account to or my credit card or whatever using any of them, Coinbase, MoonPay, you name it, Stripe. It's expensive. Those costs will come down. So you just have to look at it like it's the worst it'll ever be, and we have years to get better.
Yep. I got a question for you. You had a spicy tweet the other day about MetaDAO.
Yeah.
So we had Profit in here. First of all, he doxed. He had the mask off.
Yeah.
He was great. But your tweet was mainly about the Avicii token. Is that right?
Yeah. So I don't want to go too deep on that, other than to say I was very intentional in my public messaging there.
Yeah.
And it's not a criticism of Avicii's business model itself. It's a criticism of the notion of pre-seed companies that have just launching ownership tokens, basically that brings in stakeholders, that ties the founder and employee compensation purely to token price.
Yeah.
At such early stages when we're investors in similar companies to Avicii, and it's never, growth is never linear. Revenue generation's never perfect and linear. It's very difficult for me to recommend to the earliest stage folks that they should have publicly traded tokens, and that they should have these external parties who aren't experienced with long-term horizons making governance decisions for them. And in that tweet I said, look, like, the capital turnover on Avicii's token is like you're turning over your capital base every single week. No pre-seed firm, I think, should have that. Profit had very good, and the Coliseum guys were wonderful investors and supportive, had some good pushbacks. I'll let them, give their arguments because I still am hesitant, but I think it's a really cool mechanism. What I love about Profit and MetaDAO is that they improve so fast and so relentlessly. Completely different mechanism 6 months ago, and will be much more powerful in 6 months. And I think you'll see things like, I don't know, maybe I'll make a proposal, but like that token price isn't the only KPI that you're measuring growth on. That employees maybe can be compensated in different ways. It's going to be hard to attract employees. And then I'd like to see them select projects that maybe are a little bit more mature. And I know they are working on it. The last thing I'll say is I wanted people to be aware of the incentives of many of the folks who say MetaDAO is the only way to do it, and that every company should have an ownership coin. I was getting sick of it. I was tired of it. I told these people privately, but you had a lot of these liquid fund managers who have like, just show me the incentives and I'll show you the tweet. But like basically they can't invest in private rounds, so they're going to tell you that the public thing is, it's the best thing, everybody should do it. These are guys who haven't run companies themselves. I have experience doing it. They're giving bad advice to very early stage founders, and I got sick of it. And I think it's really dangerous and destructive because there's no going back once you do one of these things. So again, I was sort of pushing back on this. There was too loud a voice coming from some of the liquid traders about how this was the be all end all, the solution to everything, to all these other tokens that are governance tokens, or that don't give you equity rights. Which, by the way, I don't think like the average random person should get equity rights in a pre-seed business. It's a challenging thing to do. That being said, the platform, the mission, the mechanisms and the leaders and the team of MetaDAO are incredible. And we're making a big long-term bet. And frankly, I bet you we'll be holding that token longer than many of the liquid funds who are their loudest proponents today.
I bet. Yeah. So you've seen a lot more early stage companies. So like, would your advice there be like, hey, like they didn't have like quite the full product yet to be like bringing in that much money?
Well, so I don't even say that. I say more, this is a no turning back decision for you. Once you change your capital stack, such that you have, everything is tied to an ownership token and your treasury, and every holder has a claim on it legally. It's just a big decision. You're early in your business. Do you want to take that risk on top of blockchain risk, on top of business risk, on top of execution risk, and market risk? I would say to many, wait until you have a little bit of a cushion, perhaps, but the counter to that is like Avicii, for example, the sign up spiked dramatically after they did the launch.
Big marketing event,
exactly,
much, right?
Exactly. Sign up spiked, revenue spiked, and a lot of things did work really well for them. So honestly, and I mean this genuinely, I'd love to be wrong in 12 months and see, the 6 to 8 largest MetaDAO launches of very early stage companies succeed at a rate higher than traditional VC. If that happens, I'll eat my words and we'll go from there.
Yeah, we like MetaDAO too. I mean, it's a cool platform, and they're attacking a good problem. I think, right?
Yeah, unquestionably.
I mean,
they're fixing something that needs to be fixed.
Yeah.
My point is, you can also you could recognize there's problems in the world. This isn't the only solution, but I think it's one of the best experiments in the world at solving this problem.
Yeah, and
they're open to feedback, even Profit's a special founder. I think the type of thing that we were saying that's so hard to find, who believes so deeply, and what he's doing, and then can therefore create an army of folks both on his team, investors in his own project. He's an incredible recruiter. I mean, he's a one-on-one.
I think it goes back to what you said as well about just having authentic, original ideas. So that's why they're succeeding so much. Mike, I love having you in here. We could keep ripping on this for an hour, but I can see you're in long sleeves. I don't know how you're doing it.
I don't know why I brought only 3 VC vests. I like to do it like on stage. I want to look the VC part, but then what do I do the other 22 hours?
Look, we'll let you get out back into the fresh air. So thank you so much for joining us.
I appreciate it. And hopefully we can get you some air conditioning for Breakpoint 2026, right?
All right, there you have it, folks. That was Mike Dudas, partner of Six Ventures.
Thanks so much. Now I feel like I'm in an igloo out here.
We're going to be joined by Jack. Our next guest is running a wee bit late, so Jack's going to come and shoot it with me.
Am I leaving open?
Yeah.
We are back. Back in the booth. It is hot as ever.
One little air. Leave it open. How good is Mike Dudas?
Mike Dudas is great. He's just full of hot takes. I think he knows when to put his VC hat on and just drop some knowledge bombs as well.
If it wasn't so hot up here, I probably would have tried to keep him in because it's just so good to chat. So good to chat.
Did you guys get into prediction markets as well?
We did get into prediction markets. So Mike Dudas,
hot takes, some secret alpha.
No, look, he he sees prediction markets as the big thing. He sees investing in prediction markets right now is a bit of a minefield because obviously Kalshi and Poly market are doing so well.
Yeah.
If you want to succeed in this new vertical, you need to be doing something authentic and original. You need to be looking outside the box. This goes back to a point I made that you can't just pick a thing and then do a prediction market on it and expect that to work. If you come in and you know what, we're a sports prediction market, you're basically just going to get beaten out by being a specific category on somewhere like Poly market or Kalshi. So, yeah, he is excited about prediction markets, but he's not allocating any capital from what it sounds like.
Really?
Yeah.
I would have expected that he's got a portfolio company somewhere.
Maybe there's things he hasn't talked about. He said there was one that they were speaking with or had involvement with, but it wasn't a prediction market explicitly. It was kind of prediction market adjacent or just a new take on what that actually was.
Okay, interesting. My understanding was that Sixth Man Ventures were exploring partnerships with prediction markets. Obviously, as Finn points out, there is a bit of a duopoly at the moment. I guess a few months ago, you could have argued that it was a monopoly.
A few months ago, I would have argued it was a monopoly, for sure.
It probably was quite technically a monopoly as far as trading volumes go. Prediction volumes? Is it a trade or is it a prediction?
I think you're trading a prediction market, so I call it trading volume.
Is it trading volume? Let me know. Surely someone out there knows, someone out there who's very familiar with the language used around prediction markets is going to tell us, no, actually it's prediction volumes or it's trading volumes or just volumes, who knows?
You know what we need to do is we need to get on a prediction market trader. We need to get on one of these guys who's made, 300K trading predictions in the past year and pick their brain about what the secret sauce is.
Well, I want to copy their trades / predictions.
You probably can. I'm sure you can copy trade.
If you do find one of these genius predictors, do let us know.
If you're a genius predictor out there and you want to chat to us, let us know. And we would be delighted to have you on.
I'll give you 10% of all of my returns. This is a hot box. This is a hot box. But I'll tell you what's also hot, the main stage. Also, they're running it a little bit late. The moderator just came out a second ago and said, apologies, everyone. Somebody decided to take 10 minutes instead of 5, and I think they didn't catch it, so the program is running a little bit forward. But so many announcements. So many announcements. Guess who was on stage 2 seconds ago?
I couldn't see. I was busy chatting to Mark, and
it was Kalshi. Kalshi was on stage, and they were talking about how they're going to essentially expand. And I think the most excited the crowd was when he mentioned that the CNBC and CNN. CNN and is it CNBC? No, CNN and
CNN, I think.
Yes, but one of the MSNBC.
MSNBC.
In any case,
it's a lot of letters.
Humongous household names are partnered with Kalshi Prediction Market, and they're doing advertisements as well.
Yeah.
Placing ad placements in various applications that are very popular in the US. They're going to be everywhere.
Full growth. It's expansion at unprecedented scale.
Impressive to say the least.
Yeah.
We are going to be talking with another impressive expansion story, impressive growth story in just a second. Ariel is going to be joining us from Hivemapper. And as you well know, Finn, because you've been doing a lot of research on this, they are the fastest growing mapping company in the world.
In history.
In history. Although I would imagine if you think back to 15th, 16th century cartography, as we are map nerds, they probably weren't thinking about monetizing on a global scale, right? Globalization wasn't quite a thing back then.
They were probably drawing it out by hand if they're driving around the neighborhood.
And those maps were so wrong.
Yeah, I think it's not fair to compare. I think.
Yeah. So it's one of those things like, we're the best now, but you've been the only one that's ever managed to operate at this scale. Nevertheless, very, very impressive. And earlier we were talking with Abe from Helium Mobile. They've had recent announcements of their expansion to Brazil. They're obviously doing great work in the US, and earlier in the year they announced their partnership with Telefónica's subsidiary Movistar, I believe. So they've basically expanded into Mexico, they've expanded into Brazil, two humongous markets in terms of population, in terms of potential, and they're also doing things in the US. Now, what I found interesting talking to him is that in the US at least, they've removed the front-end visibility of their token tokenomics. I think actually the crypto element altogether, maybe the HNT token, is no longer part of the front end in the US. So that's interesting. I find it interesting. Thomas, for example, who sat right here about 10 minutes ago, is a long-time user of Helium Mobile, and he said that he couldn't quite understand the decision, but I believe Hivemapper, Helium, these large deep-in companies are sort of moving in that direction, generally of obscuring the crypto element once they've
reached escape velocity. Is that fair to assume?
Perhaps is. I'm going to move in another direction though, because as I understand it, our next guest is actually coming in from Bird Eye. He's joined just outside there. If we can bring him in.
You might be right.
Car from Bird Eye. So moving away from deep end and moving back into trading.
Oh, we love it. Let's get Dijan. Let's get Dijan in here.
Good. Welcome. Car, sorry.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Come take a seat.
Hi,
Welcome.
how you doing?
Hi, Finn.
How's everything going? How's the energy out there?
Wow, okay. Hello.
We'll get you mic'd up very quickly.
I'll get you mic'd up.
It's a quick turnaround in this booth.
I'm thrilled to have Bird Eye here because I'm a long time Bird Eye user.
Thank you very much.
I use every screener that's important. You know, back in the days it was Dex Tools and Dex Guru and all these ones. Dex Screener was a big one, but Bird Eye for me is the one that is very Solana centric. So
yeah, that's what we are. I mean, yeah, we have been because we have been building on Solana for about 4 years now.
Yeah.
So we follow all the news, all the development, all the new standards and everything, and we try to be the first one who integrated all the new standards like MetaPlex, all the new token standards and everything. So yeah, hopefully it's helpful to you guys as users.
Yeah, for sure. And what's Breakpoint been like for you guys? What's been Bird Eye's big presence here, and what's the message you're here to share?
What's the bird's eye view you're having? I've been waiting.
Get him out of here.
So yeah, this is my third Breakpoints. The first one was in 2022 when the FTX happened. So it feels like decades ago, right? Like we have only 2-3 years, but then things change completely. So in this Breakpoint, we actually just introduced our next flagship product, which is a dashboard for institutions. We are opening for closed beta registration just like a few days ago, and we're looking for some big institutions to sign up, and then we're gonna just roll it out in the next quarter. Our view is that Solana has been very fun, and now it's getting a little bit more mature. And we can see that there's a wave of the TradFi guys going into Solana. They're putting millions and some putting billions of dollars into that one. So probably they're gonna need some kind of tools, some data tools, so that they can do some analytics.
Yeah, like what's different about a Bird's Eye institutional platform as opposed to the ones that we have access to? Like what can these people expect will give them that extra edge?
Yeah, okay, so imagine it like this way. Now, if you want to learn about any particular projects or particular assets, probably you have to go to some website, right? Not only Bird Eye, but you also need to go to some other place to look for the team managers or who are behind the projects and what is behind that project, what is the legal entities, and how can you benchmark its performance against all the popular portfolio like BlackRock and everything. So that's what is still lacking. I think most of the retail users will not want to see those information because what's the point if you only invest like few dollars or hundreds of dollars? But then if you are investing in millions of dollars, then those information matters, right? You want to know who is actually behind that one. Is that legal? Is that compliant and things like that? And what are the news? What are the on the Solana Floor? What it is talking about? So we want to aggregate all those information in one single dashboard, and we call it like the single platform that visualize the whole crypto world. That's what it is, and we're gonna integrate it, all the things that probably most of the people, like 95% of people, will never need to take a look at. But on the remaining one, on the guys who's investing a lot of money, they will value on those kind of information.
Your typical user base in that case, or the target audience, let's say, would they be DAT issuers, ETF issuers, DATCos in general?
Yes.
These are the types of clients that you'd look to bring on, or just maybe whales.
Exactly.
Also whales.
Yeah. So we are talking about fund managers, investment bankers, family offices.
Okay.
All the whales, all the project leaders who want to see the competitions at real time. We have a lot of dashboards that compare projects. Like we have all the metrics, how many users you have, how many users that you have historically. And what is the trend going on, and so those are the type of information which is like take a very, very long time to index and to arrange. But then I think we think that it's very helpful.
Definitely. I mean, if I think about my time as a consultant, boring Web2 jobs, these are the types of reports that companies pay huge amounts of money for out in the real world. Let's call it the Web2 companies. They need specific types of data collection, aggregated forms of data for market research. Maybe they want to think about, operating in a different environment. They've got the capital, they've got the expertise, they've got the know-how, but they don't know what the sort of risk parameters are, who they'd be competing against, who they'd be operating with, what kind of partnerships they can find. So this is a very real business model that most companies out there need. And it's interesting that I guess nobody's done it yet. Why hasn't anyone done it yet?
Well, because it is difficult. Well, we've been working on this one for nearly a year now, and I think we're just touching like a tip of the iceberg. Because firstly, the on-chain data, especially on Solana, is super fast. So you actually have to get the data in real time and then aggregate it and then rearrange it, organize it in real time. That's a challenge. And then you have the off-chain data, right? Like you have the data coming from the centralized exchange, from the news. Like it is everywhere. So it really takes serious time and effort to integrate one by one, and then we can have like hundreds or even thousands of data sources. And then we have to integrate it in one single thing, and we have to organize it very scientifically.
I mean, it must be almost impossible to offer daily, even like hourly reporting because of the sheer volume of data that's generated, right? Would you start then offering, weekly reports, monthly reports, quarterly reports, and then slowly get more and more granular?
Exactly, because now when we take a look at the traditional financial world, we see that there's a lot of analysts, a lot of people doing like analyze all the data things, and then if they do the same thing on crypto industry, probably they cannot do that like as frequent.
Right.
So we think that we won't be able to save their times, that's what we think. There's a lot of assumption there. We don't know whether it's gonna work like beautifully as we think or not. But that's what we're gonna do.
Data's a messy business sometimes.
It is.
Well, just the sort of the range of clients that you'd be looking to bring on, and the types of organizations that need this type of data already. They're all right here in the capital in the UAE, right? These types of fund managers, TradFi institutions, the $1 trillion asset managers are all here. We were at Abu Dhabi Finance Week earlier in the week, and we saw multiple $1 trillion asset managers and family funds and all that kind of stuff. So were you there also at that conference? Were you at some of the other conferences that have been happening this week? I know we had Binance Blockchain Week, Bitcoin Mena, a bunch of these crypto conferences, but also the TradFi side of reality was also here on the ground.
Unfortunately, I wasn't there. I'm only come here for Breakpoint because partially because we are still like building. But I think like gradually we will have more people going to those conferences on the TradFi things, and then going to more conferences around the world. Especially when we release our public version. Because currently we are still in the building phase. We are doing the closed beta version. And probably in the next 1 or 2 quarters, we will focusing on giving limited access to some people, to some potential clients, and then we're gonna revise and then perfect our tool before we have the complete public release.
Well, I wish I was a soul whale and I could volunteer myself to test your product, but unfortunately, I think
we're a bit too crypto.
I don't quite fit the bill yet. Maybe in a few cycles.
No worries. I mean, like that's our next product. But still, we still have a major investment of time and effort into our current product as well. Our current website, and
so that's not going anywhere.
It's still there, and it's gonna get much better because you see in this conference there are so many things coming up. Props AMM, the prediction market, you have the perps. So we are looking at all those, and we're gonna just selectively put those into our platform as well.
Awesome.
It really solidifies that thesis that we've been hearing a lot, that Solana is for everyone now. So whether you're a meme coin trader or a perps trader, or no matter what you're doing in DeFi, institution players can also come into play. And Bird's Eye sounds like it's going to be a hub for getting all the information, regardless of what you're interested in.
Yeah. That's the goal. And we honestly thinking that like the different group of audience gonna need different
products, like data products. So if you go into Buddha.so, you're gonna see a different vibe. It is very lively. Like we track every small things, all the tokens is there. Then if you go to our next products, you're gonna see that it is much more clean. Like we actually have to manually clean some data set because that's what the professional and institutional users gonna expect. So those will be like different approaches. And so we have to put different teams, different people into working on those.
Is it on-chain data or off-chain data specifically that needs to be cleaned and parsed and presented in a sort of human readable way?
Yeah, mostly on-chain data.
Mostly on-chain data, yeah.
because it's permissionless, right? So there's a lot of people just like putting up whatever they want to do. A lot of them test on production. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to cut through the noise, offer only the signal.
Yeah.
I don't envy you. It sounds like like a lot of people that are a lot smarter than me are gonna have to work very, very hard.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
What's the timeline you're looking at then? By the time it's let's say November next year, I think mid-November is going to be Breakpoint 2026 in London. By the time we get to London, are we gonna be able to sort of test this, have some product demos?
I really hope so. I mean, our current timeline is that we're gonna have the closed beta being released in the first quarter of 2026, and then we're gonna have I think probably 3-4 months before we release it to the public. So it's like anybody who wants and who's willing to pay for it gonna be able to access. And then I believe that it is an ongoing thing because it's so huge. We have to keep building for several years, I think. But then by Breakpoint next year in London, then I think we're already there.
So how exciting is the prospect of this $1 trillion institutional bid that's meant to be coming in? We've been speaking with these asset managers all day for the past 3 days. We've had Franklin Templeton, State Street, who wasn't in here, but Galaxy Digital is tokenizing I think a $500 million fund.
Yep.
What does that indicate to you as far as where Solana DeFi is going to be heading next?
I think there will be a lot of change. I mean, because the whole ecosystem is quite huge, and there are so many people, and even start to categorize itself. Like there will be people like really like the crypto space for the aspect that it's being free. There's like people are really fun. We can throw like very wide parties and things, and it will be still there. Like it will not go anywhere. But then there will be the category where people want to be because it is so advanced technology and everything, and it can actually make the traditional finance much better. Then those people are going to focus on different type of products and community, and I really hope that Solana is going to be able to host everybody, and then that's my.
Well, it certainly looks like, at least from our vantage point here at Breakpoint, that the degens, the Solana DeFi OGs, the asset managers, the DACOs, the giant $1 trillion asset managers are all indeed in the same place, being hosted by the Solana ecosystem.
And they merge very well.
And for some people, and I think there is still a bit of a discussion. So you guys obviously started serving retail, serving them very, very well, understanding their needs, going where they are, and providing the right types of data and an amazing product to them. But you're also clearly very aware of the fact that Solana is moving in this direction. It's becoming more mature as an ecosystem. The industry is maturing as an ecosystem. That is undeniable. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sat here with $1.6 trillion asset managers, Franklin Templeton. To what extent do you think, and from your conversations with other founders and builders in the Solana ecosystem, to what extent do people feel that this is net positive? Or are there people that think a little bit like we've lost touch with our original retail focus? Do you speak to anyone that's very strongly opinionated about whether or not this is good or bad or something down the middle? Do you have any insights on that?
Yeah, I've been talking to a lot of leaders and founders during Breakpoint this year, and then the general opinions is that everyone recognizes that they're like the wave of traditional financials going in, all the giant guys with billions of dollars is here, and they won't pouring in money, they won't build products, they won't be. But the general opinion is that it is good. I mean, because as long as you got the recognition from those guys, then you got the recognitions of the society as a whole. Because now you're serious. All the smart guys in the world is taking it seriously.
The big money is here.
But then because me as an OG, because I like crypto as because of all the fun factors. It's free. We can do whatever we want, and we can innovate at like very high speed. So most of the OG leaders, they still want to do that one. But then there are some of them because it's become a little bit more competitive now in the ecosystem. So a lot of teams have to be structured in a more professional way. They have to, because when you grow the team to the size of, I don't know, 30, 40, 90, 100 of people, then you will need to have a structure, like a proper structure.
Definitely. I mean, we've seen so many examples of teams growing really fast in previous cycles, whether it's the 17-18 era or the 2021 era, scaling to hundreds, easily between 100 and 200 employees, and then shit hits the fan. All of a sudden you wake up, there's a reality check, and unfortunately these teams had to downsize, giving up 60-70% of their teams, and it's not a great look for the workforce in the industry, obviously. So I hear what you're saying about growing in an intelligent, mature, and measured way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when we're dealing with that kind of things, then we're gonna start to appreciate all the things coming from the traditional world, because they already perfect that kind of technique and management things, and then that's something that I think a lot of people agree that we actually have to learn from them.
As long as we don't have to wear suits every day, I think most of the people in the industry
t-shirts.
as long as we can wear t-shirts.
Carl, I know you have places to be, and you can't sit with us all day as much as we would love for you to.
Thank you very much.
Do you want to give us a nice kind of closing view, your bird's eye view, to reuse Jack's joke? All year we were waiting for this glorious golden Q4 bull run, and it hasn't arrived. Are you still optimistic moving into 2026? What's your lens on the market saying?
Well, yes, because I believe that talking about the price is not my strength. But then anyway, as long as when we see that a lot of people coming in, because normally like the price is gonna reflect only a part of the ecosystem as a whole. But when we take a look at some other metrics, how many people are going in, how many capital, like real capital, is pouring in in this ecosystem, then I think that I am more positive than negative about the price actions. Well, it is Bitcoin is like 90,000 now, right?
Yeah, I haven't checked it.
I haven't checked.
Exactly. Like there's a lot of people who don't even care about the price action anymore. Well, if you are the traders, probably you wanna think about that one. But if you take a look at the price to say that, okay, the ecosystem or crypto industry is going down or what, then that's irrelevant in my opinion.
Unless you're on crypto Twitter, and then it is everything. Right?
Awesome. Yeah, Kat, thank you so much for joining us. It's been brilliant having you on.
Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And enjoy the rest of your time here in Abu Dhabi at Breakpoint, and hopefully we catch up before Breakpoint 2026 in London.
Absolutely.
Would love to chat with you.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, that was Kat from Birdeye. Birdeye is one of the oldest, I think it actually is the oldest charts and terminal
providers,
analytics platform, or for tracking prices on Solana. They were there before any of the kind of the newer ones.
Before the DEX screeners.
Before DEX screener, yeah. DEX screener took a long time to come over to Solana land, and Bird's Eye was there kind of from the debut. That was when Bonk took off, and then all the Bonk derivatives launched following that.
Look at us getting all teary-eyed about the good old days. Oh, the good old days when we didn't even know what the word trillion meant.
Yeah.
And here we are, surrounded by trillion-dollar asset managers in Abu Dhabi, of all places. I was just in the back now talking to people about London.
Yeah.
A few people from the UK actually were laughing about the fact that there's all these AI-generated merch ideas, right?
I saw those.
Stab-proof vests, and I mean, we shouldn't make fun of it, but London's not like that, really.
How are these guys who are from London feeling about it? The idea
they love it.
Breakpoint's actually going to be going there.
I mean, the funniest meme I've seen so far is Beanpoint. They got the baked bean memes.
Oh, good.
I know, yeah. So I mean, listen, any metropolitan city in the world has its ups and its downs. It has things that people love. It has things that people maybe rubbed a little bit the wrong way. I think for all intents and purposes, a Breakpoint in London will be extremely fun. So many places to hang out with people, drink, have fun, chat, make new friends. It's a very social place.
I love London.
London's amazing.
I'm a big fan of London. I'm ecstatic that we're heading there next year.
I wouldn't say I'm a London maxi. I chose not to live there, but definitely London is a very, very fun place to be. If visas aren't a problem for a lot of people, then definitely suggest you use that 24-hour window to get your discounted Breakpoint tickets. Do we have an affiliate code for this? Are we gonna?
Should we? Do we
I think we should have an affiliate
I don't think they do that.
No, they don't. Also, I fear the 24-hour window might be closing or closed already. But in any case, I hope to see you all in London for Breakpoint 2026. And
I wonder if the Solana Foundation knows something about London that we don't. Because there's this idea that, you know, Abu Dhabi is obviously on the rise in terms of crypto, and London doesn't really have that momentum with that news. But maybe Solana Foundation has heard some whispers that there's going to be some big reforms happening in London that maybe could change.
London has bottomed already, is that what you're saying?
I don't know, but I'm curious to see how it plays out.
Okay, very interesting. Very excited to be in London next year. It's much shorter flight for I think most people in the world. I would imagine from New York it's five or six hours. From here it's maybe 7 hours.
Let's say 8 maybe.
8 hours from here.
Yeah.
You got the curvature of the earth, and uphill, true. Where else? From Singapore, it's a long journey.
Singapore is definitely a long
journey. If you live in Southeast Asia, apologies.
Yeah, Latin America, you'd be going a pretty long way as well.
Yeah, most flights from Latin America probably stop in Lisbon or Madrid before going back. I'm sure you can fly direct to London from some places, but yeah, it's gonna be long flights. Hopefully, not too many missed flights as well.
And if you're from Australia or New Zealand, sorry, there's literally no further place you can go. You go there, and if you keep going, you start coming back.
I guess Singapore was a good place for all the Aussies and the Kiwis.
Singapore was awesome. Yeah, Singapore was perfectly located.
And there were a lot of Aussies and Kiwis out there. Well, I guess more than you would typically see in like a Token 2049 in the Middle East, or Breakpoint in Amsterdam, Breakpoint in Lisbon, these kind of conferences. Super exciting. Now, it looks like the afternoon is going to be Soulmate's back on. Soulmate, Rockaway X.
Victor Fisher.
The word Soulmate is up there. Is this the official announcement of their acquisition, or the acquisition that's in
the acquisition is in talks of acquisition, but not finalized? Okay. Is my understanding. Yes.
It looks like they're talking about their validator setup in the UAE, which is of course big news. We were talking with Dan Albert just about an hour, 2 hours ago about new validators being set up in the UAE. Geographically expanding Solana's validator footprint. I think this is really, really good.
It is. I think the geography aspect is often overlooked. You know, I think people like to simplify the decentralization of validators, and they go, look, we look at the number, there's X amount of validators. If it's high, it's good. If it's low, it's bad. Obviously, there's a lot more nuance to that.
Right. I was going to say the Ethereum community does not overlook this. They're very quick to point at Frankfurt and say, look, you're all in Frankfurt. You're so centralized. It's Amsterdam and Frankfurt, and the rest doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So no, this is very, very good. Curious where else in the world organizations like Soulmate might be expanding to next. Obviously, they're based here, so it makes sense that they want to have their own validators set up in their own backyard. But I'm curious where next.
It's a difficult game, geographic decentralization, because you want to go to these far-flung places to set up these validators to service that geographic diversity. But by separating yourself from where everyone else is, you actually lose out on the latency aspect. So you almost have to be the good guy and take one for the team, and plant yourself in the middle of nowhere to start the ball rolling.
Right, and I guess that sort of ties into what Dan Albert was saying, which is that you don't want the foundation to have to step in every time and say, well, we're going to have to help you, assist you, guide you in profitably running a validator. If, let's say, you're really, really far away from the rest of the validators, then you have these latency issues. Then somebody essentially has to subsidize to a certain extent the profitability of those operations. And it seems through innovations like 00 and, drumroll, Layer 33, who we're going to be talking to very, very shortly in about 10-15 minutes. It seems that reality is improving, that we have more grassroots node operators that can come in, and they don't need 500 SOL or these large numbers to profitably run validators. I'm not sure they use the word profitable. I think they use something like economically viable.
Yeah,
right.
That sounds reasonable.
Yeah, I'm cutting straight to the chase. Why use two words when you can use one? Profitability over economic feasibility. But very valid argument to use their words. Would you want to run a validator in Australia? Apparently there's one gentleman that tried to.
Okay, let's break it down into a few different angles. Are you talking from an ideological perspective, an economic perspective, or a geographic perspective?
Ideologically, I would say if you're aligned with the core tenets of decentralization, disintermediation, then yes, you probably want to help the ecosystem. You probably want to help the network decentralize. Financially, though,
it's difficult.
It's difficult, as they've discovered. It's not something that you can necessarily do easily. So I guess that's the question. Would you want to go through all of that effort only to find out that it's just not going to happen? You have to wait maybe a decade. Personally, I'd just pick up shop and move right in the center of the planet.
I think personally, from a point of pure desire, I want to. I would love to. That would be great for for all the things we've mentioned.
Net positive for the world.
Net positive for the world, or for Solana at least. At the same time, you wouldn't want to be running it at a loss just for the sake of running it.
Right.
So things need to change so that these things can be profitable regardless of where they are. And perhaps we are over-indexing on how important and how dramatic that cost might be. Maybe
True.
It's easy to say that you're going to lose X amount of bips. But the reality is that if you're still profitable, you're still profitable, and it might not be the difference between profitability and non-profitability.
You're right. It could be a very, very small margin, and if that is the case, then I think these things should be subsidized by the ecosystem. Right? At the end of the day, geographic node decentralization, geographic validated node decentralization is something that we should all encourage. I think.
If you know more about this than us, feel free to drop in the comments.
Look at us talking like we're experts. Talking like we're experts. I'm sure many of you watching this are experts on nodes, on validators, on all that good stuff. So let us know.
Let us know.
We want to learn as well. We want to be part of that education process, and that's why we bring on experts like Dan Albert, like Nikki, who's going to join us from Layer 33, like Austin Federa, the man himself, rebuilding the internet for high-performance distributed systems. I mean, what a guy! 000.
How brilliant was it speaking with Austin Federa this morning?
So every time I talk to him, I'm like, I like words, but you have mastered words.
Yeah.
Right?
He's very clever. He's a very, very polished communicator.
Absolutely. And the way he weaves in analogies and gets back to being super technical and answers the question perfectly and then says, but here are the other scenarios in which even the premise of your question is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Genius communicator.
He's a great storyteller, and I think that's why so many people have just picked up the idea that 000 is rebuilding the internet, because that's kind of how the easiest way of breaking it down. What is a deeply complex mission? Deeply,
deeply complex. And I only, for the first time, understood why they have this mouthful of a slogan, if you will, rebuilding the internet for high-performance distributed systems. Not great as far as marketing goes. I mean, as far as SEO goes, it's actually terrible. But then he explained that a majority of the most desirable value as far as 000's sort of ideal vision of the world goes is going to be provided at the very tail end of high performance systems. So yeah, you might get 5 to 10% benefit if you're sort of in the middle of whoever's benefiting from it. But as soon as you go into high frequency trading where milliseconds can make the difference between profitability and not being profitable, that's when 000 really becomes an extremely desirable innovation. And then through him explaining this, I was like, okay, that's why you bother saying high performance every single time.
I think it's actually one of the biggest disconnects that we see in this industry is that, there's trading that you and I might do where you go to an app and you click some buttons and you wait for things to happen.
Swap in Phantom.
But there's this whole other world that the majority of, retail people, let's say, don't understand. And that's this whole HFT world where, a 0.01 second break can mean the difference between being profitable or not being profitable.
And for these guys, they're trading with huge clips. Yeah, it's my net worth every millisecond, back and forth. So I wouldn't want to deal with that kind of stress. Honestly, I don't think I could handle being a high frequency trader.
No, and it is all algorithmic as well. So it's not as if you're sitting there kind of clicking really fast.
Yeah, well, they do that in some places, but absolutely not my cup of tea. I'm very happy opening my Solana wallet, pressing swap, waiting for it to load, wasting 5% on slippage, sometimes more. I'm quite happy being degen. What are we going to talk about with Nikki? Actually, Nikki's going to be on stage in a second, isn't he?
I believe he's good. He might be on a different stage upstairs.
Might well be the case.
Yeah.
We want to find out why Nikki wanted to empower independent validators, and I think this is a fairly mission-driven approach to improving Solana, isn't it? It's not just, hey, look, I see opportunity, I'm going to pounce on it. He's decided that this is a net positive activity to take. He's pooled his resources,
and it's ideologically aligned as well with this idea that again, we've harped on about institutions and DeFi users, etc.
Boo, Menace, get them out of here.
And with all this flow going into ETFs and DATCOs, the stake is concentrating into larger holders or larger validators, and that gives them huge influence on everything from governance to stake-weighted quality of service and everything that comes with that. So my understanding is that Nikki's mission is to ensure that at all times, 33% of stake is held within independent validators who are making positive contributions, like Dan Albert mentioned, whether that's education, whether that's spreading out into, whether that's even doing communications in other languages, because obviously it is very English speaking centric validator land.
So it sounds like a validator's job, as far as Dan Albert's concerned, is a lot harder than an ETF issuer or a DATCO even. We can buy the underlying asset, Sol in this case, stake it, sometimes choose to deploy it in DeFi protocols or not. Whereas a validator has to be much more active to be perceived to be providing value rather than simply extracting it.
Yeah, and the way that they would extract value in the sense is just through taking advantage of systems like the Solana Foundation delegation program, which at its core, at its initial benefit, was just to incentivize and subsidize validators from spinning up. So with that winding down, I think a lot of that extractive tendencies from low quality validators would diminish. Yeah, the Layer 33 initiative is basically just to support smaller validators, independent validators, and ensure that we stay sufficiently decentralized to avoid, being overtaken by 67% of stake going into the wrong hands.
When?
Oh, there he is.
There he is, the man himself. When did this project officially kick off? I think that's...
It officially kicked off. The Twitter account changed probably a month ago.
Okay.
A month ago, 5 weeks ago. And what I think was really touching about it was the amount of support that came out for it. As soon as the name went out, everybody said, "This is exactly what we need. We need, we need to be encouraging this kind of behavior." I'm sure Foundation loves it because it kind of takes a bit of that lift off them.
Nobody turned around and said, "Oh no, not another one."
Yeah. Here's what we don't need: more independent validators.
So that was really good to see. It's almost heartwarming, and maybe you'd expect to see this kind of let's do more infra energy in the Ethereum ecosystem, but I think in Solana it's quite rare. I feel like it's almost a community project. Feels like we're doing grassroots infra. I like this.
Yeah, and I think it touches on part of what makes Solana so special is this community, is this supportiveness, is this desire for everyone to lift each other up. Obviously that can get a bit catty at times at other levels of the stack. But
catty, did you say?
Yeah,
that's a good word.
Yeah,
people can get catty in
crypto. No, but I think an initiative like this is one that everyone benefits from, and there's no loser. We talk a lot about zero-sum games, and if you're winning here, you're losing here. This is one I think is just positive sum. Everybody wins if this does well.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. Now, one thing I missed, unfortunately, while I was out exploring the wider world out there, is the little morning roundup that you did with Mr. Thomas Bahamas, straight from California. What stood out? Was there any?
What stood out for me?
Was there any State Street level $5 trillion asset manager comes to Solana type of banger news, or was it more DeFi news?
It was more low key than that, but the thing that I enjoyed the most was Solana Mobile expanding out of just the Seeker. So unfortunately, Emmett couldn't chat to us about this on day one, but yeah, Solana Mobile
was still under embargo.
This was still under embargo, but yeah, so Solana Mobile is doing more accessible devices, cheaper devices. They're partnering with FX Tech and MediaTek. MediaTek, I didn't know this, but apparently they distribute 50% of all mobile devices worldwide.
Excuse me?
Yeah. So what we're going to get...
That's your Apples, your Samsungs...
That's my understanding, but I could be wrong. Yeah, MediaTek ships roughly 50% of all Android devices globally.
Android devices, okay.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
So it's a huge market, and if we can get the Solana Mobile stack out to as many people as possible, that's huge for the growth of that flywheel.
That is huge. So all of a sudden we'd go from having, 150,000 pre-orders to potentially hundreds of thousands of Solana Mobile. Now, in the meantime, by the way, I've just been handed something quite interesting. Solana. We've been talking about merch all week, haven't we? So what do you have on the desk here?
We haven't heard from Solana for a while.
We have our Solana Floor magazines here, but check this out. I think people walking past this booth for the last 3 days have seen us live streaming nonstop, yapping at you, trying to bring you as much value as possible. And they've given us handheld fans.
Handheld fans.
Handheld
fans. First of all, I love that we have this. I'm gutted we didn't have this 3 days ago.
Where were they 3 days ago? They're not
This
bad.
changes everything.
Thank you, Solana.
Thank you, Solana, for putting this out.
Thank you, Solana. It has a little clippy open thing. It took me a good second to figure it out as well. This is going to help a lot. Thank you, Solana. I'm sure someone's going to clip this. And
Did I just become a Solana maxi?
Mean what I'm holding. Oh, it's red. Okay. Let's see. Let's get these boxes out of here. There's a little mirror inside it, Finn, for when we do our makeup later on before we head off to the official after party. Is this going to... Oh, this is so risky. You've done it?
All right.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think you have to click it into a right angle.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
I think I've got the coordination of a banana at this point.
I feel like our prayers have been answered.
There we go.
People saw
Thank you, Solana.
People saw Mike Dudas in here with his long sleeves and said, you know what, we got to get something in there for those guys.
Mike Dudas, bless him, hopped in here with his long sleeves and a hat on, probably not realizing how warm it is in here. Props to Mike Dudas. He was also explaining that I saw not only him, but many people were at a side event yesterday evening. I saw this on X, and they had small sort of boats that were ferrying them to and from back to mainland. Apparently one of the small ones ran ashore. I know a few people actually got hurt. There was an ankle injury.
One got lost or something out or was out there until 2 a.m. from what I heard.
Yeah, a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I hope that doesn't happen to us this evening, because I think most people are going to be leaving the UAE tomorrow, potentially flying out of Abu Dhabi or Dubai. I know a few of the extremely degen Solana retail participants have rented cars, and they'll be sort of driving back and forth.
Yeah.
Back to Dubai.
People renting their Lambos to get back to DXB.
Yeah, I don't want to out them, but people are of course renting Lambos, as you should. You're out in the Middle East, out in the desert, have some fun. Although I did ask some of them, how fast can you actually drive with these things? It's not like we're in Germany.
Yeah.
It's not like there's an autobahn. They were saying beyond how fast you can drive, which is not very fast. They're quite strict here, as you probably know. The car is apparently extremely uncomfortable, so you don't want to go that fast.
As in seats are uncomfortable and it shakes too much.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Let there be a disincentive and stop me from ever renting a Lambo.
Yeah, I don't think you and I are ever going to be struggling to decide whether or not we want to rent a Lambo. I'll rent something comfortable. Thank you very much. Let's get back into that morning list of updates.
Yes. So I wanted to get your take on the immensity of being able to distribute cheaper Seeker devices, because
this is so important.
$500 is it's cheap compared to an iPhone, but compared to what a lot of people are able to afford for a phone, it's still a barrier to entry.
It is. If you can reduce the cost, that's excellent. Not just for the end consumer, but also for whoever's doing the distribution. And in this case, it is a Deepin project. Yes, it is Solana Mobile. We've spoken to Emmett multiple times. Yep. We've spoken to other Deepin founders multiple times. We had Abe here earlier. Scale and the ability to profitably distribute physical hardware around the world turns out is very difficult. So they explained that the main issue is not creating the software. It's not creating the hardware. These things are very challenging, but then you have the end product, and you need to get it all the way around the world, and that significantly obviously eats into your margins as well, and it's not that difficult. The main frustration apparently from the Solana Mobile community was, why have I not got my phone yet? When am I going to get my phone?
Yeah.
So I think this will greatly benefit not just the end user, but also hardware manufacturers, which hopefully are going to be increasing in number in the Solana Mobile ecosystem.
Yeah. And take into account that distribution of hardware is difficult in normal times, add in the fact that the world seems to be in a global tariff war and things get exponentially more difficult.
Very sticky. Very sticky. Although props to Trump for turning it into a media war as well. He came out recently and he said, look, the tariffs have worked so well that we're going to cut income tax for Americans.
Out of the deal.
Out of the deal. Remains to be seen how true that statement is, or how possible that is.
He loves the show.
He loves the show.
He loves the show.
Yeah, you win some, you lose some.
We need a prediction market on the odds that income tax disappears in the States.
Kalshi, if you're watching this, we need a prediction market on the odds of income tax disappearing in America. It seems ridiculous.
I'm confident it's probably already.
Just saying it out loud makes me think it's not going to happen.
The fact that mention markets get created every single day for Donald Trump, I find it highly unlikely that we wouldn't have an income tax related.
There's got to be one. And I wonder when the Solana Floor live streams get to a point where every one of the live streams we do get so many views that, someone comes out with an outrageous hot take and we instantly see prediction markets around it. That'll be hilarious to see. But
fun game. If there was a mention market for the Solana Floor live stream in this booth, what would be your word and what would be my word?
Oof. I'm gonna go with trillion. I want trillion.
You want trillion?
For the last 3 days, $1 trillion asset manager as a phrase. I think we've said that so many times. It feels weird to say it at Breakpoint, so I'm trying to normalize it. I've said it a bunch of times. What do you think yours would be?
It's low hanging fruit, but institution or decentralization. I feel like that's kind of been the recurring topic that we've come back to quite frequently.
We have. Yeah. These are definitely. It would be very interesting to see from a transcript if we get like a word bubble.
Yeah.
TradFi would be up there. Leverage would probably be up there. Degen would definitely be up there. DeFi would be up there. But yeah, the whole ethos conversation. Datco would be up there.
Capital.
The capital of capital. Every time you say it, you got to say it twice.
Yeah.
That would be a good one. What else might we have? Hot.
Hot in the booth.
The hot booth has been mentioned a lot.
Speaking of someone who's about to feel how hot it is in the booth, the man himself has arrived.
Is he bringing the heat though?
Nicky Scans has got his own little personal fan.
Nicky Scans has a fan as well. This is going to be exciting. I think you and I are both visibly and audibly excited. Distressed, malnourished. I mean, no, we're having a great time here at Breakpoint 2025. I could not be more proud
it can't be more
for the work that we're doing with Solana Floor. So if you have any questions about validators, about the Solana ecosystem, about decentralizing stake, this is the man to ask it to. You know where to ask it. It's in the chat. And if you know someone that would like to ask questions, send them the link, share it with them, let them know that this conversation is happening right now in Abu Dhabi, in the Etihad Arena, in the capital of capital. There we go. Say it again.
There we go.
The word capital
Someone
is
just wants some money.
I know. The word is slowly getting larger.
The man himself.
The man himself.
Hello.
Oh, you have a fan as well.
Yeah, I was told it's a requirement to have the fan.
Yeah,
Please take a seat.
He's only just arrived. We've been here for 3 days in sweltering heat, and we finally get.
Well, it doesn't smell too bad, guys. That's not bad.
Not yet.
That's all right.
We're here till.
I broke mine immediately. Not a good start.
There we go.
The tech genius.
Excellent.
Yeah, well, we've been around these.
How do I get it to stay up? Oh yeah, we're good. No one move. No one breathe. No one move.
Excellent.
Nicky, welcome to Solana Floor. Great to have you on.
One sec. Which way am I looking? Camera, you guys, conversational,
everywhere.
To us. Yeah.
We'll go back and forth. Sorry, what was the question?
Haven't got there yet. We are so excited about Layer 33.
Oh yeah.
I've been saying that as soon as the first tweets went out, the overwhelmingly positive reception was this is something we have needed for a long time. And how was that for you? Was that just instantly gratifying to have some people come out and say, yes, we need more support for independent validators at a community grassroots level?
Yeah, so little Layer 33 founder secret to start off with. It was meant to be like that's all right. It was meant to be like a hobby side project to start. And I was like, I can use up some of my extra time here to help these voiceless independent validators that sort of just grumble amongst themselves, but they're so essential. They need to have their story told. So I started to get some of the validators into a group. They were starting just like, I think they were so isolated that it was like, okay, like they loved like this team feel and there was so much momentum. And then we launched the X account, and then just the amount of support, the people retweeting it and commenting and reaching out. I'm like, all right, I got to do this full time. Let's do it. Like we're going like how often do you get that much attention that quick?
Very interesting that you did from the get-go. It wasn't this is a plan, we're going to execute, we're going to go full-time into this. It sort of organically happened.
Organically happened, 100%.
Wow. And the people let you know how much this was needed.
Immediately. Yeah. I mean, and the thing is, a lot of it was validators who have plenty of stake. But even them, like they see the direction things are going, and they feel the vibe, the negativity that's happening, the reduction in how much they're making in a month, and institutions sort of having all the stake funnel up to them, and they're like, we need this. And apparently others have tried similar endeavors, but it's everyone has different skill sets, right? And like these are devs, crack devs, and they're core contributors. Like that's just not me. So like I'm happy to be the talking puppet head for these very skilled, talented, contributing individuals, right? I think that was what was the missing piece.
Yeah, and so you talk about a lot of the negativity. We were in here with Dan Albert earlier, kind of hashing this out a bit.
Oh, perfect.
What in your view is the biggest factor that is making it difficult for smaller independent validators right now?
Oh, simple. And I got armed with all the numbers and facts here.
160,000 Solana is what is needed to break even now as a 0% commission validator. What is that? 20 something
10 million? 10,
more than 10.
More than that, yeah.
I think it's like 20 something million
dollars.
Where do we get the calculus?
Checks out.
This is a professional operation. We're gonna calculate
check the numbers.
Check the numbers. Well, what's Sol at today?
I'm gonna guess 140. It's 22.4 million.
Yeah, guys, that's not exactly chump change. That's not a garage hobbyist operation or even close to it, right? So now anyone that's under that threshold, they are basically operating for the love of the game.
Yeah.
And when you're getting, pings on your pager at 3 a.m. when the RPC goes down and you got to help reset it, and then there's network resets and there's updates. It's like now they're doing it at a loss. Like, are you kidding me?
And you've got delegators knocking on your door saying, "Oh man, fix it."
The pitchforks are out.
Yeah, and at the same time, you're watching like the entire ecosystem now be like not kissing up to, but it's like institution. And they're sitting here suffering. Like, why am I doing this to myself? Like, and I understand it, but it's worth it, and it's gonna be worth it in the end. It's just the problem had to be, echoed more.
I feel like you're the perfect person to ask this to, because it's obviously been one of the big stories that we keep touching back on while we've been here. We've been clamoring for institutions to arrive. Everyone say, institutions are coming. Now they're here. There's more suits out here than hoodies. People are talking about bringing billions on chain. ETFs smothering stake. They're taking on heaps of Sol. Everyone has told us that's fine. That's part of the game. Solana is for everybody. What are the other things? That's not mutually exclusive. That this is what progress looks like. We're maturing. What's your view on the shift away from the authenticity and the DeFi roots of decentralization as we go more towards this institutional market?
Yeah, I was a big of a proponent as bringing in the suits as anyone. And I knew that it would bring a ton of money to the ecosystem. It would help regular people feel more comfortable. So I was a big proponent for that. But we needed to just not forget our roots. And at the same time, like, we have to support those that have been building here. It's so easy to just move to like the next big shiny thing. And it's like, yes, that is great. And they do supply things that we can't do. But like, is our first act of the suits getting here to be like, oh, like, yeah, the indie validators are dying, but it's fine because there's replaced by, I'm like, that's a terrible start to this, right? And also, and I just said it during the talk, like, is the expectation that institutional validators are going to care about decentralization? Of course not. Their job, is the way institutions always have been, is to funnel as much money into their own entity as possible. That's what they should do, right? But that's not what Solana is built on. We have a different, we're weird, right? We have a weird ethos. Like, one validator in Solana doesn't even want to have all the stake. We literally want it to be geographic, like have geographic diversity. We want to have stake diversity. Like, how do you communicate that to an institution? It's like, oh, I want to win, but I want to bring everyone with me, right? So that's not on them. That's on us to hold that part of us close. You know what I mean? We can't expect that from institutions.
And, okay, so what are the practical steps that get that to happen? Because we can talk to the end of the day about how it's important and why we should all do it. But as we've said before, the Foundation Delegation Matching Program is winding down. So a lot of that support coming from Foundation is, sadly dripping away. What practical measures can be taken to ensure that this kind of independent spirit stays alive?
It's the responsibility falls on these indie validators, which I think is we had it reversed. It was like these indie validators were sort of grumbling with each other, saying like, why is the delegation program doing this? Like, why are fees like this? This isn't fair. And it's like, guys, you have power. You just don't realize it. Like, when you combine the amount of weight you can throw around and people start paying attention, I think Layer 33 is a perfect example of that. I mean, there's 18 million SOL between the 25 validators on Layer 33.
Yeah.
People are going to listen, right? Like, that is enough to affect the network at a large level, right? Like, that matters. So getting the story out there, saying why it's better to stake with these independent validators. And also, I'm a big believer, and it's like, if you provide value to the ecosystem, but also valuable products, revenue will come and stake will come. You can see all the biggest validators out there, for the most part, they're not even recruiting stake. Like, the stake just comes to them as they provide value. And right now, many of our independent validators, their full-time job is 1, staying online, but 2, selling. They're trying to get people to stake with them. And I just think it's a losing battle. Provide value, the stake will come.
Yeah. A big part of that for me is something that Dan L was mentioning. How do you provide that extra value? Because a lot of people said it's about education. A lot of people said it's about being geographically distributed. Others said it's about doing content in different languages. What for you is the singular thing that lifts the whole?
I can't talk about everyone, right? I can only talk about what we're thinking at layer 33, right? My hope is that others will copy us and do the same, and they'll find their own niche for how they communicate this and get stake and get people to care. For us, we're thinking big. Like, we're thinking core infrastructure. We're thinking like massive protocol level, because our combined stakes, you know, if we were all one validator, we'd be the biggest validator on Solana, right? Why can't we be a Helios? Why can't we be a Jito? We have 25 Chad validators run by people been here for 4+ years. We have the dev chops. We have the infrastructure. You know, the funding, we'll see. Work in progress. If anyone wants to help out with that, let me know. But like, there's nothing that a group like this can't accomplish. And as you see, Helios doesn't have any trouble finding stake, right? Jito doesn't have any trouble finding stake. There's a reason for that. It's because they provide value to the ecosystem. They're a known commodity. People feel safe and trusted with them. Why can't we do the same?
Is that cap set at 25? Like, if I was running a validator and I wanted to be a part of this, what would be the best way to do that?
So I have had probably most of my time spent at Breakpoint was talking to indie validators that want to join, which is unbelievably like humbling in the coolest way. I've got like people like trying to schedule meetings with me. I'm like, do I need an executive assistant? Like, am I important? Like, I've got all these people like, how can I get in? But it is the coolest conversations. These people have been building here for so long. They want to join, and we're now in a position where, and I can't believe this, a month in, we have to be picky, right? I give them all the same spiel. I'm like, how much stake do you have? And then it's like, first of all, let's be clear, that's not all that matters. We have validators that have less than 100K sold. I'm just asking the question. And it's like, these are the things we're building. I can't mention all of them now. What can you contribute, right? Do you have design chops, right? Do you have marketing chops? Do you have partnerships? Do you have networking? Do you have money? We've got like 2 or 3 crack devs now. Could you support them, right? Because they come to me and it's usually like, okay, we want to get in because we think that you guys will eventually get delegation. It's like, first of all, we didn't have the delegation yet, right? So it's like, but to get there, we need to actually provide the value first. So I gave them all the same homework. And if you're out there watching, the same homework to you. I don't need a 1-pager, right? It's not that professional. Just some bullet points. What are you best at? What value can you contribute? What stories can you tell? And if you get rejected by us, like, beat us at our own game. Make your own coalition of validators. Get your own 10, 15, 20 together. And maybe you don't need 18. There was a group I was talking to today. I was like, if you can't get 18 million SOL, worth of validators together, get 10 with 100K SOL. Then you have 1 million. I promise you, you have 1 million SOL within your coalition or group. You can start throwing some weight around. People will start to take you more seriously immediately. So please do copy this. Please do the same. It's the only way, we can have some weight and leverage against these institutional powers that we're up against.
So this grassroots movement that you're describing, obviously, it's inspiring, and this is what we want. We want decentralization, but specific to the entry barrier, let's say. I saw a post, I think it was this morning, Totally had reshared something. It was a picture saying that someone had met a plumber and an electrician, and they were running a sort of an indie validator, and I think either yourself or someone from the team commented saying, it is absolutely critical that we lower the entry barrier to way below 500 SOL to do this. So is the same thing still a present real danger problem in running nodes as well?
Yeah, so funny enough, the problem is that people think that solves the problem. So I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, I big surprise, I run the layer 33 account. And also not saying anything to interns out there, but someone that deeply believes and is incentivized in the project should be running the X account. That's the secret to a good X account. So yeah, we were going back and forth. Basically, he was talking about Alpenglow, which goes, we don't know when it'll go live. It's supposed to be May, but who knows?
Sometime next year.
Mystery next year, which is great, right? But the idea is to replace these voting fees. Voting fees are 1 SOL a day, right? It has to do with how long the epoch is, but whatever. On average, it comes out 1 SOL a day, which is a lot of freaking money. And that's getting replaced with VAT. VAT is going to start at 1.6 SOL per epoch. Yep. So 0.4 SOL less every 2 days. Pretty negligible. And Tolly was responding saying, hey, just lower the VAT. Okay, like a lot of, first of all, this isn't even launched yet. And then it's like, we can try to get the VAT lowered, but that's not up to us. We can vote and petition for it and all this, but this isn't even launched yet. We can't, this can't be assured, right? And how much could we lower the VAT? There's so many questions there. And then institutions who have stake could maybe vote against lowering the VAT. Like there's a lot that goes into that. We can't take that for granted. But why that's important is because a lot of the communication that's come from the top, and I am a massive fan of Toli, obviously. He's been retweeting our posts. He's reached out to me directly. He cares deeply about indie validators, more than I think anyone else like at that level. It's really wonderful to see. But there's that bit of like miscommunication going out there where I've had multiple people reply like, oh, once that comes out, this problem is fixed. And I'm like, guys, I'm talking to some of the best, been here for 4 years, validators in the ecosystem, and that is not what they're telling me. So someone's wrong, and I trust my guys.
Yeah, we like Dan L was in here earlier, and I asked him the same question. I said it's been painted as this silver bullet that solves all the problems. And he said, yeah, it's not quite there. It's a lot more than that, and something that actually will help a lot is just more DeFi activity. You know, more people using the chain, more transaction fees, more priority fees going through. How integral is that to kind of keeping the ball running?
Yeah, again, we don't want to rely on it, right? Like, yes, more on-chain activity, there's more fees, which helps pay the bills and can make these validators profitable again. But we want to go in with the impression that the expectation is going to be that they run at basically a net zero, right? Yeah. So how can we create value elsewhere? And that's where you throw your weight around, you make businesses, you do public goods, bring in more stake that way, and then also, hey, build a company and earn some revenue, right? Like make it so you're not reliant on anyone for your success but yourself, right? That's the direction we want to go to. And my theory is eventually, the fees will come down, eventually more activity will happen, and then they'll be making money on the validator as well. But we're not going to rely on that.
So what becomes the revenue generating arm for layer 33?
Ooh, I have some alpha on this that just came in, by the way. Did you announce just a second ago on stage IndieSol, or was this done earlier in the day?
I did say IndieSol on stage. So IndieSol has been live. We haven't mentioned it. That is one, but that's still just staking.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong. You want to support us, swap to IndieSol. We are excited about it. Drew from the ICE staking team, what an absolute Chad, spun that up for us quickly. You can swap to it right now on Jupiter to support us. But yeah, that's still staking. How can we really earn? It's RPC services, gRPCs, transaction landing. We have, 4% of the block space, right? Like we're gonna mod.
Honestly, this conference is absolutely wild. Yeah, there's literally every 5 minutes it's an entirely different set of frequencies. You're getting blasted this box. But sorry, continue.
Yeah, well, we can just vibe for a second.
We can vibe for
just vibe for a second. It's a rock concert.
Who even is this?
What do you mean, who is it? It's a rock concert.
It's a rock concert.
We're just vibing. Is the music for me?
I think so. It's for IndieSol.
It's for IndieSol.
Yeah. The new gRPC you're launching.
And we're thinking even bigger than that. Those are like sort of the low-hanging fruits. We have some of these validators, man, these Chad devs had projects they wanted to build, but they're like, no one will see it. Like nobody will care. Like how are we gonna get users? And like now we can, because we have the marketing chops now, right? We have all these followers and we have these people who care about what we're building. So I'm like, again, think big. Like I said, when we talk to them, I'm like, think Helios, think Jito. And it's like, well, who cares? Just go for it. Like, what's the worst that can happen? Just keep moving our feet.
It sounds like a chicken and egg situation. So you've got this big vision, you're thinking big, but you also have trust. So do you need to get the trust for people to be able to think, okay, I align myself with this guy's vision, I trust him, or is it vision and then the trust follows? Like, which comes first?
I'll say that, well, it's funny enough on the trust side, and this is going to help with this, our first users will be our validators. Like we have 25 validators in it with 18 million sold. So like anything we build, they use all of these services. So like, why are you using services and money going elsewhere to teams that have not shown that they care if indie validators survive or not? Let's keep those fees within the family, right? Absolutely. And then encourage other indie validators to do the same.
And I think it's a battle of attrition, right? The journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. So you just do the next thing in front of you, the next thing in front of you, and then you build momentum. And then people see like, this is growing. How can we lend our support to the growing cause? And it starts an avalanche.
Absolutely, and that's why we'll start with the low hanging fruit. Like I said, the RPC stuff is low hanging fruit. We have so much stake decentralization. Everyone has backup nodes, so that's basically already ready to go. And we think people want to support it. Our validators are going to support it. And again, I've gotten challenges internally. It's like, well, it's like RPC service. It's like the margins are tight, and this is difficult. And this, I'm like, guys, we just keep churning our feet. If we literally just don't stop running, I promise we cannot fail. If we just launch products, and we get loud and we keep running, we won't fail. I mean, how many products have you seen launched on, especially like in crypto, that are beyond stupid and they still like end up doing well because the teams are just relentless.
Plenty.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Being relentless is more important than even having a good product, I believe.
That's fascinating.
That's
alpha.
Contentious issue on the topic of validator profitability. 441.
Is this one of the Cindy's?
This is the latest one. So
one of the many.
As we know,
you gotta tell me which one that is.
so 228 was the big one.
Yes.
Early in the year. 441 is kind of the simplified version of that, where
it's doubling the inflation.
Doubling inflation, so we get to terminal inflation faster. Now, the argument is this hurts smaller validators because they lose that revenue generation that pays the bills. What's your bird's eye view on the situation?
I don't mind that at all. I think anything that drives up the price of the underlying token is good. So it's like if you're removing fees from the validators, like that's different. But something like this, in theory, right, should drive the underlying token price up. Because at the end of the day, for a validator, the number they're looking at is how much money they're making in USD. Sorry, it's just the reality. So this should, with less inflation out there, it's less sell pressure, should drive up the price of the token. They'd be making, in theory, more money than they're making now, and that's all we care about.
Okay, if I was to play devil's advocate on this, could you argue that staking rewards as they are is just a Cantillon effect, where validators receive the incoming SOL that gives them more purchasing power, so they're getting the rewards. People who aren't staking the SOL are not getting the rewards. So validators are actually winning in this kind of zero-sum game, whereas people who hold their SOL on exchanges or don't stake are basically getting debased while validators earn well. So arguably, validators are actually winning in this race if we kind of keep inflation high.
If we keep inflation high, that they're winning in the race. Well, it's like the asset is inflating without people that are staking. Keep in mind, everyone is willing to stake. If you're choosing not to stake, you're literally choosing to have it. They would be like imagine if you could stake like the US dollar, for instance. Why wouldn't you do it, right? Because it's literally inflating without us. So now it's like, imagine if it could inflate with you. The validators, yes, are earning that inflation. The stakers are earning that inflation. The only ones that are losing in that scenario you're giving is people just not staked. So what's the argument you're trying to make?
The argument is that it's a zero-sum game and that validators benefit from having the higher inflation because non-stakers lose that game.
Yeah, but I'm okay with lowering inflation.
Okay.
I think the underlying asset going up is most important for everyone. Plus, it's good for vibes.
It's good for vibes, yeah. It's a lot more fun when candles are
So speaking of vibes, if you look at crypto Twitter, sentiment was at an all-time low. We saw extreme fear. People were shouting at each other nonstop for hours on end. When you come here, it's a very different vibe. Everyone's building. Everyone thinks price is a 2024 discussion. Institutions are here. Obviously, we spoke with Matt Hogan from Bitwise, and he's saying, listen, institutions don't really care about short-term price volatility. They've got a much longer investment horizon. Are we still in a bull run? Does it matter? Do you care? Do you think about these things?
I do think about it a little bit. I have my own personal timelines in mind for what I think. I actually do think we're still in a bull run. That's like my theory. And I've got like my months that I think certain things will end or happen or not. But either
the alpha. What do we think? Big Q1 rally, or are we waiting?
I can't tell you because then you guys will dump on me.
Yeah.
I don't trust you guys. I don't trust the audience to dump on me. But yeah, I certainly don't know how to time the market. I'm awful at that, if anything. But yeah, I have my predictions that this was just a pullback. There's just so much positivity around Solana specifically right now in the crypto market overall. I actually am excited about where we're headed price wise. But then as for sentiment, price go up helps it, but it's hard to be bearish after an event like this,
isn't it?
And the quality of people that you talk to, like the combination of, and I know I was being mean to institutions earlier, but like institutions that are here, and then you see them in the same room as like talking to a guy earlier. I don't know if you heard of like that post where the guy's a plumber, but he's been running an independent validator for 4 years.
Amazing.
Like that's incredible.
That's
really how can you be bearish on that?
Absolutely, it's amazing. And another thing that to your point about we shouldn't necessarily just blindly shit on these institutions. Turns out the guys that they're sending and the people who are running the DeFi digital asset shops within these trillion-dollar asset managers are actually kind of degens.
Yeah, they care.
We spoke to Mike Reed, and I mean the guy's got a Seeker, he's got a Kudus ring. He speaks very passionately about DeFi and decentralization. He just so happens to be working for a trillion-dollar asset manager. So, that was a sort of eye-opening moment for me as well. Matt Hogan, he considers himself a DeFi OG. He's been in the industry for a long, long time. Speaks extremely positively of Bitcoin and Ethereum for for as long as I can remember him talking on the CNBCs, the MSNBCs of the world. And now he's out there pushing Solana very aggressively. So yeah, maybe these trillion-dollar asset managers and the TradFi institutions, at least the side of them that we see and get to interact with, we shouldn't just blindly push them away.
The crypto teams are good. The crypto teams are usually people that wish they were working even deeper in the ecosystem.
They don't want to.
Because they see how much fun we're having. I agree with that, but there are bigger powers at play, and there's stuff that's outside of their control. True. And again, not even asking them to change. Like, their nature is their nature. It's what makes the global economy go, right? I would happily, in another life, I'd be in those shoes, right? I'm just saying that it's on us to maintain enough value that all the stake doesn't funnel up to them, because they'll take it, right? That's their job. Right? Yeah. Their job is to win, outright win.
What does Solana still need to do to win in an undeniably, undeniably be in a winning position by the end of 2026? So let's say, fast forward to November 2026, we're in London for the next Breakpoint. What's it going to take? Is it going to be indie validators being supported? Is it going to be more TradFi activity on chain? Is it going to be sort of a shift back to the roots, back to the ethos of decentralization and disintermediation? What is it going to take for us to get to a point where the XRP armies of the world and the ETH communities of the world, the dot ethers, also say, okay, fine, you guys are winning. This is undeniably where you guys are at now.
Oh, I think just honestly, and this is not like that's exciting of a take. I believe Solana is an unstoppable train at this point. It does it every year. I think the market share will continue to be growing more and more for Solana versus the others. It's just undeniably the best technology. When it comes to like the global economy running on it, it'll be one of those things. And my mother-in-law is the one I always use as the best example, because she's like, I don't understand Solana. I don't get this. Like, can you explain it to me? I'm like, don't worry about it. It'll just be one of those things that you use without knowing that you use. It's just the best product, and it is what it is. But like, as for what we need to accomplish between now and then, the decentralization stuff, like, actually between now and then doesn't matter that much to like the exterior world. Like, that doesn't affect like the normal people. That's an internal fight for us to have, because decentralization is specifically important to us. Like, if Solana staking just becomes JP Morgan and all of the stake is on 6 validators that are run by institutions, I still think the chain will function fine. We'll be at risk, and there are problems that can happen, and then it's like, it can be abused. But like, for actual regular person, they won't care or know. The people who will be affected are the ones that have been here, the ones who deeply understand and care about the technology. And also, it'll scare away some of the best talent who do care, because the most talented devs who want to work in crypto, they want to work in crypto because they care about decentralization.
That is a good take, I would say. And we've been sort of getting back to this theme quite frequently this week. The TradFi giants and the DeFi OGs and the degens all rubbing shoulder in Abu Dhabi, the capital of capital. There is a certain irony to that, right? Yeah. And I think it's important that people come out and they position themselves as proponents of these values. And if we don't do that, then we do sort of run the risk of being co-opted by the corporations, no matter how degen the TradFi giants crypto representatives are. At the end of the day, they have a legal obligation to maximize profit. And that is, in my mind, an ideological risk that we face.
For sure. No, yeah, well put. It's not their fault. It's just what they're supposed to do.
That's what they're there to do. We could talk all day, but we don't have all day, unfortunately. It is coming to the end of the day. I don't want to steal much of your time. I'm sure you're busy. You want to talk to indie validators as well. But one thing I would ask very kindly is that you leave us with some bullish optimism, some hopium. Give us something to really, really look forward to in 2026.
Well, Solana is an unstoppable force.
So beyond the extremely bullish energy that you just gave us, be super specific about something that we can look forward to. Other guests that we've asked the same question to have said, look, there's going to be regulatory changes coming sometime in April. Raoul Pal, for example, said, the business cycles are elongated, and we can look for, the market sort of pricing these things maybe in Q1, very early Q2. It doesn't have to be price, obviously, but what really gets you excited when you think about the next 12 months?
Oh, for me, and I think it'll be the full 12 months, it'll be starting to see like my loved ones and friends start to like use stable coins on like a daily basis. Because I know that I think that is becoming a real reality. The first time that like a family member or friend gets like some sort of pay or transaction in a stable coin on their own, I mean, I'll be giddy. And I think it's only like 12 months away.
You think it's 12 months away?
Yeah. All my friends are like such degenerates. They love all the sports gambling apps and all of that, and like just to be able to pull up a Phantom wall, which has, now it's Kalshi's on Phantom now, right?
I believe so.
As of yesterday.
Yeah, and we're going to a side event, and it's Solana Foundation, Kalshi, Phantom, and the D-Flow. So yeah, they're obviously very much integrated.
I cannot wait to send my degenerate friends like 10, 20 USDC, and tell them to download a Phantom wall and just say like, here, do some sports bets.
Bet on anything you want.
Yeah, like that's the perfect way to onboard. So real proud of those teams for getting that done. Yeah.
Absolutely. Cannot wait for that to be a reality as well.
Who do you guys have next?
We are going to round up all the updates. We're going to go through the most exciting updates as far as we see them, because I think there's about 600 items on this list. 3 days of updates. We've had, the $5 trillion asset managers with Sweep. We've had the Galaxy news. So much has happened. So we're going to do a quick fire round of all the most exciting updates. Then we're going to wrap up the stream. And then we're going to go to the Kalshi event. And we're going to continue creating content from Kalshi's event.
Oh, nice. I don't know if I got an invite for that one.
Nikki, we'll get you in. Thank you so much for talking to us. Really, really appreciate it. Looking forward to all the bullish news and hopefully the stablecoin adoption news as well from next year.
Yeah, maybe next year with all the success, guys, they'll give you a bigger cube. What do you think?
That's the dream.
We're asking them to double the cube for next year.
That was a Nicky Scan from Layer 33. If you believe in independent validators, go get some indie soul. Go learn about Layer 33. Jack.
What a guy.
What a guy.
What a guy. I love the bullish energy. Listen, I mean, so bullish on the grassroots adoption narrative, so bullish on stablecoin adoption, so bullish on prediction markets, and so are we. Seems to be just the right level of concern about institutional adoption as well.
Yeah. But not shutting the door.
But not shutting the door. So are we.
Yeah.
Not to say, I'm going to toot my own horn here and say you and I have got it right, but Nikki's definitely got it right. So if you and I agree with Nicky on a few things. He's also very kind of him, left his fan for us.
Triple fan.
Triple fan. Okay, let's do a quick fire round of the most exciting updates that we've seen from the last couple of days.
We can start with today's big announcements.
You want to start with today? Go for it.
Yep. So, top of the list, we have Render Network launches Disperse. Disperse is a decentralized GPU compute platform aggregating thousands of globally distributed GPUs to address the AI compute shortage. Good step for Deepin.
Very.
Yeah, you had Abe in earlier.
We did.
Doing Helium Mobile.
And we had Mike Reed yesterday. And this is an interesting anecdote from the conversation we had with him as well, is that when he talks to people that don't really understand crypto whatsoever, the easiest way to explain it to people is through Deepin analogies.
Yes,
so
and I heard the same thing from Solana Policy Institute as well. Not when we spoke with him yesterday, but in interviews past.
Oh, you're having secret chats with SPI now.
Deepin is one of those things that is very tangible and is very easy to explain to an outside audience about how crypto works and why it's important.
Absolutely. We love the Deepin projects. What else do they have? Pilot uses include OTOY Studio and Scripted. I have to admit, I haven't heard of these projects.
Yeah, not these times. Render has been around for a while. So
Render I have, but the projects they're working with, OTOY and Scripted. Render, of course, they have a very interesting booth outside of this.
Fantastic socks.
Right? In fact, I did snag myself a pair of those socks.
You didn't snag me a pair as well?
I think we did. I think we might have one in the back office. Although no shortage of merch around here, we forgot to give our guests these Solana Floor magazines, didn't we?
We had a surplus then.
We should talk about this. A lot of work, blood, sweat, and tears went into these things. This is the second Solana Floor magazine that we've got printed. I love it. I'm obviously very, very biased. So if you know anyone that he is here at Breakpoint, tell them to come visit us in the booth in the very short remaining moments that we have, and they can take one of these magazines for them. What else? Let's move on. Layer 33's Indie Soul, its liquid staking token, is now live. I guess
you just heard from Orm. Yep.
Yeah, he said it was already live. What, yesterday? Something along those lines.
Yep. So again, to reiterate, Layer 33 is a collective 25 independent validators committed to maintaining Solana's network decentralization. You heard at length from Nick about why this is so important. I'm going to pick up myself some Indie Soul once we close the stream to get on board with that.
I think we should.
And fees generated by IndieSol would be directed towards supporting the initiative itself. So yeah, get on that. Love
the indie validators. Okay, we have the helmet. The OR helmet is on. Shout out to the miners, the degens. OR price. Do we know where it is?
No idea.
Yesterday on the stream. So I was wearing this on day one of the stream to shout out to the miners. Day one of the stream, I got day two. Sorry, I got a notification saying OR is up by 11%. But I was like, we can't really can't really be talking about price on
No,
the
we're
stream.
not here to talk about a 10%.
No, we're
move.
not. So shout out to RMJ for the helmet. We love it.
Coming in clutch. Next up on the list, so Solflare introduces Magic AI. This is brilliant because we had Philip in here on day one. I asked him for the alpha on what the announcement could be because Philip had been sorry, not Philip. Vidor had been teasing it.
Yes, he had.
And all that Philip would tell me was that it's going to be magical. It's going to change the way that you use crypto. So what do we see up here?
Magic AI.
Solflare is calling it Magic AI as a decentralized, intent-driven assistant that understands plain language commands and executes on-chain actions. With Magic, you can simply describe what you want, i.e. swap all my USDC for Sol when Sol falls below 150. Magic turns these natural instructions into precise, secure on-chain actions.
That's fascinating.
This is the Siri of crypto.
Did they tell you to say that?
No.
And how much are they paying
No.
you to... By the way, this was also recently given to me.
Okay.
It is a Solflare shield for you.
For me? Okay.
Solflare
I've
shield.
probably got about 3 of these now because I've been saying
Oh,
how
you
I didn't
can't
have one.
say that. Okay, you can't say that. No, but we'll hand them out
Solflare
to
shield
the
for
people.
anyone who wants to add it to the stack.
We have another one over there. I think this is fascinating. We had Ian Rogers from Ledger talking to us about the evolution of product design, industrial design, product innovation, and how they think about different users and how they simplify the process without compromising on security. Shout out Ian Rogers, fascinating character. And go back in the stream, watch the stream from yesterday if you want to learn about Ledger and how they think about products, how they think about innovating, and the user experience. Ian Rogers, super smart guy. I wanted to pull one of these out, but I didn't in the end. I wanted to ask him if this is sort of the final evolution of hardware wallet design. I just caught a glimpse of myself there, and I'm struggling to take myself seriously. But this is super simple. It is literally a debit card shaped hardware wallet.
Yeah.
So bullish on innovation like this.
Well, and all you have to do is tap. You know, there's no tapping on a touchscreen. There's no kind of Bluetooth.
No fingerprint scanner, no iris scanning.
Yeah.
You know, very, very simple.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah, keep it simple, stupid. And I think also, like, if somebody sees this, they're probably not going to think it's a hardware wallet. They might try and put it into an ATM and, you know, it's just going to spit the card back out. So at least you have enough time if you get, you know, if you end up in trouble, you can probably move your funds around. This is fascinating. What else do we have? With Magic, you read through this, you simply describe, okay, so
Moonbirds.
What did you describe this as? I think we need to read this. The
theory of crypto.
Done.
Imagine you double tap. You say, well, like their example, swap 150 USDC into Sol when it goes below 130, and then your wallet's just going to remember that and it's going to execute it for you as soon as that happens.
No, you can't poach Finn. He's working.
How about after that? Instead, you have a little address book on your wallet, and you say, Siri, send $10 to Mum for dinner.
Yeah, you could set up a DCA.
Yeah.
Right. You could set up monthly transfers to your younger siblings.
Yeah.
It could be as an automatic savings account.
Yeah. You could say, you know, if you're paid in crypto, you say, when I get my salary, stake it directly to a validator.
Or you could say, when I get my salary, full port 10x long. Don't do that. That's terrible. This is really, really good. I like this. I wonder who they developed this with, actually. I wonder if it's a fully in-house project. And to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me. I just want to say, shout out to the Solflare team. Look at this funny character on screen right now. We love FP.
Yeah.
Absolutely hilarious guy. If you look around the Etihad Arena, you see Solflare signs everywhere. I think also last year in Breakpoint in Singapore, they were the main sponsor.
Yeah.
Solflare comes with a huge team. I heard they have a team of about 50 people here.
50 people here, yeah.
Massive, massive turnout. So shout out to
Solflare YOLO is everywhere.
It is absolutely everywhere. Not Solflare Yellow, but Yellow nevertheless. What else do we have? You were going to just tell me about Moonbirds.
Yes, so Moonbirds, the NFT collection, an Ethereum-based collection, I might add, announces the launch of the Burb token in Q1 2016. Burb is going to launch on Solana. So, this to me reads very similarly to what Pudgy Penguins did with Pengu. Moonbirds has obviously seen that Solana is where the meme coin action is. That's where people are. That's where traders are. And if you want to expand the brand, you want to go where there's the highest surface area and there's the highest TAM. So it makes sense.
I think if you want to achieve anything in life, you want to be on Solana, right? But specifically, if you want to have, you know, highest SAM and TAM and so on and so forth, it just makes sense to be on Solana. And I think case in point, Western Union. Right, for the longest time, the most archaic payment system. One of the examples that I used to give 6-7 years ago when people would ask me, okay, but what's the benefit of crypto? This is, in the era of people saying, oh, it's for money laundering, it's for scams, it's for criminals, it's for tax evasion. None of that was the case. The examples that we would often give is remittances, right? Yeah. For a long, long time, we'd say, look, if you want to send money from point A to point B around the world, let's say your family's, living in a distant country and you live in the US or various parts of Europe, there are around 12 intermediaries that are going to slow that process down and make it more expensive for you and your family. That is a problem that is in part or almost entirely solved by crypto. So we love the idea of remittances, and this is the direction that we're moving in. And Western Union finally buckled under that pressure. They caved finally. I almost swore. They finally caved, and they came to Solana. And obviously this angered the XRP army, the XRP community, who, for right or wrong, have a sense of thinking that that's what the use case of XRP built by Ripple was supposed to be. So they thought,
for many years, XRP was the remittances blockchain.
Correct. I mean, I know Stellar is doing some very interesting things there as well. There's a very interesting documentary by Stellar actually on remittances to the Middle East and let's say war-torn parts of the world, but parts of the world where the government doesn't necessarily function in that moment the way it should do. So interesting innovations are happening as far as remittances go across blockchain, but obviously Solana is the place to be. Ipso Doto, I think we're winning.
We're in a good position.
We are absolutely in a good position.
And we're on the rise still.
Thank you, Western Union, for caving under the pressure. I want to go back to yesterday's recap. This is an interesting one. We had Erbil from Huma Finance on stage earlier. Now,
yeah.
They announced a new partnership, a trade finance liquidity partnership with Obligate. This is interesting. They are providing the stablecoin liquidity that fuels the system. PayFi, stablecoins, remittances, it all sort of ties into this general idea that Solana is the fastest, cheapest, and best place to build these systems, to build these innovations. So we're very, very happy to see this. And going back very briefly to the XRP army friction, Hex Trust is issuing and custodying WXRP on Solana. That's a one-to-one backed wrapped version of XRP, and they're bringing it to the Solana ecosystem. Yeah. So I think animosity seems to be dying down.
Yeah, and what this says to me is that it confirms the thesis that Solana is where everything gets traded. We saw that very, very clearly on the day that the Monad token launched, where, Monad is its own network, but the highest on-chain trading volume across Monad, Hyperliquid, and Solana was based on Solana. So that's where the users are, that's where the traders are. If you want to get tokens in front of as many people as possible in the most liquid on-chain markets imaginable, Solana is the place where all of that happens.
The degens and the TradFis, or the TradFis as they've been called many times this week, are all on Solana. It's the place to be. What else? Let's talk about some of the biggest institutions. JP Morgan has arranged a US commercial paper issuance for Galaxy Digital on Solana. This is absolutely humongous.
Galaxy Digital is everywhere at the moment.
Aren't they?
They are crushing the
I mean, I knew they were big, and I knew, they'd been around for a long, long time, but you only really get a sense of how significant one organization is when it's a wave of announcement after announcement. It's trillion-dollar asset managers. It's the biggest banks in the world, JP Morgan.
It's
heavy hitters.
Tokenization is happening on scale, and I think a big part of that is because we get guys like Mark Antonio in here, and he's an absolute evangelist of Solana, and nobody is going to be able to convince these institutional trillionaires like guys like him.
Giga Chad. I mean, he could convince me to give him all of my money. I can't even speak, but I have a feeling he doesn't need my money. Less TradFi focused, but still quite important. Camino rebrand. What happened there? So I saw our friend Gary, our good friend Gary, shout out to Gary, was wearing the new Camino t-shirt. It seems the K is slightly softer.
The K is a bit bendier.
Yeah.
But the part of that rebrand also came with a huge raft of product updates.
Right. It seems that's what I'm missing. Talk to me about these product updates. Do we have insight on six new products, was it not?
Yeah, 5 or 6. The one that comes to mind immediately was fixed term yields and fixed term loans. So the issue that we've had in DeFi for many, many years is it's just one big pool, and you go and you deposit your collateral, you withdraw stuff, and then you borrow against that collateral, and then you have a rate that is always changing based on the quantities of the pool. So you might borrow USDC at 5% on one day, and then three weeks later, that's gone up to 10%. Part of this new update from Camino is that you can set the terms as the loan starts. So you're not going to have a fluctuating rate, and it's going to stay pegged to what you originally set for. Loopscale's been doing this previously as well, so I think it leans more towards maturity of DeFi.
Can I do this with my mortgage as well? Like, lock in a 1% rate and
well, what is a
keep it for 30 years?
What is a mortgage if not a loan? So
the future of finance.
Yes.
The future of finance. Was it not Trump? We praised him earlier for joking about, well, I don't know if he was joking, but for claiming that he's going to remove income taxes in the US. Wasn't he also talking about 50-year mortgages?
50-year mortgages.
The same man who's
I
saying...
hope that's at a set rate. Can you imagine?
Oh, my God. Oh, it's absolute cinema, which is, incidentally, the name of the room that we're in here in the Etihad Arena. And I want to thank you all for joining us for the last 3 days. We've been doing our best. We've been drinking plenty of Red Bull, trying to stay hydrated. We have
the
these
fans helped.
Solana handheld fans. Thank you, Nikki, for leaving yours in here with us. But it's been an absolute pleasure to report on everything from the Solana ecosystem for the last 3 days straight. We are going to keep reporting, of course. We're going to keep clipping. We're going to keep talking to Kalshi, to D-Bridge, to the Solana Foundation later on, and Phantom at the event.
Yep, there'll be plenty of content coming out of the SolanaFloor account for the rest of the day.
Predictify everything, right? Predictify everything?
Predictify everything.
Predictify everything, and absolutely don't go anywhere. So much content coming your way. So many discussions, so many interviews, so many announcements that have happened over here over the last 3 days. They're all going to be coming your way in the next week or so as well. If you are here, send the link to someone. If you have any major gripes with any of the announcements that you've seen, drop them in the comments. We'll do our best to address them. If you want deep dives from across the Solana ecosystem, then of course you go to YouTube/SolanaFloor and you hit that subscribe button and you hit the bell so you're notified when we share our deep dives. And I think most importantly for this conversation, given that I'm joined, of course, by our senior journalist, Finn Miller, you should go and subscribe to his newsletter.
Subscribe to the newsletter.
It's juicy, it's spicy, Finn doesn't hold back. Sometimes he ruffles a few feathers. We've got some very angry DMs from teams across the Solana ecosystem and crypto more generally. Don't tone it down. We want the unfiltered, spicy
the
takes.
format of the newsletter will not be changing. It will continue to be the best place to get the week's news wrapped up in one place on a Friday.
Always. Come rain, come sunshine. That's where you need to go. Okay, so we are going to wrap it up very, very shortly. I just want to scroll through and see if there's anything we're missing, anything absolutely humongous that we need to let the people know about.
I think biggest announcement probably, if we abstract away all the talk of trillions and billions,
if we boil it down,
institutional, Firedancer is live.
Yes, finally.
That for me is broad strokes probably the biggest announcement of the entire event. People have been waiting for this for years. 2022, I think they showed the demo and said we're going to 1 million TPS. I don't know if that's a thing that happens in the next month. But yeah, Firedancer is live. That for me is the biggest, hardest hitting announcement, and that does tremendous things on levels of both throughput, performance, and also on decentralization, making things a bit more secure. We don't have one sole validator client anymore, one or two. Yeah, it's good. We're out of mainnet beta. Firedancer launcher totally says drop the mainnet beta tag.
He said he said pour one out for the mainnet beta tag, didn't he? It is official. We are finally no longer in mainnet beta. And I think that's likely the best place to end the stream. It's been 3 long days. It's been a sweaty, hot, action-packed 3 long days. I want to thank all of you for joining in. Really, really massive thank you. I hope you've enjoyed this. I hope you can like it. I hope you can share it with other people so they can learn more about the Solana ecosystem. And we'll see you very soon from our next live stream, which is going to be Friday next week.
Yeah, 6 days time. We'll be back.
6 days time. We'll do it all again. And we'll be talking about the 6 most important stories from the Solana ecosystem that are really shaping the ecosystem that week. Thank you so much. See you in London for Breakpoint 2026.
Up on table, you know the thing. Money in a pocket, you know the thing. You by the side, you know the thing. Just me a catty, you know me bingo. you.